no plan. And so my life was very rough. I don't even want to explain everything that happened to me in my life, but it's just, I'm pretty sure if my life was hard trying to get my citizenship, I'm sure it's going to be very hard for these people coming here.
So shouldn't we make it easier for people to get citizenship?
No, because then that kind of messes up with the rest of the Americans that've been living here. And now
How does that mess with us?
I've actually came out here as an immigrant, went through the process, and I'm actually a citizen now, I've come to a realization like, wow, it's like a circle. Like I felt like I was like all throughout high school and college, I was a Democrat because, you know, I always felt like they were being racist towards me because I was an immigrant. But
So why
as
do you want to vote for a candidate that makes that rhetoric towards immigrants even worse? And why would you want to perpetuate policy that even
because I mean,
further demonizes immigrants?
you shouldn't even be coming here in the first place, just like my parents.
Wait,
Like,
should
no,
have a right to be able to come to this country. Everyone who's coming here, like that we're talking about, most of these people, right? These people want a better life, and the same way that I do, the same way that you do, right? I don't think that's a bad thing. Not only does immigration benefit the person that's coming to the country, but it benefits us. It benefits our economy, benefits our ability to deal with like funding things like Social Security, Medicare, things like that. Obviously, I see it as a benefit to our economy, and especially since we've been below replacement rates since the 70s, right? Obviously, immigration can lead to a stimulation of the economy. So instead of hating on immigrants, right, we should not stigmatize immigration, and we should realize that it's important. It's an important aspect of our economy. Now, why do you think we should totally shut off immigration? Because to me, that seems a little ridiculous. Yo, Joe, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate it. Michael, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate the $50, Joe. Thank you for the ICU as well. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Liz, thank you for the dollar. I appreciate it. Serena, thank you for the dollar. And Century, thank you so much for the $5.65. Thank you so much.
you're done.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I was saying, my parents came out here with no plan, and it was very hard to get stable out here. And all my dad was able to do was just do illegal stuff to the point that right now he's actually deported. He can't come back anymore because that was the only thing was left of him to do. And so like these people coming out here, that's all they're going to be doing is committing all these crimes. Like look at New York
Did you know
City.
that immigrants and undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit
Have you
violent
seen
crimes,
New York
property crimes,
City?
and drug crimes than natural born US citizens? So
Even
actually,
they
a greater
tell
level of
you
immigration would actually decrease the overall crime rate
you
because a
want the
greater
whole world to
proportion of
look like
people
New
that have
York
a lower
City.
crime rate would pull down the
I think
average.
you want the whole world to look like New York City. You want the whole country to look like a
Ryan,
third
thank you for the
world.
$10. Thank you so much. What?
I come from a
Wait,
third
wait,
world,
Jennifer,
and
what did you just say?
literally,
Say that one more time.
honestly, if you just stop talking over me, then you'll probably listen to what I have to say.
I
You always talk over
apologize.
your guests.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm just saying, like, I come from a third world and I see how it is out there. A lot of people, I'm from Panama, and a lot of people from Cuba and Colombia and Jamaica, they all migrate to Panama because Panama is the one country in now Latin America that has the $1 bill. And all these other people come from all these other countries. Panama is very small. You know, Panama is very small, and they take away all of our Panamanians' jobs. So that's why my parents was like, you can't be here. You got to go to another country. So they literally went through hell trying to get me out here. And I really, really, really appreciate that so much. But I had to go through hell. It was not easy. And the fact that these people get to come out here with like unvetted, no shots, all that. And I was forced to
Well,
take the
like,
COVID
let's make the system
vaccine.
go faster
I was
so
forced to take the
that
COVID
it's
vaccine. And
easier
these
to
people
vet
get
people.
to,
Well,
I was forced
let's
to
let
come.
everyone in
I
the
was
country who's here
forced,
for a better life get access to papers and get access to
sir,
documentation. If you want everyone to be vetted, right, give them
sir.
incentives to vet themselves.
Sir, I was forced to take the COVID vaccine, and these people get to come out here with no, they just come out here bringing stuff from other countries. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's just not fair. And the fact that you guys are, it's just take care of
So
us first.
I don't.
Take care of
So
us first,
yeah.
and then worry
So
about other
when
people
you say
once
like a
we are
mandate should be applied,
established.
do you have an issue with if you saying a mandate is applied in one scenario, would you apply it in the other, or are you saying no mandates in general? Like I'm.
Can you repeat that?
Are you saying no mandates in general, or you should apply mandates to both?
To what? I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
was
Which one
talking
are you proposing? Are you proposing no mandates or mandates for both?
for the vaccine.
Yeah.
Um, I say just like abortion, my body is my choice. And
You're pro-choice?
yeah, I mean, I am pro-choice, even though I'm for
Mm-hmm.
Trump. Yes,
Yeah, so how do you justify voting for someone
it's
who's
my body, my
restricting
choice. If I want
one
to take
third
a
of
freaking
women's?
vaccine that literally just came out the same year, freaking COVID was out. Like, I don't trust it. I don't want to take it. It's not fair. My body, my choice, right?
Jennifer, sure, if you want to say that, but listen, so then you have to be pro-choice, which would then mean it is the case that you shouldn't vote for someone who is undermining one third of women's
Sir, I
access to
want the border
abortion in this
closed.
country.
Sir,
You
I
said
want
you
the
want the
border
border
closed.
closed, right? But that's not a detriment to our economy. You understand that limiting immigration like that would negatively impact our economy? Did you know that?
Can you
So
repeat
if you
that
care
one more
about how our
time?
economy is, why do you want to limit immigration?
I'm sorry. My phone is cutting up. Can you repeat it one more time?
Yeah, if you care about how the economy is doing, why would you want to limit immigration?
Because of immigration and because of all these people, we are taking care of them. It's coming out of our taxes. Have you seen New York?
Did you know that the
None
long-term
of those
benefits
people want those
associated with
people there.
immigration
None of those
significantly
people want those people there.
appreciate
That's
that?
why they're turning a
No, I
Republican
think that's
instead of
ridiculous. I think
Democrat.
that's ridiculous. Did you know that the
It's not
long-term
ridiculous.
benefits,
It's all over the
Jennifer,
news.
listen. Did you know the long-term benefits associated with immigration significantly outweigh
And I do
the
not hate my
short-term?
own kind. I want
Can I
people to
please,
come out here.
listen?
Okay. Sorry.
So long-term benefits associated with immigration significantly outweigh the short-term costs associated with it. Because again, it helps us with the insolvency of Social Security and Medicare because it grows our overall revenue and it grows our economy in terms of GDP. So immigration is beneficial to our economy. And if we don't have immigration, right, there's going to be not as much growth.
Okay. Okay. You know what? Listen, I don't mind people coming here, but just do it right. Don't just hop the border and think
Right now, it takes
it's
5 to
free
7 years on
shit.
average.
It's
You
not
already told me.
fair. And
You
then
already
you
told me
come
that the
out.
system sucks. You told me the system takes way too long and that it puts you through hell. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So why would you want the system to put other people through hell? Why wouldn't you want a system that makes it go faster, that incentivizes people to go through the legal process? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because that's not what Donald Trump's advocating for. That's not what you were saying on my live. You said a complete shutdown on the border. So you want to make it worse for other people. Why do you want to do that?
Come here legally.
You're saying you can't even come here. You said completely shut off immigration. How do you come legally if you completely shut off immigration?
By not hopping the border like how they're doing right now.
Ma'am, if you completely stop immigration, that means no one's immigrating to the country.
Sir. Just listen. I want
Abel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Tracy,
the
thank you so much for the
border
$10. And
closed.
Ryan, thank you for the $10 from the White House. Thank you.
Kamala Harris is not willing.
Kamala.
Whatever. Kamala
Okay.
she's not willing to what is the word I'm looking for? She's not willing to cooperate with the American people want. American people don't want the border open. Like
She's not advocating for the border to be open.
Wait. Hold on. Look what's happening in New York. The mayor of New York is going nuts. He can't handle all the damn migrants there. There's no room, there's no space. Literally, there's migrants living in police stations.
This is asylum. It's a legal process. So
The
when they
whole
come
world-
in
we cannot
legally, you get mad at
afford it.
them.
We keep
And
sending money to
wait. So
other
how are you going to get
countries.
mad at them when they come in through the legal process?
It's not
You
fair.
just said come legally.
Oh my gosh, sir, you're trying to spin things to try to make
You just
yourself-
said come legally, but when they come through the legal process, you still get mad. Like, what are you talking about? The asylum process is a legal process.
No, it's not. Right now, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
Right now, it's not because people are just
Yes, it
coming
is.
in. People are just coming in, especially through Canada. It's easier through Canada, and now they figured that out.
Oh, so why don't you put a wall on Canada?
Yeah, we need to.
You want to put a northern border? You want a border on the northern side of the United States between the United States and
They're
Canada?
getting smarter by the day, okay?
Wait, Jennifer, you think that there should be a border wall, right, between the United States and Canada? Dude, Jessica, thank you for the handout. Thank you. Vanessa, thank you for the
It needs
$5.
to be
Thank you.
something. I mean, I know we're united with
Dude,
Canada. I know we're
uh,
united with Canada, but it's just like it's getting ridiculous. At least, like, I don't know, think of something, do something. But it's doing too much because I'm poor.
do something.
I can't even afford rent.
That's what I told you. I told you let's incentivize people to go through the legal process by making it faster for people to get here by increasing the amount of judges there
Sir,
are.
we can't even afford it. We're in debt.
We
What do you
absolutely
mean?
can. But you understand that Democrats have added significantly less. Listen. All right, the under the Biden-Harris administration, less has been added to the debt than under the Trump administration. So if you're going to worry so much about the debt, why don't you look at that, or look at Walls. Look at Walls specifically. They had a budget surplus.
Mr.
They had a
Parker,
budget
can I ask you a
surplus. They got universal school lunches for kids
Parker,
and
can I
breakfast,
ask you a
and it
question,
literally
please?
still running a budget surplus. Go ahead.
Since you care so much and all you people care so much, why don't y'all make room in your homes to fill these people in? Because the government actually paid you guys and wanted to pay you guys to put people in your rooms and your homes. And guess what?
Jennifer, listen
you
to
guys
this.
were quiet. You guys were quiet.
Jennifer,
We
watch
don't have
this.
space.
Watch this. I'm going to show you how dumb this argument is. Listen, right? Do you think there should be a border between California and Nevada that is enforced, where you can't go in from one to the other? There's a wall. You can't just go across.
Sir, I was just saying that hypothetically.
Do you think there should be a wall between them?
Well,
Because there could be people committing crime coming from Nevada and going to California.
I don't care what you do to fix it. Just do whatever it takes. But
Now, because you want immigration between California and Nevada, how about you take some people from Nevada and you put them in your house? You put them in your house and you take care of them every single day because you want an open border between Nevada and California. Thank you for the paper. Thank you so much. That's how ridiculous you sound right now. Get a grip on reality. JV, thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Girl.
I'm not the one that wants them here, so no, I don't want that. And you people are crazy because the more and more people
We're not crazy. We're not the crazy ones. You're voting for a convicted felon, a proven sexual abuser, a fraudster, a guy who tried to overthrow the government, a guy calling for religious persecution, a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, a guy who denies science, a guy who's restricting women's access to abortion. That's who you're voting for.
We're going to be paying for these people, you guys. And you guys are all going to complain about how
unironically, what actually...
the grocery...
Jennifer, unironically, what actually happens with immigration is that immigrants pay more into the system than they take out. Jennifer, listen. Jennifer, listen. Right, immigrants actually pay more into the system than they take out. They benefit more to the economy than they take from it.
Sir,
and from the government. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you. Significantly more.
Wage.
What? No, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I'm talking about I'm talking about in terms of governmental revenues.
Here to abuse them with lower wage because
no.
Americans.
No. Listen. The reason why I think it's beneficial is because it increases the productive capacity of our economy and overall increases our GDP, which then in turn, Jennifer, stop cutting me off. Then in turn, if you increase the, I will keep meeting you. If you increase the GDP, you increase the governmental revenues. So it helps us pay for things like Social Security, Medicare, and things like that. So again, immigration overall is going to help us long-term pay for older Americans. Appreciate the paper cut. Thank you so much. Look at how much I have to mute you. Like, it's ridiculous.
There's a lady named Carrie Glaze in the comments.
Sandra, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I don't care what some random person said in the comment section. Can you like, girl, can you respond to what I just said? Did you even hear what I just said?
Sir, you're not even listening to me, so why should I?
I did listen to you.
Sir, no, you didn't. This whole time you've been just trying to talk over me, and I didn't even finish my sentence.
Okay, I'll let you finish, and then I'll respond.
See, sir, that's the problem with you cutting people off because now I lost my train of thought.
My bad.
Yeah, you're bad.
Well, I mean, you didn't listen to me at all, but go for it.
Well,
and
sir,
you were also talking over me as well.
Okay. Okay, so do we calm down now?
I'm completely calm.
Sir, calm down. Calm down.
Gaslighting is crazy. Now, would you like to respond to what I have to say?
Calm down.
You just sound crazy, right?
Let's not, sir. Let's have the people live in your home.
Calm down, even though you're already calm. Calm down.
Have those people live in your home since you guys care so much. Okay. Why don't y'all
Jennifer, what was my response to that? So do you think there should be in what state do you live in?
I'm in California.
Yeah. So do you think that there should be an open border between Nevada and California?
No,
I can't hear you right now. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I can't hear you right now. In order for me to hear you, I have to see you.
you're
Everyone
talking.
tap that screen. Let's get to 250,000 likes. I couldn't hear you because I was telling you that you have to be looking at the like on TikTok, on the app, in order for me to hear you.
Okay. Mm. It's just so rude.
Yeah, I am so rude.
Oh, you nasty.
I'm like the rudest. So like, yeah. Do you want to respond to what I'm saying?
Yeah, because see, now the thing is, I lost my train of thought because of you now. I
Okay, sure.
freaking forgot the point that I was going to make.
Sure. Then I'll make a point. Right. Immigration benefits us more, right, than it necessarily benefits the immigrant, right? Did you know that? Like the overall society, if anything, right? Literally, older Americans benefit the most. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Because it is the case that Social Security is going to continue to be funded because we have gains and growth in our economy. Did you know that? So when you
Sure.
say there and you're like, oh, immigrants are taking so much from us, right? You should sit there and you
Okay.
should think about that, about what you're getting from
How about you
immigration.
just sit there and
Appreciate the
look
thank you.
and do your research on how New York
I have.
City looks like? New
Wait,
York
okay,
City
so-
looks like a third world.
Oh my gosh, that is such a
You
ridiculous statement to
you
make.
want New York City and every other state
thank
to
you, you're
look
amazing. Thank you
like
so
third
much.
world. I come from third world. I see what it looks like, and literally New York looks like it. There's people living inside a freaking police.
Jennifer, give me one study that says
Police
that
can't even do their job because they're taking care of freaking people.
Jennifer, give me one study that indicates immigration is bad for an economy overall.
Can you please say it again?
Can you give me one study that indicates that immigration is overall bad for an economy?
One
Give me
study.
one.
So you want me to take
Just
out a
one.
source out of nowhere? You want me to just take out a
Yes.
source out of an ass?
One study, one economist, anything. I'd love to hear it.
Sir, I do not got the time to be sitting up in here looking on Google, looking for sources. I just see.
So is it feelings over facts?
No, it's not. It's literal. I mean, it's all over the news. It's all
It sounds
on Google.
like why do you have like a bias without any reason?
Sir, New York City, the people in New York City, they don't want those people there. So are they racist?
I'm not saying people are racist. What I'm
Well, that's
saying
what
is
you
that they
guys
have a
use
lack
for
of
an excuse.
understanding.
When people
They have a
come
lack
and
of
you talk
understanding
about
of what
this, then you
immigration
guys
does to the
accuse us
overall
of
economy.
being racist, and you see how we're talking. You're talking over me. You're gonna make me lose my train of thought again.
Jennifer,
That's
you
so
asked me a
disrespectful.
question. You asked me a question, and I responded to it. And then you
Listen,
cut me
sir.
off. And then you said, "Why are you cutting me off?" What?
Do you think the people in New York are happy?
Martin, thank you for the $300. Holy shit! Thank you so much. Holy fuck! Can we get some W's for
do you
Martin
think
in the
the people
comment
in New York
section?
are
Holy
happy?
shit! Thank you for the $300 on Venmo.
okay,
Thank you
we
so
get it,
much.
you got
Sport for the
$300.
dates.
Great,
Didn't realize
great,
Trump held the
awesome.
door held
So
the
do you
closed
think the
door
people
Oval
in
Office
New
meeting in
York City
2020 to
are
discuss
happy?
implementing
Can you
martial law
answer me that question, please? I'm gonna talk over
rerunning
you
the
until
election
you
that
let
isn't
me
disempowering the
say
public
blah,
vote. I don't know what
blah,
is.
blah,
I appreciate that, Mark. Can we get some W's for Martin in the comment section? W's education. You know, L closed-mindedness. L closed-mindedness, because it's really important that people are open-minded. It's about the character. There's so much misinformation. It's not people are bad, it's the misinformation. No,
Yeah. Yeah.
Jennifer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Tina, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
You keep asking people that question. I don't give a damn. I want my money.
You don't care about sexual
I
assault?
care about my money and the economy and where
Thank you.
our country is going.
You
and
care
where-
about the economy, but you just said that you're
Okay,
against
you're changing the
immigration,
subject
which is
now.
beneficial to the economy. I asked you for
So,
one
sir,
study,
I
economically
asked
speaking,
you
that
a
benefits
question
that.
and you didn't even answer me.
What's your
Can you
question?
answer me? It's a yes or no question.
What's your question, Jennifer?
Do you think the people in New York City are happy?
Sure.
Okay, that's honestly, I'm done with this conversation because now I know that you're just BSing for.
What? What do you mean? Okay, if you compare the happiness of people in New York
so
City
disappointed
to
in
the
you.
happiness of people around the world
Come on.
or throughout
You can't
human
really-
history,
you're really sitting
it's going to
here
be a
and
pretty
tell-
high degree.
Sir, you really sitting in front of 8,000 people lying to them, telling them
I'm
that New
not
York City
lying. I'm
people
just
are
telling you the
happy?
truth.
You think they're happy?
I think some people are mad. I think some people are happy. I think a
Some
lot of
people?
people, yeah.
There's no room. It looks like their world.
Why do you keep saying the same thing over and over again? You want to understand that a lot of the issues you're referencing exist in a lot of big cities because a lot of big cities don't have the existing infrastructure to expand,
You want
right?
our
Housing in
whole
plenty of
country to look
areas.
like New
This
York
isn't this
City.
isn't this isn't just an immigrant thing. This
And no, I'm not
pre-existed this.
laced.
It happens
Who
in
these
lots of big
weird
cities.
people in the comments?
It's not something that you can just attribute to migration. I think
And
what
no,
you're
I don't wear
doing,
masks.
you're cutting me off every single time I
I'm
speak, but
sorry.
you get
People
so
are
mad when I
being
cut you
weird.
off. Yeah, so you said you care about the economy, right? But clearly you don't because you're against immigration and because you're for tariffs, which almost every economist agrees are immigration is beneficial for the economy and tariffs are bad for the economy. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. His economic policy is dog shit, right? He is a terrible character. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government, undermine our democracy by lying about the election, trying to get his vice Pence to not certify the election results, sending fake electors to the electoral college to try to get them to give Trump votes rather than Biden votes, the correct ones.
Okay, so I see people in the comments saying that a lot of people are happy in New York City. Okay, well, we'll see about that when the election comes because you're going to see a lot of angry New York City people, and all of you 8,000 people are going to remember me. You're going to
We're
remember.
gonna remember you, Jennifer.
You're
We're
gonna
not gonna
remember all of
remember
those
you.
angry
We're just gonna
faces.
remember how crazy these ideas are and how much that we need to come together as a country to be able to fight against the misinformation, right? And the
Yeah, that's
conspiracy
right.
nonsense that exists in our
2024.
country because it holds us back from real effective change.
You guys are going to be so angry when Trump wins and they take all of them back. And that's all I'm going to say.
I can't wait for y'all to lose and for you to like blame it on
Yeah, same here.
the election being rigged. I can't wait for election rigged V2 arguments. I can't wait to
Yeah,
debate you
same
conspiracy
here,
nuts
Parker.
after the election after you fucking lose again.
Thank you for your time, Parker. You didn't help me today, but thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Tap that screen over to 500,000 likes. Yo, you have echo, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, as everyone as well. Yo, Taylor, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. King Tay, thank you for the $10 as well. Sandra, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Abri, thank you for the $2. Trisha, thank you so much for the $5. Kayla, thank you for the $1. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And Yavier, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Johnny, thank you for the little crown. How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next individual up here real quick, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Okay.
Hello?
Oh, are you voting for Trump?
What?
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm a little indecisive, honestly.
Okay. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Well, here's the thing. Like, we're those, like, you agree with our justice system, correct?
Typically speaking, yeah.
Or did they find him guilty?
They found him they found him liable of sexual abuse unanimously by a jury in a civil court. Because
Well,
they couldn't try him in a civil court due to statute of limitations.
I'm just saying that he wasn't found guilty. And, like, were you a fan of Biden?
Guilty in
I'm just-
a civil court.
I have a question. Like, were you a fan of Biden?
I think that Biden is better than Trump.
Well, did Biden not say the N-word on, like, video? Like, would you not call him a racist? Like, come on.
I think that both Trump and Biden had racist behaviors, right? But like, first of all, I'm not voting for Biden. Second of all, there's a difference between their behavior as it relates to one apologizing, trying to do better, the other one not. I don't think that makes it good. I don't think it makes it okay. But they're both. If it is the case, you only have a choice between one or the other, right? You would obviously pick the one that is apologetic and tries to do better, comparative to the one that is unapologetic and never heard given a single apology for any racist behaviors, right? When he specifically said that Barack Obama was not born in the United States, was born in Kenya with no sufficient evidence. We have a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Says Kamala turned black, right? Literally denies the fact that she was black. That's insane as fuck.
I,
The housing
I
discrimination
can agree with you.
lawsuits where they would tell
I
black
was a little.
families that there weren't any openings, right? But they would tell white families at the same time that there were openings.
I mean, I can agree that might have been a little disrespectful, but like, don't
A
you?
little
Can't you see that there's a
disrespectful,
little bit? Well, here,
sir.
if you let me speak, if you let me speak, please. I find that sometimes I feel like when she's speaking to certain people, she changes her dialect to appear more presentable to that type, and I feel like that's a little. It's a little odd, is it not? Like there's videos of her changing how she speaks to certain types of people, and I feel like she's presenting a facade to get more votes. And like I said, I'm not for sure on candidate, but I'm trying to have a respectful conversation.
Yeah, so you're just talking about how like someone when in a group of different people might have like code switching, right? Specifically, where like specifically Kamala Harris, right? If she's in like in front of like more white people, right, she might present a particular way. I don't think that shows anything bad with her. I think that shows how there's a society that's racist, right? That specifically promotes people to act a particular way because it is the case that if they don't act in that particular way, they're treated differently comparative to how white people are treated in the society. So I think you should acknowledge things like that instead of sit there and say that she's doing something bad, right? Acknowledge
Well,
what
me
the culture
personally,
does to promote these particular conditions.
me personally, I feel like I'd want an authentic person who truly acts.
Authentic, you're voting for someone who literally has been lying about the election for the past few years with no
Once again,
sufficient evidence to indicate that he
once
won.
again, I said I
You're voting
wasn't
for
voting for
someone who
Trump yet.
denies science in terms of climate change, says that it's gonna be cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. Like
I
he
didn't
literally
say I was going to
denies
vote for
basic
him.
facts of reality. He lies consistently
But
all the
once
time.
again, I didn't say I was going to vote. But at least he's authentic. Like he does say what's on his mind. In fairness, he does say what's on his mind. I feel like
he is the most inauthentic person
Are you
I've ever
serious? Are you
seen.
serious?
What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm not saying everything he says is respectful. I'm not saying everything he says is respectful, but he will say whatever he wants. Like,
Dude, he lies. He lies all the time. It's literally documented. It's recorded.
All I'm saying is he might lie, he might sell this, but he says whatever's on his mind. Like, come on. Like, can you not agree with me there? He does say whatever's on
Appreciate
his
the
mind.
Cooper. Thank you so much. Appreciate the Mila. No, he does not say everything on his mind. He lies consistently all the time. He
Come on.
says what you want him.
Kamala
He says what you
Kamala-
want. He says specifically what he wants you to hear.
I disagree. I feel like that's what Kamala does. I feel like
Kamala.
Trump just kind of does like. Oh, sorry. All right. Do you want to talk about like a specific issue?
Yeah. I'll ask you a question. Are you pro law and order?
Sure. I'm sorry.
Are you pro law and order?
Yeah, of course.
So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
I'm sorry.
So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
Well, once again, I'm not voting for Trump. Like I said, I'm still indecisive, and I'm still like making my decision. I'm hoping this conversation will help us.
Okay, so if
both
you're pro
out,
law and order,
right?
you would vote for the person that, isn't trying to currently evade the law. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much for their bad actions. And instead, the
Could you
one
give me
that
more
wants to
information on
hold
that?
them accountable for their crimes. Right?
Can you need more information about that?
Yeah, so Donald Trump quite literally has been convicted of 34 felonies, right? He's been held
Okay.
legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, and fraud. He tried to overthrow the government.
I feel like the overthrow of the government is a little blown out of proportion there. Like I'm
No,
sorry.
it's not. He tried to
Very,
get
like-
Mike Pence to not certify the election results,
is. Come
and he
on.
tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. He tried to get the 11,000 votes.
Hold on. I saw something in the comments about RFK. I do like that guy.
Appreciate the confetti.
Let's be honest, yeah, he has no chance of winning, but like I like where he's coming from. Like,
I don't. So he's a conspiracy nut. I can show you a video of him responding to sexual assault allegations where he doesn't deny it. He says he has a bunch of skeletons in his closet, so many that if they could vote, he would win for king of the world. Okay?
wait, what?
Yeah, and he said he's not a church boy. And that he had a rambunctious youth. That instead of denying the sexual assault allegation. I can
Wait,
play the
I kinda
video
like
if
it.
you'd like.
Well, actually, I'd love to. I definitely that'd be a funny video for everyone to watch.
Funny video? I don't think that's a funny video.
Well, like you kind of made a funny impression. I feel like that was kind of funny.
Okay, saying funny is kind of crazy, but let me show you the video real quick.
I mean, I feel like there's like
sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but I am who I am.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask, sir. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right.
Oh yeah, that's not a good look. I'm not gonna lie. That was not funny.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That wasn't very funny.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about another issue?
Yeah. Do you think that climate change is caused by humans?
I think that it's caused by humans and natural causes. Like you can look at volcanoes and whatnot. Like that's gonna create ash.
But like it's mostly caused by humans. Like this rapid change.
I think that I think it's honestly both. Like I don't know the exact numbers, but like if you can tell me, that'd be great.
I'm just saying what I'm saying right now has a consensus in modern science. 97% of climate scientists indicate this, and Trump denies that. Trump says that it's not caused by humans. Right?
And that's one of the things that's personally one of the things I don't like about him is his stance on climate change. I feel like that's a problem that needs to be fixed. And it's a present problem now. And I feel like we do need that issue to be fixed ASAP.
Yeah. So obviously you don't, are you pro-choice?
So I guess I am pro-choice, on the edge. I don't know,
Okay, so if you're pro-choice, if you want to do something about climate change, you don't agree with him being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, trying to overthrow the government.
I just don't think he was ever found guilty.
If you don't agree with all of those things, why are you voting for him?
Like I said, I wasn't voting for him. I said like 4 times. I said I was indecisive.
Again, when you say that you're indecisive, right? Obviously, you're thinking about voting for him, right?
Yeah. No, of course.
So you wouldn't vote for him, right? Based upon those things, or you still think about it?
Like I said, I want to do more information because I feel like whatever you say, whatever I say, I feel like everything that anybody says should be taken with a grain of salt, and everyone should do their own research. So after a conversation today,
yeah, but what research are you gonna do?
I would look at multiple articles online. I feel like you're gonna try to say oh, I'm looking at Fox. Okay, I'll go look at numerous articles on both sides because let's be honest, there's the media does. I feel like the media does try to divide.
I just don't know at what point you'd accept it.
Accept what?
You know what I mean? What else do you need?
Okay, what's your stance on the border crisis?
Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's.
But here's the thing. I am pro-immigration. I'm pro-immigration. I feel like that's what the U.S. is built on.
Hold up. There's the same level of border crossings right now as there was at the end of Trump's administration. So why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Yeah, there's the same border crossings now as there was at the end of Trump's administration. So why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis?
I don't think that number is actually accurate.
Really? So what's the accurate number?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know. I just don't think that number is accurate.
How do you know that?
I'm just guessing. I'm not really guessing, but
you're just guessing. So if I give you a source that references White House officials in the Department of Homeland Security,
well, here's what I want to say is
you're going to say that your guess is better than that.
If you'd please let me speak. I've seen videos during the Trump administration where, and all I'm saying is I feel like the wall was a waste of money. I'll start there, right? But I do feel I've seen videos of free access during the Biden administration. I see a much more restricted, concrete border for Trump. And I just feel like...
Can you tell me what policy that Trump put in place that caused it to be better? Stereo, thank you so much for the $9. Thank you so much, Stereo.
Well, I have a question that's kind of not related.
Okay.
It just Do you make a bag doing this, or like? Because you've been getting a lot of Venmos. I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. If you're not going to respond to anything I say and you're going to ask me that dumb question, I'm just going to.
Well, it's not a dumb question. I'm just curious. I'm just saying, like, if you're making bread, like, I'm happy for you.
Is this a cope?
What? A cope?
Is this a cope?
It's not a cope.
Well, you didn't respond to anything I said, and you're like, "Are you making money?"
Can you say it again? Say it again. Oh, you said the policy.
Yes, I make money while doing this.
I'm just saying, like, it's obviously good money. I'm just saying, I'm happy for you.
Cool. Okay. Now, would you like to respond to my points? Because I care a hell of a lot more about like what people are viewing and whether or not we win.
I'd love to. Can you ask me one more time?
You know, the DNC pays me so much money, dude. Come on here every single day, get my weekly checks from the Illuminati and Taylor Swift.
When did I, bro? I feel like you're trying to turn me into this villain. Like, I literally not voting for Trump. I don't even have a thing yet. So like,
I'm not turning you into a villain. I'm just saying that like you shouldn't vote for one side.
Illuminati, like Illuminati. Like,
I'm saying I get paid by the Illuminati. Yep.
Oh really? Actually, I do too. So I guess we can.
Yeah, no, that's because I don't have real guests. I have fake guests that come up here. Because Josh, you're just not some random person that requested to my live. You know, the Illuminati paid you to come up here to be a ploy.
I'm actually a fake guest myself, so I hope everyone knows that.
You know, Josh, you know, people actually think that, like, unironically.
It's a little funny. It's a little funny. It's a little funny.
But yeah, I appreciate you coming in.
You know what else was funny? The last guest. She was a character.
I've already forgot at this point. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. The brain rot really gets me.
Really?
I know who we're talking about.
All day?
Yeah, appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next person. Thank you for the lemonade. Thank you so much. Only sending gas requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I already forgot her. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for that mustache. Thank you. I'm not trolling, chat. Appreciate the little guy. Thank you so much. If I didn't see it in the chat, if you asked me what her name was, I wouldn't have been able to tell you. To be totally honest. If I didn't read that in chat. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much, and get reminded. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who are you talking to?
You.
I'm 48.
You voting Trump?
More than likely.
Why so?
Because I don't believe in Democrat policies that are in place currently and what's going on. And I mean, Kamala hasn't even won a primary.
Christy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Kamala, by the way. And so?
And so how do you think she's qualified?
She won as vice president. Biden steps down, she steps up. Majority of the party supports her. Majority of the party wanted Biden to step down. And when Biden steps down, Kamala steps up. That's what everyone knew.
I think the majority the world wanted Biden to step down. It doesn't matter what place or side you're on.
Cool. Now, if you care about democracy, why are you voting for someone who tried to overthrow the government?
Why would I vote left when their entire party ticket is based off ruining democracy?
What the hell are you talking about?
Give me an example of how the Republicans are removing democracy.
Yeah, Trump tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when they didn't win. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, and when he didn't do it, he got a vice president that would have not certified the election results. Those are just a few examples. He said the election was stolen with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. There were over 60-plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 17 of which had appointed judges specifically of Trump. So he either appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him, corrupt and treasonous judges, by the way, or he lost the election. Now, which one do you believe it to be?
I believe it to be the same vein that Hillary Clinton claimed.
No, so is it the case that he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him, or do you lose the election?
Oh, he lost the election.
Okay, so he's been undermining our American democracy. He's been trying to destroy our democratic process.
So is Hillary? I mean, if using your logic, that Hillary is she causing loss of democracy because she lost?
Was there a peaceful transition of power in 2016 or 2017?
Hillary wasn't involved, so it didn't matter.
Okay, so Biden. What did Biden do in that scenario? Did he certify the election results? When Trump won, did Biden certify the election results?
Yes.
Okay, so the Democratic Party certified the election results. The only reason that the Republican Party did is because Mike Pence put the Constitution over Donald Trump. Donald Trump wanted him to put him over the Constitution. That's what Mike Pence said himself.
That's still not in your argument, though. Why is Kamala better than Trump? And I'm not voting either way. I would lean toward Trump. I did say that to start with.
So you're not going to vote at all?
If I vote anywhere, it's going to be libertarian.
Okay. Cool. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Just turned 22.
You voted Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I mean, a couple things. First president, we haven't been in a war in 4 years with that. So that, in my opinion, that's pretty good because I don't want to be at war. Second reason.
So under Trump's administration, we weren't at war.
Correct. That is correct.
So the self-proclaimed war on ISIS, that didn't happen?
No, that did not happen.
So Trump was lying.
We were not in any war when he was the president. That is correct.
Wait, but he said we were at a war with ISIS.
Before he was in president.
No. When he was president, that he said he won the war. He got rid of ISIS, right?
So I thought
were we at war or were we not at war with ISIS?
We're not at war with ISIS anymore because
So Trump was lying.
I don't recall him saying that, and I would like to see where you got that information from.
You want me to show you where he said that?
Yeah.
We're at war with ISIS? Okay,
I
I got you.
Thank you. Would you like me to
Yeah,
keep bringing
there was a proxy war with Russia in Syria happening at the time. Did you know that?
Russia
There was also like us giving weapons to Saudi Arabia, committed genocide in Yemen, the Turkish-Kurdish war.
Biden
He
gave
pulled
a
out
whole
of
bunch
Kurdistan.
of weapons to the Middle East, so he left all those weapons in the Middle East. But did you not talk about that?
Say that again?
Biden left a lot of armored, like helicopters, trucks, guns in the Middle East, and you didn't bring up that.
So yeah, I know I wasn't saying that there was no wars under that. What I'm saying is there's war under Trump and Biden. There's war under Trump and Harris. This is going to happen. There was war under Obama. There's war under Bush. This has been happening under every president. To specifically say that there was nothing that happened under Trump's administration is unbelievable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so his quote unquote defeat ISIS plan. I'll send you specifically from Oxford Academic. Look up academicoup.com. It's from Oxford Academic. The title is Defeating ISIS, Bluster Donald Trump's War on Terror. Oh, he left. Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I think that he's a better president than Biden was, and that Kamala will be. But I wanted to go over one.
Can you name one piece of legislation that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I mean, if we want to go on economy, but I can name you multiple policies across, like foreign and domestic.
Can you name me one that I specifically asked for?
The First Step Act.
Yeah. So, how did he influence to get that passed?
I could tell you that it benefited lots of people.
How did he influence to get that passed?
I mean, he passed the First Step Act. What do you mean?
How did he influence to get it passed?
Because he was president, and he worked.
One time he advocated for it.
What?
Can you name me one time he advocated for it, like prior to signing it?
No, I don't remember. Why are you disagreeing that he put it into law?
No, I'm disagreeing that he influenced to get it passed because specifically the Obama administration had a similar bill up that was already in Congress that Republicans just didn't vote for because there wasn't a Republican in the presidency.
Yeah, but he made it a requirement
so he didn't influence to get it passed. It was quite literally something that wasn't even related to him. He just ended up signing.
Well, yeah, didn't he make it a requirement for there to be funding though? Obama didn't require any funding from the government to go to HBCUs.
He did, yeah. There was actually
that's what the Future Act did with Trump.
So what you're not understanding is that he specifically gave more money than Trump did. $500 million a year under Obama's administration, but under the Biden-Harris administration, $16 billion overall. So $4 billion a year. Compared to Trump's $255 million a year.
Yeah, but I mean, Trump also put in place the Futures Act. That was a part of it.
And what do you think that did?
Made it a requirement to put in a specific amount to fund HBCUs every year.
Yeah, but like again, even if you take that into account long term, that's significantly less than what was given under the Biden-Harris administration.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Significantly less.
Yeah, that's very true. But he made progress by passing that. Could we talk about
more progress under Biden?
Okay. Could we talk about January 6th?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to those texts? Why didn't the January 6th committee get these texts back? Whatever happened to them? Why don't we have them?
I'm not sure. Why is that relevant? I'm asking on January 6th, why did it take him so many hours to address the rioters?
Well, he said to march peacefully and patriotically.
So why did it take him hours to stop it after it got violent?
I don't think he did. He was still speaking.
He did. Not only did it take him hours because he wasn't speaking, he was quite literally like not in front of anyone at that point, like in the public. Not only that, but he also said that he would pardon the rioters there who assaulted police officers and were convicted of it.
How many people were killed?
Amanda, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Amanda, for $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. W Amanda in the comment section right now. And Christy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Christy. From the Illuminati, thank you.
How many people were killed that day compared to July 13th?
But I don't know what you're specifically referencing on July 13th. But as it relates to that, that's what I'm saying is that there were people violently assaulted, and he wants to pardon them. There were a few people that died on that day, on January 6th.
Who?
Their names? I don't remember their names.
Were they protesters?
Were they the person who died?
Like Ashley Babbitt?
Thank you. Dude, I don't understand like how that would be relevant. What I'm saying is that there are people he is specifically going to pardon that committed violent crimes and assaulted police officers.
It's because you guys are still stuck on January 6th when somebody got killed on July 13th. And we just...
What do you mean we're stuck on January 6th when you brought it up in the conversation?
Yeah, I know, but that's your whole talking point. All these... Not you specifically.
What do you mean? You brought it up.
No, not you specifically. I'm saying that it's a liberal talking point, but then we just had July 13th where
but you brought it up, so it sounds like
where
it was
a person
on your
got
mind.
killed. In all these investigations, nobody knows what happened. Secret Service can't figure out anything about why they failed.
Okay, how is that related to the Democratic Party at all?
Because it just fits a narrative.
What does it fit?
You're stuck on January 6th when July 13th just happened, and nobody can figure out how this guy was able to narrowly kill Trump.
This was a Republican, not even a Democrat. What relevance does it have?
It doesn't matter who it is. Obviously, he didn't like Trump.
Well, the guy was a registered Republican, had Trump signs outside of his
And he donated
his
to
lawn.
Democrats.
He $15 before this. He registered as a Republican after that, and then voted for Republicans. Not even in the primaries. So people say that that's not even relevant.
So if I don't think
also
somebody
as it relates to that, the people in his class said he was conservative. Right? He was
I don't think
the
you
only
would try
one
to
on
kill
that side
Trump
of the be conservative.
if you liked him.
You understand that? Wait, there are people who've done that all the time. John Lennon.
Yeah, because he wanted to show off.
Wait, you understand there are people that are killed by people that like them all the time. It happens.
Why did so? You're saying that this guy? Oh yeah, he liked Trump, so let's try to assassinate him.
It could be that. I don't know. I don't think they fully identified his motive yet.
Yeah,
So
a lot of things were wrong.
You can assume a million different things, but I don't think we know yet.
Yeah, he wanted people at that rally dead. So obviously, I mean, he didn't like people.
Trump literally wants to pardon the protesters that violently assaulted police officers. He's so pro police that he wants them to be assaulted. Like what?
And what about Cocaine Gate? How do we never find out?
You can't say that. You can't say that on TikTok Live. You can't say those like drug names in particular. Yo, it's how old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you so much for the hat mustache. Thank you, thank you. As well as cupcakes. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Possibly.
What do
Yeah.
you mean by possibly? Like you are?
The border situation worries me.
Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Huge.
So why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis? Because there's the same level of border crossings now as there was at the end of Trump's administration.
My understanding is that during COVID, there was a significant decrease in border crossings. And the years prior, I'm not exactly sure what the numbers were, but I don't think that they're at, or that they were at the level that they are now.
They are. David, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would you like me to show you? David, thank you for the $20. Give me some W's for David in the comment section. Hello?
Yes.
You like me to show you?
Yeah, please.
Look up, guess how much border crossing numbers went down after Biden implemented a new policy.
I don't know. It's just I have a hard time
Okay.
believing. I have a hard time believing that it's not a problem.
Well, okay, so then why didn't Trump get rid of the problem? That's my question.
Well, listen, I'm not a big Trump fan, okay? But I don't like what I'm seeing. The border situation is out of control. And you're talking to somebody that knows people that have family members that have crossed. And it's a game. The way people get smuggled in, we're a laughing stock. It's so easy to cross. It's really, and then the
Well,
situation
then let's make the
is,
system go faster so there's less of a burden on the border patrol agents. Let's let there be more judges, right? So that we can take care of the process and incentivize people to come here legally. Peggy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
I could get behind that, but I'm not seeing that happening.
Well, that's quite literally what the border bill was meant to do, but Donald Trump didn't want the border bill to get passed. He didn't want Democrats to look good, so he limited that. That's exactly what Lindsey Graham just said as well himself, and Lindsey Graham is a right-wing individual.
Is it possible that that border bill didn't go far enough?
Oh, okay. So that's not what a majority of Republicans, or not Republicans, majority of the Border Patrol said. They specifically supported it. They specifically were like, yo, vote for this.
Okay, so if we go beyond, if we think about other issues, not just the border bill, do you really think that Kamala's the strongest candidate for the Democratic side?
Right now, yes.
Why?
That's what all the polls indicate. She's beating Trump.
Why wasn't there an open convention?
She's the vice president. She steps up.
But
Majority of the Democratic Party already supports her.
did it have to be that way?
The Democratic Party is unified right now. And
I
Republicans
think
are
they don't
mad.
have a choice. They don't have a choice.
We're unified, right? So you can act like we're not unified. You can act like we didn't want her.
But
That's not true.
do you think, I feel like there's not much of, I don't know. I don't really get enthusiasm from people when they mention
You don't get enthusiasm. Well, people are very enthusiastic right now about the Harris presidency. So,
They're enthusiastic about getting rid of Trump by any
Yes.
means necessary,
you
but
understand?
not
Wait. So
necessarily-
if it was just getting rid of Trump, well, then how do you explain the difference between the enthusiasm behind Biden versus Kamala Harris? That doesn't make any sense because it's both anti-Trump, but there's been significantly more enthusiasm for Kamala Harris comparative to Joe Biden. Why? Because Kamala Harris, I think a lot more people relate to. I think she's more cognitively there and fit. I think there's a lot better arguments supporting her. She doesn't have as much baggage as Joe Biden does.
Well, had there been an open convention, there would have been equally as much enthusiasm for somebody else.
You understand it doesn't matter, right? Like the delegates choose, but I don't know what would you want specifically? Open convention with Democrat voters?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Get
feel like
they get like a 1 week ahead of time, 2 week ahead of time notice.
I just feel that the way this has all panned out has been the DNCs. They've really dropped the ball here. The way they treated RFK Jr. during the primaries, the way they
Nope.
shut off debate and didn't let anybody challenge Biden led us to where we are.
Trump is running away from a debate right now.
Doesn't take away the fact that the DNC put us in this position. We should not be here.
What do you mean? You wanted Biden to step down, now you're mad that he did?
I feel like Biden should have been challenged in the primaries. It should have been a democratic process, and it wasn't.
So
They
why
shut
didn't
off
Trump
debate.
originally say before Biden stepped down that it was going to be Kamala? He acknowledged already before this happened that the VP would step up if the president stepped down. And now all of y'all are changing the narrative and trying to act like we're the ones that are anti-democracy or voting for someone that tried to overthrow the government and undermine our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence.
Listen, I'm with
She
you.
won in the primaries with Joe Biden.
She won in a primary that wasn't contested.
Dean
There was
Phillips
no
and Marianne
challenger.
Williamson.
There was no challenger. You know it, and I know it.
I voted for I literally voted for Marianne
Oh my
Williamson.
God. She didn't stand a chance.
Okay, so just because so other Republican candidates didn't stand a chance.
There
against
was no
Trump.
debate. Marianne tried to
Thank you for the
debate
you're amazing.
Biden.
Thank you so much. Wait, Trump never debated Nikki Haley.
They had televised
Yeah, when did that happen?
debates.
Tell me, Velvet, when did it happen? When was the Trump Haley debate?
I'm not saying that I'm a huge
When
Trump
was the
person.
Trump Haley debate? Tell me.
Listen, the guy backed out of the debates for his own reasons. I get it. But the Democrats didn't even hold one. Name one debate the Democrats had. Zero. Because they
Wait, neither
shut down all
Name one that
debate.
Trump had.
Aren't we supposed to be the bigger
You know,
party?
it's less likely when there's an incumbent that there's going to be a debate, but there wasn't even a debate on the Republican side when there wasn't even an incumbency. I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. It's delusional shit here.
I still believe that they robbed RFK Jr. and the way they're planning
Cool,
stories
good,
out.
good. W's in the chat. W's in the chat right now. Let's get some baby bottles for the RFK supporters, please. Go.
Shouldn't be
That's
here.
not how it
We
works.
should
That's
not be
quite
at
literally
this
not
point.
how our. That's not how it works.
The DNC shut down debate. They dropped the ball. That's not very democratic. And
Okay.
that's why we're here. And we're stuck
Okay,
with.
so but yeah, you don't call anti-democratic when Republicans do it.
No,
That's what it is.
hey, I get it, but I'm saying that we're stuck with Kamala. We don't have a choice. And
Is Kamala better than Trump? Kamala better than Don Old? Don Old, he's so old. The oldest candidate in recorded history. So old that he's older than Bill Clinton, who was president 30 years ago.
my concern about Kamala is that
She's a dog.
not,
Thank you so much, Susan.
she's not going to be tough on the border. She's not.
Can you name to me the policy difference that would make Trump tougher than Kamala Harris?
I just,
Anthony, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anthony, give me some W's for Anthony in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
he tried with the wall. Obviously, it wasn't.
How much of the wall was built?
Look, the man tried, okay? We got to give him that.
How much of the wall was built?
I don't know exactly how much was built, but I know that efforts were made to, create a barrier in there. And I just feel like if Kamala wins, we're just going to have a greater influx of people. It's just going to become, it's going to become a mess, worse than what it already is.
Yeah, so Taylor, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for the wall. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, did you know that the Customs and Border Protection specifically said that Trump built 52 miles of primary wall systems?
Okay, how much is Kamala going to build?
How big is the border? Guess how much? It's like 1,900 miles, right?
Okay, and how much is Kamala going to build?
Let's take 52, and let's take 52 divided by 1,900. Let's see what that rate is. Oh my God! Holy shit! He made 2% of the wall, a primary wall. 2%, 2.7%. James, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He really got that wall built, and he made Mexico pay for it. He did it so well. The greatest you've ever seen, the biggest wall, bigger than the Great Wall of China. China.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just, I don't like what I'm seeing right now. I hope that she gets her act together. I'm
And
not.
you don't hope Trump does? When he said that he would grab women by the vagina, he doesn't have to
I-
ask.
listen,
He
I'm
walks
not-
into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place.
I'm not a
Viviana, I
fan
appreciate
of
the
the guy.
$5. Thank you so much. What?
I'm not a fan of the guy, but I'm not a fan of what I'm seeing on the other side either.
Oh, and you know that's not as bad as what you see from Kamala Harris. The misogyny is not enough. The racism is not enough.
I just feel like when it comes to the border, when it comes to the situation in the Middle East, when it comes to just our standing on the world
What about the
stage,
border? What about the things that are happening in the Middle East make specifically Donald Trump a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
I mean, I just don't know at this point.
I can tell.
But I'm open. I'm open to
Would you vote
both.
for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm looking at.
Me too.
I'm looking at the tragedy at the border, the amount of human
So
suffering.
would you
at the
vote for
border.
someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I don't like that about him, but I'm thinking about the human suffering happening at the border. I'm thinking about what's happening in the Middle East and all over
The
the
same
world.
level of border crossings now as Trump's administration. Trump makes the Middle East worse. He increased military drone strikes by 450%, gave a weapons deal to Saudi Arabia, who committed a genocide in Yemen. How are you going to act like the Middle East is better off under a Donald Trump presidency?
I'm just voicing the concerns that my friends have and that I share as well. A lot of
Voice
us,
them, but do you have a defense of them? Or
I
is it
just
just going to
don't.
be these random things you've heard from your friends that you're going with? This isn't a sports match. This isn't, oh, I think LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. This is like whether or not someone gets health care, right, through the Affordable Care Act. This is whether or not a woman gets access to abortion if she's raped, right?
Look,
Whether or not a
I
kid does if
agree.
they're raped. This is whether or not we have action on climate change, right, comparative to denial of science. This is whether or not we uphold our democracy rather than uphold tyranny. This is whether or not we have the freedom to burn the American flag, regardless of whether or not we agree with it. The protections of our freedoms of our First Amendment. Appreciate that mustache. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That's what this is about. To protect our future. It's not about like some random shit like that. All of these other arguments I bring up are just an embodiment of how bad of a candidate that Donald Trump is. I can argue from so many different aspects. I can talk about his character. I can talk about his policy. I can talk about what he does as an individual, how he's untrustworthy, how he lies consistently over and over and over again. All of these terrible things about him, yet you still sit there and say that you would vote for him.
I did not say I was going to vote for the man.
So you
I
won't.
said I'm open. I said I'm open to both. I'm trying.
So why are you open to him even now?
Because I'm not open to him. I'm open to the policies. I'm not
You
open.
really think of the
to
$5
him as a
You can
man.
say you're open to the policies, but you can't vote for someone who's done all of these terrible things.
He
Right?
is.
There's
just
so
a-
many
in
people
my
from the
book, he's
Republican
just a
Party that have stood up.
figurehead.
And the same way that we stood up, we said we want Biden to step down. You can do the same thing for your candidate.
No, I understand what you're
Biden
saying.
stepped down for the good of this country. Okay? What has Donald Trump done? Did he step down for the good of this country? Or did he want to get in power at the expense of this country? You say you want something done with border control. He didn't want a border bill to get passed that would have done something about it in 2023 because he didn't want Democrats to look good. There was a solo border bill and there was a one with other things in it, and he opposed both. He got people in office to oppose both. He pressured them.
I
So
will.
he put himself being elected over benefiting the country, even under your worldview. And you're still going to vote for the guy?
I didn't say I was going to vote for the guy. I said I'm
Okay, so you
open to the
won't vote for the guy.
policies. I'm open to both sides.
So how are you open to his side after this?
To me, he's a figurehead. I'm not voting for him. I'm voting for the outcome.
How are you open? So you're open to
I'm-
someone other with the ideology that is not Trump.
I'm voting for the outcome that I want to see. And I don't like what's happening at the border, frankly. People are being trashed.
Frankly, the only one who's trying to do something about the border is the Biden-Harris administration, not the Trump administration.
Well,
Even Republicans are saying that, like Lindsey Graham.
I'll have to read up more on that.
All right, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's go. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo Cash App in the bio, everyone. How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
Sure am.
Why so?
Well, during his administration, not only was unemployment.
China, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Holy shit, China. I'm sorry. I really apologize. China, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Holy fuck. Can we get some W's, China, in the chat, everyone? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Sorry. CC, go for it.
You know, he's gained, he created more jobs. He brought more businesses back to the country. He raised the middle class family incomes. He lowered the unemployment rate. I mean, he did more in his 4 years than the Democrats have probably done in the last 12.
Really? So name one policy he did that.
What policy?
Name one policy he influenced to get passed that caused that.
Let's see here. I don't know specific names. Well, he did tax relief for it.
Okay. So how did that cause all of those things? Because I can send you an analysis right now from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that shows it only added 0.02% GDP increase. And it
So you
added
mean that all
$1.9
your
trillion
sources are
to
literally
debt, and most
specifically
of the tax
from
goes went to wealthy.
you're going to tell me that every thing you're looking at is from a liberal created website or article, correct?
No, I said a paper from a liberal and a conservative economist from Harvard.
You can't be liberal and conservative, so that doesn't work. That's a
There's
double
two
negative.
economists that wrote the paper. One was liberal and the other one was conservative.
Okay. Go on.
Yeah. So you said you can't be liberal and conservative. I just told you
Okay.
it's the case that there was a liberal one and then also a conservative one. Secondly, conservatives are also liberal in some certain senses, by the way. Just letting you
What
know.
senses would that be?
Like you would be considered a liberal to society 50 years ago.
Why would I be considered liberal? How does that work?
Oh, really? So do you think that there should be social security?
Yeah.
Liberal.
That's not just a liberal
You're
thing.
a liberal. You're a liberal. Do you think there should be
Okay.
Medicare?
Medicare?
Yeah.
To a certain extent.
What a liberal. What a liberal. Look at this liberal. Oh my God. What a liberal.
So you're going to tell me that because a liberal put those policies into place, that makes me a liberal? Because it might be something that I agree with on a slight
What I'm
level.
telling you is that those are historically liberal policies.
Okay, that have been followed up by Republicans and liberals, so it doesn't really make it anything but just a policy that was created.
That was supported by liberals.
It was also supported by Republicans, so where's your
Conservatives
argument
were
there?
not advocating for that. The conservatives of the time were advocating against that. Same way as the conservatives,
Where's
during,
your
like, the
source on that
slavery
one?
times were advocating to keep slavery.
No, actually, during slavery times, that was the liberals. That was very much
No, it wasn't.
Democrat. Yes, it was. Look it up.
No, so
It was
there was
a
a party
democratic
switch.
idea
which
to
they had, I
have
think, is
slaves.
on-
They were the ones fighting for slavery.
Yeah, and Abraham Lincoln was the liberal.
Just like they came up with the KKK. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
You understand that Republicans at the time were liberal?
No, they weren't.
They were.
You can't be Republican.
Abraham
and
Lincoln
liberal.
was a
It doesn't make
liberal
sense.
for that
That's
time.
literally two different things.
Katie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Katie. Give me some W's for Katie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Katie, for the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit, thank you so much. So again, Abraham Lincoln was a liberal historically. You're
Except he
conflating
was a
liberals
Republican.
and Democrats. That's not accurate. Okay. So I have a question. If you're conservative, haven't you acknowledged yet that you're on like the wrong side of history in almost every circumstance?
The wrong side of history. Explain to me how that works.
What were the conservatives advocating for in the times of slavery, in the times of women's right to vote, in the times of extending the Voting Rights Act or segregation or, you know, like all of these things? The conservatives, what side of history were they on? I wonder.
This has nothing to do with Trump or Kamala. I don't know why you're going all the way back.
You asked me a question.
This isn't relevant.
Okay, I apologize. I shouldn't have answered your question. I should have known that it wasn't relevant in response to a question that you asked. And instead, I should have just said, you know what, CCM, you're right. You're totally right, man. Alana, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Salty, thank you for that mustache.
This is technically specifically about Trump and Kamala, and you just went off the rails here.
I'm sorry for answering a question. I apologize. Now, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Not relevant. It has nothing to do with the candidacy or the presidency.
It does, sir.
It does not.
It does, sir.
It really doesn't.
It absolutely does, sir.
And how does it have any relevancy to how the country is run?
Yeah, so tell me what it is, and then I want you to see that for a second, just out in front of you.
But what is?
Say it.
I don't know what you want me to say here.
What was I just talking about?
Trump sexually assaulting a woman.
Do you think that someone sexually assaulting another person at all limits their ability to take care of like the group or community that they assaulted? Luz, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Like, would you trust someone who sexually assaulted a woman with taking care of women?
Again, that still has nothing to do with the presidency. That's completely off topic.
Can you answer the question then?
Again, still irrelevant.
Irrelevant, and it is relevant. So would you like to respond?
No, I'm not going to answer that.
So you asked me to talk to you, but then you don't want to talk to me?
I'm not going to talk to you about something that doesn't pertain to how the country is run.
It is. It does. I'm telling you it does.
You know what? You're just
Do
a
you
waste of time at this
think
point.
that someone who has sexually assaulted a woman would be able to take care of women effectively? Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much. Would you trust them to take care of women? Oh, he left. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
I don't know.
Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Again, y'all, we are just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. All right, all right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, they left. All right, let's try to get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, they're afraid of you. Maybe they are. Who knows? Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
So I actually waited online for about 5 hours last night trying to get a hold of you. And I actually spoke to Dean not too long ago. And Dean is, I like your live a lot better because Dean is a little rowdy and you've been very respectful to your guests. So I appreciate that. First off, I spent 3 years in Baghdad, Iraq as a combat vet. And also I pulled Border Patrol. And so I'm voting for Trump because he's very patriotic. There's a couple of items that I've actually done some research on. And I understand you like to pull policy and different things like that. One thing that you spoke about last night was the Inflation Reduction Act. And the Inflation Reduction Act was for $3 billion. And out of that, $200 million have gone to terrorist organizations. Can you explain how you can vote for a liberal and when they are supporting and providing funds to liberal organizations?
Can you give me a source?
Or I mean, not liberal, sorry, terrorist organizations.
Can you give me a source?
Yes. So this was voted
Michael,
on.
thank you so much for the $100 from the DNC. Can we get some W's, Michael, in the comment section right now? Holy shit, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much. Get W Michael in the comment section right now. Holy shit,
So
get
this
at
was
least
actually
100 W Michaels.
This was actually released yesterday by Senator Capito and Senator Ricketts on the Washington Post, 5 August, released. It was a bill that was voted in 2022. The organizations that they are funding, one of them is called the Indian Collective, and it's they call for U.S.
No, I want like the source.
I said the
That shows
Washington
that
Post. Washington
what's
Post.
the title?
It says Inflation Reduction Act.
You cut out.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I was trying to look it up myself on my iPhone, but it won't let me do both at the same time. So Senator, they were on live last night or yesterday morning. I was working and I worked for the federal government, and this was live through Fox, MSNBC, CBS, ABC. It was all live report. Same thing as they do every day. With the press secretary, and Senator Capito and Senator Ricketts released this information. They are doing research on the actual Inflation Reduction Act and where the $3 billion is going. Per the state treasury, a lot of the funds has not been dispersed yet, but still.
No, you said you had a source that indicated that specifically this money went to terrorist organizations. I'm asking you, give me the source that shows that.
That they're what I'm trying to say is Senator Ricketts and Senator Capito released this information yesterday live on the air.
Okay, I want like a source that says this, not just like a senator who said it. Because like a senator or like a politician says something doesn't mean it's accurate.
It's inside the Inflation Reduction Act. So
which money going to which group under the Inflation Reduction Act?
Yes, so it is climate justice for $100 million justified, they glorified Hamas and says
Where?
Israel has no right to exist.
Wait, where in the Inflation Reduction Act does it give money to Hamas?
Climate justice. None
of that gives any money to Hamas.
They support and glorify Hamas. Climate justice does.
How the hell is that even relevant? None of those are even comparative to each other. Where'd you get that?
Again, they released this live on the air on MSNBC, CBS. It was
Mila,
live.
thank you so much for the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tell me what section in the Inflation Reduction Act gives money to Hamas. Tell me which one.
I understand you're
which
all
section?
about
I'm looking at the Inflation Reduction Act right now. Which one?
So the organizations is called Climate Justice, Indian Collective, New York and New Jersey groups.
Which section? You're just saying this. Which section?
I'm just saying what they were discussing live on the air with all the with all the reporters that were there.
That's a terrible way. You can literally go on to Congress.gov, go to the Inflation Reduction Act, do Control F, type in Hamas. There's not a single point on the page of the bill where Hamas is even stated.
Okay. Do you believe that Israel has a right to exist?
Do I believe they have a right to exist? Yes.
Yes.
Without murdering people, without ethnically cleansing Palestinians, without like literally colonizing people, stealing their land, right?
Okay,
Engaging in apartheid. Yeah, without those types of things, absolutely.
So the big kicker is that when Israel was attacked in October, that was an act of war. If America was attacked, and I served in the United States Army,
Is violent occupation an act of war?
If we go
Wait,
to,
I have a question. You say Israel, do they have a right of self-defense? Right. Do Palestinians have a right to self-defense?
They allowed Hamas to take over their area.
Can you answer the question? Do you think that Palestinians have a right to self-defense?
No, they allowed Hamas. They allowed a terrorist organ.
Dude, let's just think about this for a second. Your whole point. Israel has a right to self-defense. Do Palestinians have a right to self-defense? He says fucking no. Why do Israelis have a right to self-defense, but Palestinians don't? Answer that question.
They allowed a terrorist organization.
Answer the question. You could say that you could say literally that the Israeli state government is terrorist within many respects, right? So can you answer the question?
The question was, do I believe Palestine has a right to defend themselves? And the answer is no.
Why do you think that Israelis get a right to self-defense, but Palestinians don't?
They were attacked.
Wait, so were Palestinians?
Palestine had Hamas living in their area. Israel has a right to go and kill Hamas.
You understand October 7th was not the beginning of this.
So you're saying that
there was the Nakba, there was a violent occupation of Palestinians, right? So you can't ignore that.
So you're saying that even in the Bible day, that the division of Palestine based on Abraham and Ishmael, you don't even believe in that?
No, we're talking about what has happened in the 20th and 21st century.
Okay. I do not believe that Palestine has a right to defend themselves, especially when they had Hamas there.
Dude, I don't even think that there's even a reason to engage with you. If you don't think, if your whole argument here is that Israel has a right to self-defense, but you literally don't say it's applicable to Palestinians, that's fucking insane.
Okay.
You're not justifying the difference between the two to indicate that you're going to literally apply a right to self-defense for Israelis, but not for Palestinians. You're not giving me the relevant difference.
But the question would be, is that if America was attacked by...
Can you answer the question, please? Or I'm going to kick you from my stream.
Answer the question about Palestine.
Why do Israelis get a right to self-defense, but Palestinians don't?
They had men, women, and children that was killed and murdered in October.
You understand that there are men, women, and children that have been massacred in Palestine?
Where Hamas was
generations?
Where Hamas was housed.
I don't see how that justifies it, right? How does that justify killing innocent children and women?
They don't follow under the rules of engagement the way the Americans do.
That doesn't mean that you get to justify killing. That doesn't mean you get to commit war crimes. Netanyahu's a convicted war criminal.
So I have a question. So in a war...
Wait, Netanyahu's a convicted war criminal, and you're not going to talk about that?
Wait. In a war situation, do you not believe if you're in a war, no matter if it's men, women, children, you kill them all?
No,
you don't believe that?
No. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're insane as fuck. I'm not even engaging with you. That is so fucking ridiculous for you to say. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? That's a fucking war crime. These people are not fighting, okay? These people are innocent. To say that it's fucking okay to kill them is insane as fuck because it's war. I don't give a shit if you think it's fucking war. That does not justify killing innocent people. Appreciate the JV. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's why we have war crimes. That's why they exist. Okay? Bro, get a fucking grip. That's so insane. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Or that same reasoning would justify October 7th. I hope he knows that, by the way, which I don't think is justified. Like the violent killing of people who are innocent ever. But that his fucking reasoning justifies it. Yo, how old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. I'm sorry, chat. I wore a white shirt again today, and like you can barely see the chat. Should I like try and fix it? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yes, we can see the chat. Thank you for the cat. Thank you so much. Is this preferable, or should I keep it how it's normally? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. Are you speaking with
Trump?
me?
Yeah.
I really am not super happy with Trump, but what I'm deathly afraid of is that all the other world leaders are watching this go down.
Would you vote
and
for
to
Trump?
keep us, Parker, out of World War III. My gosh, what do you go with that?
Yeah. So, I don't think that voting for Trump keeps us out of World War III.
How is that, honey?
Can you explain to me how voting for Trump keeps us out of World War III?
Because men have the respect of other men. And I'm so sorry to say that because I'm a white female. Oh, yeah, they do.
That's so insane to say that, right? To say
It
that
is
you
not
don't have the
insane.
respect of anyone is insane because you're a
Oh.
woman. That is the most insane shit to say, okay?
Listen, I
women
would
can
vote-
absolutely have respect. Women have respect to our leaders around the world. I guarantee Kamala Harris will be more respected than Donald Trump ever will be. He tried to undermine our American democracy. He
Okay.
literally was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. We
Yes.
are a laughingstock around the world for having a convicted felon. who
You're
has
right
been
about that,
literally trying to
Parker.
overthrow the government as president.
Yes, you are right about that. That is looked so down upon. But when we're dealing with Russia and all the other guys watching this, I am so sorry to say, but it is going to be Trump that wins it. Hands down.
No, it's not. He's not only down in the polls, by the way, but it is also the case that the enthusiasm is not on his side. The arguments are not on his side. Nothing is on his side. What do you think is going to happen?
What do you mean? What do I think is going to happen?
Yeah, what do you
Believe me,
think is
I'm
going to
not-
happen that's going
Hey,
to cause him to
Parker,
do
I'm
so
not-
great?
I'm not thrilled with Trump. I am not thrilled with him at all. But what I'm concerned with is World War III being totally taken away from all of us Americans and everybody in the world.
Ma'am, they've been
No,
saying
it's
World
bridge,
War III is going
not
to
ma'am.
happen.
What, love? I didn't hear you, honey.
They've been saying World War III is going to happen for decades.
Oh.
Right? That doesn't mean it's going to happen right now. They're using that to fearmonger you into voting for someone.
Oh, no. No. I have so many politicians. My cousin ran the White House, fourth in command. I know what goes down,
Wait,
Parker.
fourth in command, what were they?
Under Bush.
Under Bush? Who was it?
The first Bush.
Yeah, who was it?
You weren't born then? Are you kidding?
Thank you. I'm 22 years old, Bridge. You can do
Okay,
the
you
math.
weren't born, sweetheart.
So?
It was the first George Bush.
Yeah, I'm asking who the person was. I know who George Bush was.
Oh no, I'm not telling you who my cousin is. No, I'm not doing that.
You understand that we could just look them up if it is the case that that's actually
Go right ahead. Be my guest. Be my guest. She's fourth in command.
Okay, well, you just gave it away. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead.
Top secret, but we can look it up on the internet.
No, I don't think it is top secret. Nothing on the
just
internet
say
is
it.
top secret anymore, Parker.
Then just say it. Don't make me look it up.
Why? I'm not doing that to my cousin.
You already did it.
Okay, do it, Parker. Find out who I'm talking about. And I'll tell you, she was out in California.
Okay. So
And,
what is the relevancy of
then-
this?
Aren't we discussing the same topic, Parker?
Yeah, what's the relevancy of you telling me you had someone that was like in the Bush administration? Think of the confetti, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bridge, did you hear what I said?
Yes, you want to know what the irrelevancy is. It unfortunately, with you being so young, I respect you, Parker. I really do, and I hope you are right. I really, really do. But I'm afraid.
I was waiting for it.
What? What do you?
The but.
No, honey, I'm not canceling out the first statement with the but. I'm saying I respect you, and I really hope you're correct. I do.
Okay.
I really do.
But.
No, you just said but. I'm not saying but.
You said it earlier. Now you got rid of
so
it.
Cute.
You got rid of the rest of it.
No, there is no but. Because
she said it. She got caught.
Parker, when you use the word but, B-U-T, you cancel out your first statement.
Well, then why'd you say it? You just conceded.
I conceded to you?
Yeah, you just said that if you say but, you cancel out the first statement.
That's
when you said but earlier, you canceled out the first statement.
But I am not canceling out any statement. I'm hoping that Kamala gets in. I really, really do. But with all these other world leaders watching us right now go down in history, this is what brings up the fear in us as half of the citizens in America. I would love to vote for Kamala. I just don't feel that she has the experience. And I don't
What experience does she need? Ball in Detroit, thank you so much for the $20 on the Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She has more experience than Donald Trump does.
It has to come down to respect. That's all.
Wait, she literally, no, that's just misogyny. Thank you. I appreciate the coffee. Thank you so much. You're just saying she shouldn't be president because she's a woman. That's what you're saying.
No.
Wait, so I have a question. If Donald Trump was if Donald Trump was a woman, would you vote for him or vote for her?
Absolutely not. With his track record, exactly right.
Jesus Christ! Gosh, Bridge, do you think that women should have the right to vote?
Oh, come on, Parker. Come on.
Well, you think women shouldn't be president, so I'm not putting it past you.
I do. I absolutely do.
Do you think women should have rights over their bodies?
I absolutely 1000% do.
So then why are you voting in a candidate that wants to restrict that?
That I am totally against, Parker, but we have to take everything into account and do a scale of what weighs out what. And I'm not for Trump doing everything that he has been.
So women losing their rights is just not bad enough.
It's disgusting.
Women losing their rights is just not bad enough. Is that what you're saying?
No, not that at all. That Roe versus Wade, that to me disgusts me, Parker, totally. And probably all the women in the world. We have a right over our own bodies. And no man should ever say
and
otherwise.
That's why you shouldn't be voting for the man that wants to restrict your rights to do the show. You should vote for the woman who doesn't.
Sweet love, I'm going to wrap it up with this. It comes down to keeping us out of World War III, because none of us will survive. It's all based upon that. It's respect. And I don't have a lot of respect for him. And I do have a lot of respect for her. But when it comes to other males leading the Russia and all the other countries, it's going to come down to Trump. I'm so sorry to say that.
Would you have voted for Barack Obama?
Absolutely.
Okay, but a lot of racists said that specifically.
Yes,
if he was president, that would look bad because he's black. So
and I wish Michelle would come.
So why are you doing the same thing with women? So why are you saying the same thing with women now?
Why am I saying the same thing with women in regards
Yeah,
to...
that because she's a woman is the reason why you don't want her to be president.
Not at all. Not at all. It's not up to me, Parker. It's up to everybody in the other countries watching us right now.
I understand, but then that same reasoning justifies not voting for Barack Obama. That same reasoning justifies not voting for Donald Trump in general.
Voted for
because
Barack.
Donald Trump looks worse. Like
I voted for Barack, and I got all my other people out there to vote for Barack, for him. And if we could get Michelle to agree to bring Barack back as our vice president running, we would be hands down.
Wait, do you think Michelle Obama you'd vote for her?
In a second, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would, but she's a woman, and you're okay with voting for her.
She has her husband's support, but I don't think she's going to allow.
Who did Barack Obama endorse?
Honey, that's too long of a list.
Who did Barack Obama endorse? He endorsed Kamala Harris.
Parker, I don't have my facts on all of that. Do you? Tell me what facts are. Like my father said, just give me the facts, keep the emotion out, which is pretty hard right now.
Go to Obama's Twitter account, and you can see his tweet.
No, give me more facts than that.
It's his personal Twitter account that's verified. It's what he said.
Well, wouldn't you vote for if we got Michelle to bring back and be vice president? Don't you think it would be a hands down?
Michelle doesn't want to run. But
Exactly
yes,
right.
Michelle would take the dub. Yes,
exactly right. She would tear it up.
And so is Kamala Harris. Now vote for Kamala Harris, who would advocate for the same policy and is also a woman.
Yes.
Yeah, because you were saying that they can't win because they're a woman, but then you'd vote for Michelle Obama, who is a woman.
Exactly right. And I would also vote, if we weren't in this world turmoil right now, as bad as it is upside down, you've got it right. Kamala would be my girl. But that's what we're afraid of, are these other world leaders watching us go down.
Wait, why aren't you afraid of that with Michelle Obama?
Because she has her husband behind her.
Both Obamas endorsed Kamala Harris.
I hear what you're saying, Parker, and I respect you, sweetheart, very much.
So what is the difference between Kamala and Michelle Obama? That means you'd vote for one but not the other.
Not quite so. Michelle has experience with her husband she was right there side by side with her husband as being president.
Kamala Harris was vice president.
I know.
Kamala Harris has more experience.
No, you're trying to, are you comparing Kamala with Michelle?
Yes.
I'm not sure. You are. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard you right.
Mm-hmm. Kamala has more experience.
And that's your opinion? Or is
No,
that
that's fact.
Okay,
That's fact.
what facts are you backing that up with?
Vice president, senator, attorney general, district attorney.
That's correct. Keep going.
Thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. That's what's relevant.
Okay. Well, I really respect everybody that is listening to you. And I don't know what age you are, but I give you major kudos.
I'm 20.
Major, because this is a hot debate, a really hot debate. And the only reason Trump is not such a figurehead is because he's had his own money. He is almost like a dictator. And that's what Parker, I'm afraid that we might need to stay out of World War III because none of us are going to be here to even have a debate or another election.
Jesus Christ, she said the quiet part out loud. Did you say we need a dictator, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Parker, I didn't hear you, hon.
Did you say we need a dictator?
No. I'm saying that Trump acts like a dictator.
And you said that's what we need.
At this point in time, I am so afraid to say yes, but yes, that's true, Parker.
Jesus Christ.
I know. I hear you.
Jesus Christ. They say the quiet part out loud.
I feel you, Parker. I feel you.
Would you vote for Trump if he ran for a third term? If he won this time and he ran for it again, would you vote for him?
That would, if I had a crystal ball to see who was running against him. I mean, yeah, I don't.
So, so you don't know. You might.
Parker, we're way out. We
if you had a crystal ball,
you're right,
and it said specifically that Donald Trump was going to cause World War III.
Right.
Would you vote for Donald Trump?
If he was going to cause World War III, would I vote for him? Nobody would, Parker. Nobody would.
So you wouldn't.
Nobody would, Parker.
Okay, so if you had a crystal ball,
No,
you know
nobody has any crystal balls.
And you knew that Donald Trump tried to undermine our American democracy, would you vote for him?
You know what, Parker? I would not vote for really anyone that undermines our democracy. But, and you brought up some good points, some really good points, Parker.
All right. Bridge, well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you, honey.
Thank you.
Best wishes.
Have a good day. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. There's a wise man once said, the other side is weird. They're so weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's said in hell that they don't have anything else but Donald Trump speeches. That's what I've heard. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why so?
I think we're going to need somebody that has a pair of balls.
So you're misogynistic?
Sometimes. Lovely.
Sometimes. Okay. Why?
Just with everything going on in the other countries, it's not safe right now.
What do you mean?
Wars, bombs getting dropped today, killed in the U.S. It's not cool.
So why should we have a mentally incompetent president over a woman? Mentally incompetent and delusional, or a woman? Tried to overthrow our government, or a woman? Is racist and misogynistic, or a woman? Denies climate change and humans causing it, or a woman? He left. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, am I on?
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Are you driving?
I just pulled over.
Well, I do hear myself in echoes. There, we can fix that.
Let me try. Let me see. Let me take you out Bluetooth.
Yeah. So, are you voting Trump?
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah. Why so?
So, a buddy sent me a link to your thing. I'm not too familiar with your thing, but it's obvious just from what I heard so far that you're very pro Kamala, which is, I guess, my only response to that is really, I lived in the Bay Area for many years, so I did see what effect she had on the community when she was a DA over there. And she was terrible at her job. And I don't mean that because she's a woman or because she's a minority, because my parents were immigrants. My father served.
So why did Trump give her money?
I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, Trump used to be a Democrat. Why was Trump a Democrat? So I don't think that's a valid.
Okay, so then obviously, then I don't think you'd be valid for the positions then. So what about our positions now?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying it kind of leads one thing to the next. She was, in my opinion, a terrible DA. She put a lot of black people in prison for basically nothing, for weed violations. She put a lot.
I have to kick you. You can't say that on the live, but I'd love a source because there weren't demographics on the things that you're referencing. Yo, what's up, how old are you? By the way, you can't say like drug names in particular, by the way, y'all. How old are you? You can't say it in particular. You gotta say, like, if you're gonna say it, you gotta say like M drug or something. Or leafy greens. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Can't say that on the live.
How old are you? Are you voting Trump? Okay. Thank you for the garland. Thank you so much. And thank you for the Lucy's. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Because I'm a dumb redneck who only listens to that man and that man only.
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, coconut head! Woo! Hair 2024!
All right, let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Appreciate it, Matt. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hand art. Yo, are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Wait, how old are you?
22.
I mean, so according to Kamala, you're dumb.
And according to
How do you feel
Trump,
about
I'm
that?
smart, and I'm voting against him.
Wait, when did he say that?
Trump on his TikTok said that I'm smart.
When?
It's like his second or third to last video on TikTok. He was talking to Jake Paul, and he's like, "They're smart, and we're predominantly voting against him."
Cool. So
He said we're smart, and we're
also-
predominantly
alright,
voting
cool.
against
We're done
him.
with that. Yeah. So also, we're on the brink of war. What do you think of that?
How is that caused by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
I didn't say it was caused by it. I said we are on the brink of it, which means it's upcoming. So I'm kind of worried about the future. Much rather have
A raging lunatic in office who's been held legally responsible for sexual
Wait,
abuse,
whoa, whoa,
defamation,
whoa.
fraud,
So
as
you
34
wanna-
felonies over a woman, right?
What does that mean? Over a woman. What is that? What are you trying to insinuate?
Nothing. I'm just saying.
Well, back it up with the claim or something. You want to
What?
elaborate on that?
Yeah, like, would you rather vote for convicted felon, proven sexual abuser? Thank you for the hand art. Fraudster, election denier.
Wait.
Over a woman.
Proven sexual abuser?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by proven? Like guilty in a silver court?
Held
Or
legally responsible in a civil court. Yeah, based upon preponderance of evidence. So it was proven based upon preponderance of evidence.
so based off of a jury that basically checked yes on a box?
Mm-hmm.
Means that he's it just means it's proven.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't necessarily agree with that, but we won't dive into that now. So let me ask you this.
So you don't agree with convictions?
I mean, we'll just go down a whole.
So how do you know there's any crime happening at the border?
Sorry?
How do you know there's any crime happening at the border? Because you don't accept reports, you don't accept convictions.
I didn't say that. I mean, like I said, I haven't looked into the case that much, so I'll do my own research about that, so we won't dive into that now.
Okay.
But what was I just about to say here? Why are you voting for Kamala apart from your whole robot script?
Robot scripts.
Yeah, yeah, like you're. Yeah, I want to hear an actual reasoning behind.
I feel like I give pretty extensive reasoning.
Like what? Did you tell me or?
Yeah.
You did.
You said it was a robot script.
Well, go on and say it. You're just gonna say anything about, like, I want to hear something about Kamala, not Trump. Leave Trump out of the conversation and try and back Kamala.
Yeah, she wants the legalization of leafy greens and
Okay.
to reform the criminal
Well,
justice
clearly
system.
you would support that.
instead
Those
of-
bags. You need to lay off that a bit, bud.
The
But
bags are
continue.
genetic, genius.
I'm sure it is. All right, continue.
They are. I can show you pictures of me when I was a
I
child.
don't care about that. Don't.
Why'd you say it? Instead of attacking my
Because
argument,
you're not
you
denying
act
the
like
fact. You're not denying the
instead
fact
of
that you're on
attacking
the
my
leafy
argument.
greens. You're not denying the fact that you use leafy greens, do you? I'm sure you love it. But
I do.
anyways, yeah, good. Okay, next point.
What's the issue?
No issue. That's why I said next point.
Okay, so what was the issue?
I
Because
just
you
said-
acted like that was a problem.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's clear you're leaning onto it a bit too much there,
Shit,
but
sunglasses. Thank you so much. How am I leaning on it too much?
you tell me. You're delusional.
tell me.
You're clearly. I mean, you're
I'm delusional?
Yeah, you
You're
are.
voting for a guy who denies science
Yeah.
and is undermining our American democracy.
How?
He denies science. He says that it's going to start cooling.
No.
but Science just doesn't know it yet.
Undermining our democracy.
Yeah. So he tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. He's tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Where's the source for that second argument?
The fake electors?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are court documents. He's pleading immunity for it.
So, I mean, can we just accept the fact that almost every single president has
Thank you, that message. Thank you.
tried to somewhat deny the election?
No.
Well, why now?
Nope. So did Joe Biden certify the election results?
Sorry?
Did Joe Biden certify the election results in 2016, or 2017?
I'm not. Did he? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay, so apart from Joe Biden,
Okay, so name one person that has done what Trump has done in the modern era.
well, not. I mean,
Name one
I'm
person in American politics that's done the same thing Trump has done in the modern era. Name one.
in terms of what?
Undermining the American
deny
democracy
election?
for years later. Yeah. Even after there were court cases that indicated you don't have sufficient evidence.
Man, I really, you know, what are these comments saying? You know, I really, you know, I think maybe they haven't gone through with, you know, going down court trials or whatnot, but I think they've come out and outspoken about it.
They've brought up court cases.
Okay. So what's your next point about for voting
Yeah,
for
'cause you
Kamala?
cut me
I
off.
just
Would
want,
you like
I
me
want
to
to
keep going.
Sorry?
Because you cut me off. Would you like me to keep going?
Yeah. I just wanted you to back up that second point, clarify it, but go on.
Yeah. She wants to extend access to the ACA and expand universal health care, bring about more access to child care, school lunches, all right, universal school lunches, a child tax credit, extending it to the 2021 version. There are plenty of things.
You had a stance on something I want to bring up here, but let me think. Keep going. I want to hear your script. You usually bring it up here, so
Well, I gave you different things. You said you wanted different things, and I gave you different things, and now you're mad? You have no response?
what do you mean? No, I didn't say I didn't have a response. There's just something specific that I wanted to, you know, attack. But
Go ahead, attack it.
well, that's why I just asked if you could go down your script, so maybe it'll jog my memory a bit.
You want me to give you the script now?
Yeah, go on.
I don't have a script, so I can't go off any script.
So what script were you just referring to then?
I was referring to what you said.
No, but which was referring to what you usually say.
So what I usually say, not a script.
It is a script. That's why I said it's a script.
Where's the script written down?
You tell me.
It's not written down anywhere. I'll close my eyes.
Okay, so close your eyes and say it, Parker.
He's been held legally responsible for sexual
There it
abuse,
is.
defamation,
Good
and fraud. He
boy.
has 34 felonies. He's been undermining the American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. He's specifically advocating to restrict women's access to abortion. He's advocating against, climate change being caused by humans, which is a scientific consensus. He says he wants to ban Muslims from coming to the country, complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. What else do you want to hear?
So how? Okay, wait. How is she going to benefit the middle class? And before you answer that, I want you to.
The child tax credit.
No, hold on. I want you to explain to me who fits into that middle class. What type of people? Like what income bracket?
Like, what is the income for the middle class?
No. Like I just want you to specify, and I guess if Kamala.
The income.
Yeah, the income bracket.
Yeah, I think it's like 45 to 157,000.
To what?
Like 45 to 157,000 is what we consider middle class.
Okay. And the child tax credit?
Yeah, it would increase it from 2,000 to 3,600 per kid under 5.
But so I'm not an expert on this, but
Someone said I had the speech tattooed on my eyelids. So real.
I'm sure you do.
I'm so real. So when I close my eyes, I can just read it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for relax. Thank you, JVD. Thank you so much for the $5. Katie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Katie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. What?
No, I was gonna ask if you were off the green leaves right now. Seems like you were slurring your words back there a bit, but
No, I'm not.
that's good. Shouldn't.
I can do it right now just for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Hit a little blinker for me there, kid.
Mila, thank you so much for the chasing the dream. Thank you so much. I'll have to. I'm probably gonna hit a restart here because I do think it randomly hit a point where it stopped sending out. But
That's all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm voting for Trump. I'm glad this was a little bit of banter. I'm just having fun with you here, but glad to hop on here. Sorry, I'm boring, chat. I guess I'm incoherent. Thanks.
you should vote for Kamala Harris. I'm serious.
I'm not gonna do that, but
Why not?
well, because I just listen to your script. I just listen to your script, and it's like, actually, I mean, listening to you doesn't really make me want to vote for her. I mean, you and what's the other kid's name? The blonde kid with the middle part. You should tell him to really switch up that haircut too. It's getting a little old. Like you guys are just kind of annoying, but
Thank you so much.
You're not being annoying to me.
Sounds to me
right
like
now,
you're not
so.
open.
Sorry. No.
Sounds to me like you're not open.
Well, sounds to me you're making a pretty conclusive. Well, I mean, you don't really know me, so.
I just said what it sounds like.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, it sounds like you're annoying, and you try and.
Sounds like you are mad.
No, I'm not
baby
mad.
bottles in the chat.
No. Well, don't do that. No, I'm not mad. I'm just saying, sometimes when people do make good arguments, maybe I'm not doing that good of a job because, I'm not a policy freak, blah, blah, blah. But when people do make good arguments for you guys, it seems like you love to read out donos then. You like to attack them personally, but you guys also don't.
I read out donos when I get it, and I will give you an argument before I attack you personally. So it's not an ad hominem. It's just an attack.
I don't know about that, but I think you guys do like to attack people personally.
Yes, attack bigots personally. Based.
Whoa, see? Just called the whole Republican base bigots. It's not nice, is it?
I don't do that to every Republican.
But you just said it.
Yeah, I said it with bigots. I never said it with every Republican.
So who are the bigots you're referring to?
The people that come on the live that I do it to.
Okay, so yeah. Anyways, like I said,
thank you so much. The Trump deplorables.
This is cool, I guess.
Thank you so much.
Just waiting for you to restart your live here, but yeah, I mean, dude, I'm not a good representation of the Republican. But I really do need to do some more digging myself. I know you're probably going to give me a cheeky response here, but yeah, no, I will. I mean, I'm learning a bit from your lives, which probably isn't a good thing. Probably going against what I just said, because I do think it's a little biased. I do think you guys use stats to kind of cover up certain things and sway people certain ways. But
like what?
I don't know, dude. I mean, we can get into some touchy subject here, like the whole abortion thing. Like, yeah, I think you guys really focus on like when you guys talk about grape. And I feel like that's such a small percentage of people that actually do get abortions.
Cool. Doesn't mean that it's okay to happen just because
Exactly.
it happens at a lower rate.
Hold on. That's
And that's the
completely
thing with the
fine.
dollar.
That's completely fine. But I feel like you put so much strain on that one specific argument. You make it seem like it is the majority. So people that
Never did that once. You're just mad.
I said no. Hold on. I said you make it seem like it. I never said you did.
Nope, never did.
Well, you do.
Who? When? What did I say that made it seem that way? Tell me.
Well, when you ask people, would you? Here, I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I asked if they make a great. Well, you got some content that cannot be shown to people. That was the last person.
Sorry, what were we saying?
The last person got some age restriction.
TikTok's weird with that. Yeah, when you're like, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the line of questioning is, but you do sort of make it seem like rape is what majority of women who get abortions. See,
nope, never said that. Never even made an indication.
Well, I'm sure you probably not. Okay, my stance is, I mean, it should be left to the states, which I'm sure that's what Trump.
Yep, that's what leads to women being forced to go through pregnancies, even if they're raped.
Okay, so I do think there should be exceptions, but I do think it should be left up to the states. Now, I get that's also like a whole.
That means that there shouldn't be exceptions federally.
Well, yeah, not federally. That's exactly my point.
Yeah, I'm saying there should be federal protections for rape victims.
So, okay, so give me your stance here. Let me fully understand your stance before I do actually attack your stance. I'm pretty sure I'm asking like for your stance on this situation.
Yeah, what do you want?
Like, what's your stance on abortion?
Oh, pro-sentience.
Okay. So that's between what, 18 to
26 weeks, yeah.
Okay. And in that time frame, you believe that you can or you can, okay, so you can. So between 0 and 18 weeks. Good chat, relax a little bit. I'm trying to get informed, right? So just, relax. I'm trying to get some, have a not a debate. Just this is more of an oh my God, I can't speak. Informative session. So, so you're saying between 0 and 18 weeks, you believe people can or cannot get abortions?
I believe they should be able to get elective abortions prior to that point. And then, exceptions would be up to the gentlest means necessary. So, like, any point after viability would be induction of labor.
No, you're not MAGA. No, well, yeah, I mean, chill. All right, well, I'm clearly irritating your chat here, so
okay,
I'll let you go.
All right, should I hit a restart real quick, everyone? I noticed at a specific point it stopped sending out, so that was really interesting. But I could hit a restart real quick. I might be able to fix it. Should I try that real quick, or should I just like stay here, or should I stay here? Yeah, most people are saying, yeah, go ahead and do a restart. We'll probably do that real quick. All right, I'll be right back, everyone. Reset and blinker, okay. What's up, Sad? What's up, Kia Mommy? How you doing? What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Debbie? How you doing? What's up? What's up, JV? What's up, Devin? What's up, Tori? How you doing? What's up, Kayla? We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second, and we're going to be getting it going. What's up, C-Bar? How you doing? What's up, Liam? What's good? What's up, Marty? 1v1 me in basketball? I don't know you, but I would if I did. What's up, Boo? What's up, Justin? What's good, everyone joining in? Let's get the first person up here in a second. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Sally, thank you so much for the $27 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sally. I really appreciate that. I mean, I've definitely started to look into that a little bit more. What's up, Courtney? How you doing? Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. All right, let's get this person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
27.
Hold on, thank you for the dollar. Thank you so much. So are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir, I am.
And why is that?
Just because Kamala wants to ban all the firearms. And I'm an avid gun owner, and I don't want to get rid
Not
of
all
guns.
firearms. Also, is there a way you can fix your background noise?
Is that better?
It's a little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, so I have a few AR-15s, and I don't feel like giving them up.
Okay. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Would you say that your right to have access to them shouldn't be restricted, even if it leads to more children dying?
No, I just don't want to give my firearms. It's my right to protect myself.
Do you think women's access to abortion should be restricted? Like,
Absolutely
it should be
not.
illegal? So you think it should be legal?
Well, abortion is a different case. I believe anybody who wants an abortion should get an abortion.
Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. So you're pro-choice. So why are
I'm
you voting for
pro-choice, but
someone
also I'm
who's
pro-gun.
So why are you voting for someone who's undermining women's access to abortion?
Because firearms are more important.
Firearms are more important than women's rights?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Why so?
Because I want to be able to protect myself and my family.
You understand that it is the case that you're going to be able to protect yourself even without an AR-15?
I don't know. I kind of live in the hood, so
I don't think you need an AR-15.
You'd be surprised.
What are you taking on? A fucking military?
Not exactly, but damn near.
Damn near a military? Yeah,
Yes,
dude,
sir.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Well, see, I live in a bad part of Jacksonville, so
Okay, I don't think you need a AR-15. He's paused, everyone. Yeah. The only place you would need an AR-15 is when you're literally in war. Okay, like I'm not like this isn't The Walking Dead, you know what I mean? I don't need an AR-15. This isn't Fortnite, right? This is real life.
I'm just trolling. Coconut heads for life.
Okay, all right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Abby, thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Again, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 43.
Austin, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much for the hot hat and mustache. I appreciate it, Space Cakes. So you're voting Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
Why so? Kim, thank you for the hand arts.
Ask me the same questions you just asked the same guy.
Yeah, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Yeah, that's a moral thing. So you want to vote for a woman that has come out and admitted that she had an affair to promote her career?
You understand that they weren't together? The person she was
she
engaging
came
with, that she
out.
dated with, wasn't.
So she came out
They
and
were
admitted
separated.
it was
They were
an affair.
separated.
It's an
They
affair.
were separated. The
She
people
admitted
that
it was
the
an
people.
affair. An affair is an affair. It's small and wrong.
No, they did not admit it was an affair. They
Okay.
said specifically that they were legally together, but they had been separated for 10 years. Thank you for
Okay.
the love painting. Thank you so much. Okay, so
So,
not only
our-
that, but Trump cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one, the corn star. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. When his wife was pregnant.
Yeah. You want to talk about firearms? You want to talk about political things instead of
You want to deflect away from every topic that you lose from? Go for it.
No, you are talking about topics that you want to talk about, and I've raised the question.
Wait, you told me to bring something up. Bring something up then. Go for it. Talk about something.
No. I said, ask me a question that you just asked the same guy. Firearms?
Yes, and I did. I literally did.
Ask me why I think we should be able to keep AR-15s.
Yeah, go for it.
Because we have the legal right as the Second Amendment to have them. Now tell me.
Okay. Under the Second Amendment, should you be able to get access to a nuke legally?
To a nuke? They're not
It's an
allowed.
arm. It's an arm.
Get a nuke. You know what?
Hey, the right to bear arms.
See, you're deflecting. Ask
I'm
me
not
about
deflecting.
AR-15s.
It's the right, Chris. It's the right to bear arms.
And
the nuclear weapon is an arm.
Nuclear weapon. That is a
it's an arm.
Weapon.
A nuclear arm.
That is a nuclear arm. A nuclear weapon. You're deflecting. This is what.
Wait. You said the right to
I said
to, like,
ask me
bear
about
arms.
AR-15s. You don't want to ask me about them.
I already did. I literally said answer it. Go ahead.
You said should
I think
you have AR-15s because all these children are dying. How many children are killed from an AR-15?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I asked the person, do you think it still should be, or do you think it shouldn't be restricted even if it leads to more children dying? So I said even if. So I'll ask you the same question. Do you think that the AR-15 should still be legal even if it leads to more children dying?
Yes. I think it should be legal because it's not the gun that you need to look at. It's why are children dying from it? More children die from handguns than they do from AR-15s. Do you have a stat you want to pull up for that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree that more people die from handguns than AR-15s.
You're not pushing the fact that handguns should be illegal. You're just pushing AR-15s because that's on
more people. Listen, more people die from handguns than die from miniguns. So why do you think miniguns should be illegal?
Why are you pushing AR-15s?
Hey, listen. Why do you think miniguns should be illegal even though they lead to less deaths annually than handguns?
Explain a minigun. Is that a fully automatic?
Yes, but like
Okay.
it leads to death. It leads to less
fully
deaths.
automatic rifles?
No, I'm saying when they did exist, there were still less deaths due to a minigun comparative to handguns. Yet we still restrict miniguns, even though we don't restrict handguns to the same degree. It's because they're weapons of war.
But you know
That's
what?
why.
If I had a minigun,
And honestly, I'm gonna be totally real with you. If getting rid of handguns, ultimately speaking, saved more lives, ultimately speaking, like overall, I'd be totally okay with handguns being banned.
and I'm sure you will, but I won't because I think that I have a Second Amendment right to be able to protect myself and my family, just like the Constitution says. And that even includes tyranny. And people want to sit here and talk about, like, so you're going to attack the government? No, but if
the older millennial just sent me a rose. Yo, wait, hold on. I gotta address this, Chris. I gotta address this real quick. Older millennial was making videos and stuff, literally in the past, talking about how they were begging me to come up on my live. They were begging me so much to come up on the live, and I don't want to give them the attention. But now he comes on my live all the time, trying to get us up here because I said I don't want to engage with someone. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Who said that it's okay to kill mentally disabled people? Called my friend a terrorist, right? Literally does all this crazy shit. The guy who says that people who get abortions, elective abortions, should be sterilized. This is the guy, all right? I don't want to engage with him because those crazy positions, all right? He doesn't change on any of them, and he just drunkenly doesn't respond to any arguments, literally just comes up here to spew random conspiracy bullshit, right? No, I'm good. I don't want to make you any money by coming up here, right? So I have completely legitimate reasons not to engage with you. I've already debated you multiple times, and those things are insane. When prior, you ran away from us for so long and wouldn't debate us even before you had debated me, and you didn't have any reason not to. So don't sit up here and fucking do all this bullshit because you want fucking viewers on live. Go figure out your own shit, don't have crazy views, and maybe people will want to engage with you, OM. Holy fuck, bro. That's actually so funny, dude. You're such a baby. You're such a narcissist. You have to, like, literally every single time try to make yourself the victim. It's hilarious. And everyone realizes it's bullshit who has half of a brain cell. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you so much. You still got a few people in your comment section that will support you regardless, or whatever the fuck that happens, right? But anyone outside of the context of this cult-like random bullshit, right, knows you're fucking insane, okay? So, like, if you want to be known by that, go for it. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. But go for it, Chris. Go for it.
I know we have a problem. We're Democrats, we're Republicans, we're independents, we support different ideals, right? And we have a problem where we want to label everybody because of the select few. Could you agree with that?
I'm not labeling everyone because of him. I think that the older millennial is a unique individual in terms of how bad he is on the right. I definitely agree. He's not like the average person, but there are like 1.3 million people that follow him. Okay? So we can't sit there and act like this isn't a huge portion of your party, given that he's the most followed Republican individual on TikTok that I've seen that is like not government affiliated.
Who are you talking about?
Older millennial. He literally said that mentally disabled people should be thrown off of a mountain. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. On video.
Millennial. I haven't seen that one. I'll have to look him up because that's crazy. But no,
Yeah,
I mean, my point is, you'll have a few people that come into lives, or they'll get reported on, or whatever, and they'll come out and they'll spew some, that it's Republican and Democrat. I'm not biased. I will call people out. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're a Republican, if you're a Democrat, if you're an independent, and you're an extremist. I think there's a fine line between being an extremist and trying to do what's best for the country as a whole.
And I think that's why you need to draw the line on Trump here. That's why you need to draw the line on Trump.
I don't believe that. Kamala hasn't shown me anything, and that's the reason I vote.
Would you vote for someone? So would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
We're talking morals, and morals are morals, and we can talk about Biden's morals. We can talk about Kamala's.
Chris, apparently you follow older millennial.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Apparently you follow older millennial. And Arthur, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Arthur.
Who follows older millennials?
You.
What do you mean I follow older millennials?
Your following, list is public, and apparently you follow him.
I don't really follow that much people. Do I follow that guy?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to. I can't look because it'll pull me off the live.
Okay.
I may know who you're talking about, but I'll have to go back and look at it. But I know if I look at it right now,
if you want proof of him saying those things, I have a video on my page. Just scroll down so you see older millennial exposed. It's like the one video on my account that didn't send out at all. I can't. It's multiple minutes long, so you'd have to watch it.
You can't even show just a small clip of it.
I have to go off of my stuff, but yeah, I can play the clip.
I really don't know everybody that I follow. I haven't followed a lot of people, and really, I started following people to begin with, and then I just pick up a few random people here and there. But I mean,
mentally disabled people by throwing them off of cliffs. So I got this clip, and I just want to understand what you meant by this, and we can talk about it. Go to town, play it.
Yeah, so I guess we've got to.
And then I'm perfectly fine with throwing mentally disabled people off a mountain.
I disagree.
Okay, well, I guess it was fine talking to you.
I think that's pretty
the bullet you want to bite.
And sterilizing women after getting one elective abortion. I'm pro-choice.
Okay.
But I also believe that after your first abortion, you should be sterilized.
Why?
Because he thinks that they shouldn't be able to do it again. And he wants to completely prevent that.
Well, I mean, we can talk about abortion if you want to make that a topic too, that me and you discuss. I have my limits on abortion. I know that you kind of mentioned that with the previous guy that was talking to, and I kind of want to make a point on that. You said that Trump's trying to take away abortion and take away your rights to have an abortion. He's not. Trump is trying to
put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
States, give it back to the states.
Yes, him leaving it up to the states restricts 1/3 of women's access to abortion in this country.
What was the federal government designed to do originally?
I don't care how the federal government was originally designed.
The federal government was originally designed to help the states, not control them, not tell them what to do.
Yeah, and the Articles of Confederation failed.
The states.
The Articles of Confederation failed.
What the federal government has done in the years is say, okay, if we're going to help you, then you have to do something for us. And that has gotten to the extreme where the federal government wants to control everything that happens across the board. And to me, that's what Trump's kind of doing. He's taking that off. That shouldn't be a federal government mandated thing. That should be to the states for the people to vote for. Do you not think that it's right for the people of a state to vote for abortion and say, yes, we accept this, or no, we don't? Do you think No, because that's already set in stone that
Okay.
they can't.
So even if it is the case that they voted on it, you'd still be against that changing.
But we should be allowed to vote for that. And I think the majority of people in a state would vote no on taking women's rights away. You can't use that argument.
Yeah, so
you can
again-
take away the fact that people should have the right to choose. And that's what I'm giving you, is the fact that people should have the right to choose, and it starts at a state level. And you agree that that should be, and that is the way that our government is supposed to be set up. We start at a state level because we start at a state level picking the people that go to the Senate and the House to represent us on the federal level. True? So to say that, well, if a state took it away, the only way that a state could take that away is if the people voted for it. If not, then they're not listening to the people that vote for them. They're just basically creating a statewide I lost the word, but they're trying to control their state without the people having any say, right?
So what I'm telling you is
A
that ultimately,
dictatorship. I'm sorry, a state-run dictatorship, and you can't do that. We elect our officials that represent us. We elect our governors. We elect our mayors. I mean, we even go all the way down to where we elect.
I honestly
our
don't know why
superintendents for
you're
schools.
telling me this at the time.
Because you said if a state took it away from us, but
I
in
don't
order
think
for a state
that-
to do it, we'd have to vote for that, right?
Yeah, the people in the state would vote for that. And I don't think that just because
Okay.
people in a particular state vote for that means it should be that way. Okay? Now, if it was the case that it would have, in a certain state, restricted women's access to vote, like enough people would vote for it, would you be okay with them making that determination?
If that's the way it came, I mean, that's the way our government's set up. But I don't see that happening.
That's
I don't see
insane.
a
That is
single
so insane.
state in the
For you to
United
say that
States
you think that
would
women's
vote
rights as it
for
relates to voting should be left up to the states is actually insane.
It's not. I mean, we vote on
It
everything.
is.
Everything
It is
that
totally
happens is voted
insane.
on. Even our senators and representatives that we vote for what laws.
I don't
and
think
stuff we
that
have to enact.
I don't think that should be up to I don't think that should be up to the states. If you
What
think it
if
should
the
be
Senate and
listen,
the House
listen,
decided to
listen,
vote to
listen,
take that away
listen,
from them? Would you be okay with it?
If you think that should be left up to the states, I'll ask you, why do you think it should be left up to the states? Why do you think it should be left up to the states? You gonna unmute? I sent you the invite to unmute. Click on your profile picture and click unmute, or click the microphone. Give it a second, everyone. While it takes them a minute to figure this out, tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right. All right, let's just get another person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
No.
Okay.
Kamala all the way.
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Just to elaborate on what that last guy was saying. Whenever you said it kind of caught me off guard here. I actually just joined the live and you pulled me up. Really, whenever it comes down to the Kamala.
Cut out. Can't hear you.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I was trying to pull my Google up, but it goes away. Whenever it comes to the differences between Kamala and Trump, I think it's a better of two evils, I guess you could say.
Okay. So
Whenever
what makes you think that Donald Trump is the better of two evils?
So I know that you like to ask that question of would you vote for somebody that's more than likely but not guaranteed to have what's that question that you like to ask people?
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Yeah, so more likely than not. That's like saying did you speed in your car today? Yes or no? More likely than not.
I said more like. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Well,
It's really not that difficult to understand.
That's
I don't
pretty gaslight of a question, though. You know, like
Yeah,
Pretty
but it
what?
doesn't sound like
It's pretty gaslight of a question. What do you mean by gaslight of a question?
So whenever you say more likely than not, where's the definition, or what's the definite there? More likely than not. That's not saying that he did. That's not.
It's saying more likely than not. What's so difficult to understand
that's an
about more?
opinion-based statement, right?
Would you vote for
Yeah.
someone, or no? Would you let someone take care of your child that more likely than not sexually assaulted a kid?
More likely or not is based on opinion. So you're trying to take.
Can you answer the question?
people's opinions. I mean, right? You're trying to figure out who.
Do you think
thinks
that
this
you would
happened
vote? Do you
more
think
than
that you would
people
vote
think
for
it did
someone who
happen?
more likely than not, or you? I mean, you would let someone take your kid who more likely than not sexually assaulted a kid?
More likely than not, no, I wouldn't.
Okay, so then why would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Whenever it comes to the more likely and not, right? Whenever it comes to the assaulting of a woman, the past tense that's judging a person on its character of past tense versus present. He's running a country. He's not looking over children. He's running a country. He's
I understand,
not
but
being
it's
put
a
in the
good enough
room
of a
with
standard.
single woman.
He is looking over children if he's looking over the country. But what I'm saying is that it's a good enough standard of reason for you to believe it to be true in this scenario, but why not the other?
When you say why not the other, what are you referencing?
Yeah, it's a
Whenever
good
it comes
standard.
to my kid versus the
Yeah, you're going to believe it in the scenario where it's them taking care of your kid, but you're not going to believe it in this scenario because you
It's
have
not that I don't
confirmation
believe it.
bias.
It's not
because you
saying
have
that I didn't believe
confirmation
it.
bias towards Donald Trump.
right, but is what I'm saying.
Because it's the same standard of evidence in both scenarios, but you believe one but not the other.
But it's not the same. It's not that I'm
What's
not saying that
different?
he
What's
did. I'm not
relevantly
saying that-
different?
It's not. I'm not saying that he did. I'm not saying that he
What's
did.
relevantly
I apologize for
different?
cutting you off there, but there's a difference of present versus past.
What?
Presently, if I put him to watch my children today, right, that would be foolish of me to make that decision of today. Where if he sexually molested a child yesterday, that I can understand that would make sense of what you're saying, is that I wouldn't do that. But if it's something that, he did years and years and years and years ago, I still wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't let him watch my children. But that doesn't have anything to do with
Okay, so
running
why
the
would you
country.
let them run the country? Because again, no, what I'm saying is that you believe it to be true in one scenario, but you do not believe it in the other, even though the standard of evidence is the same in both scenarios. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes perfect sense, but you're applying it to the logic of dealing with a country, running a country in a productive fashion, than watching a woman or watching women or being able to sexually molest or harass women. He's not going to be in that. It's not the same scenario. It was years and years and years ago that he.
So he was held
more
legally
likely than
responsible
not.
for sexual assault. Would you vote for someone who, again, was held legally responsible for sexual assault?
If he was legally held responsible, yes. When a criminal fashion,
Trump was held legally responsible for sexual assault.
Not
Why are
in
you gonna
criminal.
vote for him?
not in criminal.
He was held in a civil court.
In
So
civil
again,
court.
if someone held a particular babysitter civilly liable for sexual assault, would you still let them take care of your kid?
No.
So just because they were held civilly liable for sexual assault is not a good reason to say you wouldn't, or you would still vote for him just because it was on a civil court. That's ridiculous.
But you got to understand, Harry, though, that a lot of cases
Harry,
are
that's
solved.
crazy.
I'm sorry. You got to understand that a lot of cases are solved. They're settled because it's cheaper to settle than it is to continue the litigation.
This wasn't
Would you
settled.
agree
He was
with
held
that?
legally responsible.
He had to pay a settlement out, right? Was it?
No, he was forced by the courts.
Forced by the courts to pay out.
Yep.
And where was this at?
This was in New York.
Yes.
In New York. Of course it would be in New York.
So you don't accept it because it was in New York? Like, that's not a reason not to not accept it.
Didn't he just get convicted on felonies? Where did he get convicted
He
on
was
felonies at?
convicted for 34 felonies, yes.
Where
at? In New York as well.
New York as well. Yeah.
Wait, so again, that doesn't mean that the case isn't legitimate. That's ridiculous to dispute the case because of that reason.
Where is it?
Wait, come
being-
on. That's ridiculous to dispute the case because of that reason.
No, it's really not, because it's political. It's an attack.
It's a political attack, I think is what he was getting alluding
What's happening
to.
right now? I mean, there's a political attack against every candidate running against Kamala Harris right now. There's a political
attack against every political candidate in general.
JFK.
Wait, there's a political attack against every political candidate.
So what political attack in the courts is happening to Harris right now?
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Oh, in the courts?
Yeah,
so wait,
like-
there's
like
no
what
there's no
type of
political
laws
attack in the courts. There's no political attack in the courts against JD Vance.
President, Trump, JFK, people running for president. JFK.
What? JFK?
I mean, what?
Why are you saying JFK?
JFK Jr.?
That's not someone who's running.
I'm sorry. I may have misspoke. Who's the independent? Who's the independent running right now?
Yeah, it's Robert Kennedy.
Okay, Robert Kennedy. Okay. But is there not a lawsuit against him right now? Did they not just drag Elon Musk in it too? Do you not know about that?
You understand that, again, that doesn't mean that every person who runs against Kamala Harris gets this. In the Democratic primary,
it's not.
in the
it's not
Democratic
about
primaries
Kamala.
that in the Democratic primaries that didn't happen.
The people running against her.
In the Democratic primaries, it didn't happen.
In a Democratic primary that didn't happen.
Yeah, she ran in the Democratic primaries. It didn't happen then.
Hey Parker, so I got a question for you, buddy. Whenever, so like New York, right? And you have these courts that are saying, okay, Trump did this. You have other, Democratic states that are, they hold, the courts are Democratic, right? And they're able to, and I'm not saying that this happened, right? So don't take it that way. I'm not even necessarily making the allegation that this happened. But let's just say, for the sake of conversation, that they have the opportunity to drag him through the mud, right? I think the other day, whenever I was listening, somebody had used the terminology of throwing mud, right? They're dragging through either have the opportunity to drag Donald Trump through the mud to make him look like more terrible of a person than he is, right? And I'm not saying that he's a good guy.
He's a very terrible person.
I mean,
They're not even making him look more terrible. I think they're not even making him terrible enough in terms of the way that they make him look.
So elaborate.
They should make him look more terrible because he is a terrible person.
Yeah. And when you say he's terrible, what about him makes him this terrible, awful guy that everybody alludes or is trying to, assert him to being?
Okay, so why is he this terrible guy? Well, because he's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. There are plenty of things.
How did he try to overthrow the government?
He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results and tried to get what's called fake electors to cast Trump votes rather than the one who won.
Right. That's not a full overthrow of the government. You need to watch your words.
That's him trying to overthrow the. That is literally him trying to overthrow the government.
That's not overthrowing the government. That's asking somebody to do something. And I totally get the point that you're trying to make there.
Undermining the democratic process is him trying to overthrow the government.
Just saying, hey, man, look, I don't think this is right. I think the election has been mishandled in a lot of different ways. We need to look at this more. I don't think, saying
that's not what he was saying. That's not what he was saying. He said it was rigged. He said it was rigged, that there's never been fraud like this before, right? And he says it now, even though there's no sufficient evidence indicating that. It was not just he wants to look and check if it is this case. He literally denied it. He literally denied it. He denied it when it is the case that it was proven in court that it occurred. Okay, so you can sit up here and you can fucking act like that's not something that happened, but it happened right in front of your face.
You get upset about stuff like that when we talk.
No,
about
I'm speaking louder because you're cutting me. I'm speaking louder because you're talking over me.
You're getting a little upset over something like that, aren't you?
I'm not. No, I'm just speaking louder because you're talking over me.
Did election fraud happen? Yes or no?
Yeah.
It did. And
Happens
now-
in every election, but it proportionally less in this election comparative to prior elections. It was the most secure election in recorded history.
If you were running for president, I'm going to ask you a personal question. If you were running for the presidency, you're a big political guy. You're getting backed by the Democratic Party. I mean, so many people.
I'm getting backed by the Democratic Party is hilarious.
Okay, so you're not getting paid to do these lives.
No,
you're not getting
only
any
from people who send me
compensation.
Venmos and Cash Apps.
Okay, so but let's just say
That's
if
so
you
funny,
were,
bro. You think I'm paid by the DNC?
If you were running for president,
We're paid by the DNC, chat. Gotta love the DNC money. It's so good. It's so very great.
and you thought there was election fraud, would you accept the results or would you fight it?
Yeah, I would accept it until I had good reason to believe otherwise.
You would
I
fight it,
would
which means
accept the
you're not
results until I have good reason to believe otherwise.
If you've seen it in your eyes and it's all over the news and videos are all over the place showing election fraud, you would be like, yep.
There was no sufficient evidence at the time to show election fraud. Nero, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Aaliyah, thank you for the $2. Yes, if the courts determined that there was election fraud, I would believe it.
Yeah,
Lawson, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Aaliyah, thank you for the $2 from the DNC. Thank you so much.
How long?
Say thank you for the $1 from the DNC. Jennifer, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you.
So, Parker, whenever you say that there was voter fraud, right? You just got done saying that there was in fact voter fraud.
Yeah, but
and they
again,
say that-
there's voter fraud in every election. There was
Right,
voter fraud in
I-
2016.
Yep, I got that. I understand that.
Brandon, thank you for the $25 for the DNC
well.
bi-weekly payment. Thank you so much, Brandon.
But the whenever it comes to the voter fraud, right? How is that judged as this was the most secure election that we've ever had?
Thank you for boxing up. Thank you so much. CISA.gov indicated it.
Who makes that that judgment?
CISA.gov.
That's another one of those things I gotta look up.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, yeah. So I'll ask another question. Are you guys pro law and order?
Yes.
Paula, thank you for the $5 from the
think
DNC
law
payment.
and
Thank you so
order,
much.
yes.
So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
Are you a criminal over a prosecutor? Love how you flip that. I thought you were going to go another way with that, actually. But yeah, I mean, I think so. But again, like I asked you earlier, where has all of his prosecutions been? New York, and most of the people that's been prosecuting him are on the Democratic side. So
So why didn't his lawyers pick better jurors?
You only get so many vetoes, or you only get so many. You can only get rid of so many jurors.
So give me any source that indicates they used them all up.
Right. You can only reject so many people before you get to a point where you have to take what you have to take.
Give me any source they rejected as many as they could.
What's the law? How many jurors are you allowed to?
Give me a source that says that they
asking you, how many jurors are you allowed to reject?
It depends on the state. I'm not sure how many jurors they were allowed to. And ask for a source that indicates.
If you don't know the answer on it, don't flip it on them.
Wait, I'm asking you a question because you were
way.
arguing that it met the standard.
Yeah. So I don't know that that's even like something that is public information to be able to waive jurors. I mean, I've had jury duty. I don't know that that's something that's, notated in my file of, this guy was, released because of X, Y, or Z. Like,
Yeah, but
there's all
the
kinds.
point is they can.
They can't what?
They can, right? The point is they can get rid of like a particular juror, and they can like make that type of selection. Lori, thank you so much for the $25 from JD Vance's couch payment. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, do you think there's a border crisis right now? Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much, Barbara. Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yes.
Amber, thank you for the $25 for playing schooling Trumpers while playing 2K. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Amber. Okay, so there's the same level of border crossings right now as there was at the end of Trump's administration. So was there a border crisis then?
Yes.
Yes? So why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis?
That's a great question that I don't happen to know the answer to, because it's been a problem for I would say the past.
Oh, we think of the boxing glove. And Sonia, thank you for the $10 from the
presidents,
DNC.
based off of what I looked at, because you actually asked a guy that question a couple of days ago, and I looked into it, and it's been like slowly going up substantial numbers every year, and it's not been fixed. And every president's like one of those empty promises that every president makes as they come along.
Yeah, so like my point would then be is that it seems like Trump didn't fix this, so why do we blame Biden-Harris for this?
I didn't make the accusation that I was blaming the guy for that particular.
Well, you said that. Okay. All right. Well,
I believe in law and order, but it's
that
not,
mustache.
you know,
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not something that I feel that
So why do you want to
vote?
vote for the criminal over the prosecutor? Do you think felons should be able to vote?
Do I think felons should be able to vote? Yes.
Okay. Do you think violent offenders should be able to vote?
Violent offenders on what spectrum? I guess you could say violent offenders as in
So
like
you think
battery.
certain-
They had a battery. They hit
They
somebody.
committed a violent legal offense.
No.
Okay. So then, why do you think Donald Trump should be able to vote, but not be able to vote, but he should be able to run for president? Because he's a violent offender.
Under civil court.
Yeah, but it's still a violent legal offense.
Right, but it's you're not a whenever you're a convicted felon as far as in
Kristen,
criminal
thank you for the
court.
$15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
That's in criminal court. That's not in civil court.
Wait, so I'll ask you this question. Do you think that people who have been held civilly liable for child sexual abuse should be able to get access to a gun?
Do I run that by me one more time?
Do you think people who have been held civilly liable for child sexual abuse should be able to get a gun?
No.
Okay. So they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but they should be able to run for president? And get access to the nuclear codes, by the way?
That's valid. That's a good outlook on that question. I'll give you that. That makes sense. I mean, I understand where you're going with. I understand where you're going with, or what direction you're heading with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that So here's my question. What is your stance on the Second Amendment?
I think that people should be able to own guns, but there should be common sense gun reform.
Like what? You mean example?
Universal background checks. I'm okay with certain red flag laws. Things that Tim Walz has signed into law.
So when you say universal background checks, the can you elaborate? Like, what are some things that you would like to be see? I'm a huge advocate of Second Amendment rights.
Yeah, like for example, like if we see that they've committed a violent sexual offense, I don't think that they should be able to get access to a gun.
Okay, we can agree.
So
there.
I don't think Donald Trump should be able to get access to a gun, nor do I think he should be able to run for presidency. Like under my ideal worldview, he wouldn't even be able to run.
But isn't a violent sexual offense jail time?
Not in all senses, because there are certain situations where civil courts are the only things that you can try, and you can't try a criminal court due to statute of limitations. But I don't think statute of limitations should be set up that way. Like they should have been able to try it in a criminal court, regardless of how long it's been, if it's great.
And why did they not come out before the statute of limitations expired?
Yeah. So the reason is because many victims don't come out. Many victims either don't come out or take decades to come out. So I don't think we should point at the victim and be like, oh, why didn't you come out? Rather than looking at like the person and saying, why'd you do this? As the person who assaulted them. Yo, Joshua, thank you for the $5 from the NRA.
So whenever it comes to the that's basically your only stance as far as the gun reform goes, is that violent?
No, that's just like an example
of
like what we do for like a universal background check.
So do you think that you should be able to own an AR-15?
So my view is totally just like, honestly, I don't really care about people having access to these things. Like, if it leads to more deaths, I think it should be banned. If it doesn't lead to more deaths, then like it can stay legal, and I don't really care.
Yeah.
So I'm not really familiar with the statistics related to guns, but if like say Democrats want to ban AR-15s, I don't really mind right now.
That's
Even
the
if
point.
even without knowledge of whether or not it leads to less deaths.
Yeah.
I mean, you can take away AR-15s and say, okay, well, we've reduced the amount of deaths for children. So what's going to increase? There's going to be another firearm where the numbers increase because now those numbers are higher than the AR-15, and now that becomes next. At some point, you have to.
It's not about how high the numbers are, right? In the same way that like if there was like a minigun, right, that didn't have as many deaths as like a handgun, we'd still ban the minigun because it's a weapon of war, right?
Well,
like,
I tell you what, if I had a minigun, I wouldn't keep it strapped while I was in my house. That's not something that I'm going to pick up and use to carry.
yeah, I don't think you need to do that in your house either with an AR-15. Like, who's going to pull up where you need an AR-15?
At any given time, it doesn't matter if I have a handgun.
Can you name to me a circumstance where you need an AR-15?
So if I'm going hunting in my hunting land, which I'll use my AR-15. I've got a shotgun that I use. I've got a 30-30 that I use.
Why can't you use anything else?
I tote firearms. So if I've got my AR-15 in my truck and I've got my clip loaded down, ready to go, it may not be in the gun. I keep my handgun loaded at all times because when you get in a situation where you have to protect yourself, you don't have time to load a clip and put it in your gun and all that.
I don't think in order to protect yourself that you need an AR-15. I'm sorry to break it to you. I don't think you need an AR-15 to protect yourself.
Right. Okay. Well, let's hope.
I think you can hunt. I think you can hunt without an AR-15. I think you can defend yourself without an AR-15. I think you'll be fine.
Right. But again, if it's in my truck and I feel like I need to use it, I'm going to use it, and I have the legal right to use it.
Well, like the point I was saying is that like if we ban that, right? Well, then you wouldn't even be able to put it in your truck legally in the first place. So it's like
you just said you don't really have a stance on it, but now you're
If they ban it, I really don't care. Like I care way more about women's rights. I care way more about doing stuff as it relates to climate change. I care way more about the fact they try to overthrow our government. I care way more about the fact that he wants to increase prices through tariffs. I care way more about all these other things than I care about the fact that he's taking away your AR-15.
Why is he raising tariffs on who, and who is he reducing tariffs on, and why is he doing that? Because he wants to try to lower the tax rate on the middle class. You don't add that.
Appreciate that coffee. Thank you so much. So the Harris administration, the Harris-Walz administration wants to keep all the taxes in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act that were applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year. But for all the income over $400,000 a year, they want to tax at a slightly higher rate to bring back the 2021 child tax credit that decreased child poverty by 50%.
Hey, Parker,
it takes it from $2,000 to $3,600 for every kid under 5.
He wants to raise tariffs on other countries. He wants to lower some tariffs on China.
No, he wants to increase tariffs on China to 60 to 100%. You have no clue what you're talking about.
No, I think he wants to lower some rates on China. He wants to increase.
That's a lie. That's a lie. You have no clue what you're talking about. He wants to increase tariffs on China a lot.
I know he.
Hey, Parker, it sounds like Chris went away for a second. So I'll just, if I could circle back, because to try and, I guess you could say, maybe expand your knowledge a little bit on the gun reform thing, is that whenever it comes to AR-15s, I personally, I'm a huge advocate of having an AR. I have children in my home. There isn't an instance that I can personally think of that you would use an AR-15 in a confined space under any circumstance whenever you have children in the house, because a round can go through the wall and you don't want to have to worry about what's on the other side of the wall. So you would have, a type of shotgun with, birdshot or whatever it is you decided to use, right? That said, whenever it comes to the hunting aspect, I have a lot of buddies that do hunting and all that kind of stuff. There are several other guns that are better for hunting than an AR-15. There's a lot of instances that there's a better gun out there for that type of thing. So I'm not a firm believer in people that use an AR-15 for quote unquote hunting. It's not a valid excuse in my personal opinion. That said, the sole reason that I believe that people feel that they have the right to own an AR-15 is because they're being told by their government that they can't have it. So they're wanting to own it simply because they want to own it, but also so that they can defend themselves, or they feel that they need to defend themselves in case of the circumstance of where the, clearly whoever it is, right, tried to shoot the president. People didn't think by a second that would ever try and happen.
I'm not hearing any good reason that people should have AR-15s. And this is simply coming from someone who, like, again, I'm not familiar with the empirics on it. Right. I don't see any good reason to have it or that we would need it. So I just don't really care that much, really.
So
would be my point. Unless I have good reason to believe that, like, oh, this is like really harmful or something like that. They're banning it.
Right. But whenever
I don't know. It sounds like it would, intuitively speaking, like that it would be helpful.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like a weapon of war.
So whenever it comes to a pistol, for instance, right, it's a semi-automatic. Most, like, let's say,
I understand AR-15s are semi-automatic.
It's all the same, right? The only difference is how far it's going to be able to shoot and how
and the
accurate
stability of it, how accurate it is. And,
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, like things like that. So obviously, like, those are important things, I think.
Yes,
but you
they're very
say
important.
It's a weapon of war, though. But where do they use it? Like, who uses AR-15s in war?
So I mean, I'm just saying it's like it's associated with war. I don't know, like, what military
Call
would
it a
be
weapon
using
of war. That's misleading because nobody uses them. What does our military use?
Like, I wouldn't be able to mention the country that uses.
Fire. It's on or off for an AR-15. That's pretty much sums up the difference.
Yeah, you're right, but we don't use it as a weapon of war because it's not as good as what we actually use for weapons of war.
Wait, you could say that, but I mean, I don't think that's a good enough reason to believe that you should keep it.
You have to have a special permit to carry weapons of war. Would you agree with that, David? Do you know enough about it to agree with the fact that you have to have special licenses and permits?
You have to have special licenses for anything that, and I don't mean to talk over you, Chris. I apologize, but you don't have to have. You have to have a permit for anything that has anything beyond semi-automatic. So the 3-round burst of an M16, you have to have a permit. Fully automatic machine guns, you got to have a permit. Not to mention that the ATF, they go around to check and make sure you can buy sear pins for an M16. Change the firing or change the sear pin and the trigger mechanism, or not the trigger mechanism. Yeah, the trigger mechanism is, and the safety, and you can turn an AR-15 into a fully automatic rifle. They had it, it was a big gun reform where they took away the bump stock because essentially that's what it did. So
Yeah, in a sense, I think that goes two different ways. A bump stock doesn't necessarily turn it into a fully automatic, but it allows you to be able to fire it quicker. True?
Correct. Yeah.
So you can look up the AR-15 has been used in various conflicts, including the Vietnam War, the Gulf War, the global war on terror, etc. So, like, I mean, it has been used in war.
But it's not classified.
So if it's a weapon that's been used in war, I mean, can't we say it's a weapon of war?
You asked me earlier if I thought people should be able to buy nukes. Nukes is considered a weapon of war because if you nuke somebody, you were killing thousands, if not millions, of people.
Wait, again.
I think everybody would agree that no, you really shouldn't be doing that because the chances of giving that to just anybody who wants it is not necessarily going to.
Yeah, but like the point I'm saying is that, like, obviously we can have negative impacts from both of these. I just don't know why this is such a big deal to some people. Like, if they take away the assault weapons, really, I'm sorry, but who gives a fuck?
I think the big deal is
genuinely, like, abortion rights matter more. Again, all these things matter more.
You're punishing the law-abiding citizens. You're punishing the many because of the acts of a few. Would you?
We do that all the time. We have laws against drunk driving. Kylie, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have laws against drunk driving, but that doesn't necessarily mean you lose the ability.
We have laws
to
for
drive,
people wearing seatbelts.
If no, you're right, and I get a ticket and I pay a $15 fine, but I don't lose the right. That's like saying, hey, I toted my gun wrong, but I'm going to give you a ticket for toting it wrong or keeping a clip in it while you're carrying it, but you're still allowed to carry it. You're fine. It's okay.
I don't know what you're saying.
Compare those two guys. I mean, come on. That's a bad comparison.
I don't know what you're saying.
And Chris,
why was it a bad comparison?
I don't.
Even drunk driving, I can get busted for drunk driving today. That doesn't mean that I can't drive for the rest of my life. That doesn't mean that everybody loses the privilege.
Joe, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What I'm saying is that we create laws that impact people based upon some people being impacted, not all.
The law is if I use my AR-15.
There are some people like here. I'll give you a seatbelt scenario.
Not everybody loses their gun because.
So seatbelts, for example, right? Everyone has to wear a seatbelt, even though you could not wear a seatbelt and not get negatively impacted. So again, we apply things to people across the board, even if it is the case that in a particular scenario, like someone wouldn't be negatively impacted necessarily. Yeah, but is there anything else you guys want to talk about before I go on to the next person?
Yeah, I'd like to see. I've heard your point of view on the women's rights and the abortion thing and all that. So, if I could, I'd like to pick your brain on that.
Go for it.
Where do you think is the can we agree that there should be a point of where an abortion is allowed and is not allowed?
Yeah, I think that elective abortions should not be allowed after sentience.
Elected abortions should not be allowed after when?
Sentience.
Okay. So so forgive me on here on this. So whenever you say sentience, where is that?
18 through 26 weeks is when it's most likely.
18 to 26 weeks. So you think you should be able to go till 18 weeks?
Yeah, absolutely.
So why 18 weeks? So I understand the sentience.
18 through 26 is what neuroscience indicates is likely when when sentience occurs in the womb.
Okay. So do you think that humans, and I'm picking this from somebody else, so I might end up messing this up. Do you think that you have a soul?
No.
So you think that when you die, you're done?
I don't know.
So do you think that there's a possibility that you have a soul?
The Christian notion of soul, no.
No, not Christian.
Like other notions of soul, sure, it's possible logically.
Okay, so logically speaking, right? I'm not referring to Christians or anything else, right? So you think that it's possible that you have a soul, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whenever you when at what point is that soul met with your being, I guess you could say?
Oh God, I'm talking about. I don't care about a soul. I don't believe in a soul, so I don't know why that'd be relevant to ask me.
So do you have any standards on when you should be allowed to get an abortion?
I've already said elective abortions shouldn't be allowed after sentience.
Then that's it. That's your only standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the other ones would be like everything after for people who are raped or medical circumstances or like self-defense in terms of your life. Those things would all be induction of labor after viability.
And in some ways, I would agree with you. I think there's certain situations where you should be allowed abortion.
Yeah, when I say that's allowing basically all abortions.
Well, I know, but to my belief and the way I feel about abortion is everybody knows what happens if you do the deed, you run the risk, right? So if you do that and you get pregnant,
I don't care
To me,
until
you
it's
shouldn't
sentient.
terminate a life just because you're like,
I don't care about a cellular life.
protection.
I don't care about a cellular life.
Yeah, I know exactly. You don't care about life.
Yeah, I care about sentient life.
You're not pro-life, right?
I'm not pro-life. I'm pro-sentient life.
Not pro-life.
Pro-sentient life,
Okay.
which is under the pro-choice position.
Pro-choice. So you could care less if a child is conceived and killed.
Yeah, I don't care about conception. No, I don't give a fuck. It's a single cell organism. Why would I care about a single cell organism?
Because you started out as one and you're still here.
Okay, I also started out as a sperm and an egg, so.
Yeah, but you're here.
Do you care about sperm? Do you care about eggs?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Because I think
What? You care about sperm, bro? So when you nut, you kill like 200 sperm. That's genocide. 200 million sperm. Genocide. You're committing genocide when you nut, man.
Right.
That's fucking insane, bro.
I care about it because if you do the deed and you mix them and you create life,
Anthony, thank you so much. Appreciate the confetti.
life. To me, that's selfish.
Wait, sperm cells are alive?
No. So it's the same thing with abortion.
They literally are. Sperm is alive. Sperm is alive.
Oh yeah, sperm's alive. It moves.
So why do you care about that life?
Because it takes an egg for it to be a living thing. A sperm doesn't grow and become a living.
It is sperm. Sperm is living. Sperm is living.
Does it walk among us? Is it something we do?
Wait. Do zygotes walk among us? Do zygotes walk among us, dude? That's crazy.
Do you know your body absorbs it and gets rid of it on its own? I mean, we're talking about.
Did you know your body can get rid of zygotes on its own if you have a uterus?
Are you serious? You'll say anything to try to make your point valid.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying what's true.
You told me that you agree with abortion up to a certain point, but you could care less about life.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about cellular life. I care about sentient life. The same way you don't give a shit about sperm.
So what about the people that get abortion after that? You said 18 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
What about people that get abortion after 18 weeks? Do you support that?
Yeah, if it's in the cases of grave medical complications or like self-defense, yeah, absolutely. But like if you're saying induction of labor in most circumstances, yeah, I support most inductions of labor, which is abortions. But lethal abortions that are elective past that point, no.
So at 18
that's what's
weeks,
been allowed. That's what's been allowed. That has been allowed. Are you want to tell me that hasn't happened? That because of
I'm not saying it hasn't happened. It's extremely unlikely, though.
That they have allowed that Trump's wanting to put back to the state for the state to regulate.
Yeah, the state regulating it is terrible, right? Why should it be left up to the states?
But the federal government.
Why should abortion be left up to the states?
I ask you a question: has the federal government been regulating it? Yes or no?
It was in terms of Roe versus Wade.
Were people not allowed to have abortions after 18 weeks without any medical complications?
Wait, it wasn't built on 18 weeks. It was built on viability with Roe versus Wade, which again, I prefer the standards of Roe versus Wade over like what's currently happening with like it being left up to the states.
So were people not having abortions right up to the time of conception, and were
right up to the time of
conversations of terminating the baby right after birth? At some point, we have to say, okay, this is enough. We can't do that. We are actually killing somebody.
Wait. Actually, do you like the fact that Roe lets states decide on the third trimester? Thank you for the little crown. Thank you.
I think the state should be allowed to regulate it based on the vote of the people.
Yeah, and Roe allows for states to do it as it relates to the third trimester.
Hey, Parker, so a second ago you said that up until 18, it's the sentium
Sentience means first person subjective experience.
Right. Okay. So that's the neurologic. They have brain activity, right? Then you also said that you don't care about a single cell organism, right?
Yep.
So I just pulled my computer up. At 12 hours, a single cell organism it's up till 30 hours. Then it splits to 2, so on and so forth. But at 9 weeks of pregnancy, okay,
but you say you care about life. That means you care about the single cell organism at conception.
Say that again.
Yeah, if you care about cellular life, Well, then
Right.
you care about the single cell organism at conception, and you say that's a person.
No,
Like,
that's not what I'm saying. I think
Okay,
that
when
there's an
when
instance
does it
where
become a person? When does it become a person?
I think that it becomes as Bill Murray, I think it was Bill Murray that actually said this, but he said that just because you put a cake in the oven and then you take the cake out and you throw it against the wall, yeah, I realized that it wasn't a cake in that second, but if you left it alone, it would have been. So
Jesus
that
Christ,
said,
you look for a Bill Burr quote. I'm
so
cringing, dude.
that said,
I'm actually cringing in my setup.
whenever it goes, I think that it's a viable life at 9 weeks.
So you disagree with the scientific consensus that life begins at conception? And it's not a viable life at 9 weeks. That's just not true.
Yeah, and whenever
The
it comes to
earliest
that,
point of viability
I-
was like a bit over 20 weeks.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
Logan.
I have a daughter that made it. That was at 21 weeks. So I'm well aware as to what a viable life is because of life experiences that I've had.
I would bet it wasn't
That said-
21 weeks. I bet it was 21 weeks until like the end of typical gestation.
So I mean, I think it was like 21 weeks and like 5 days or something like that. So whatever.
That's a really early birth.
Yes,
Really early. Like,
she spent the first 70 days of her life in the NICU.
oh yeah, they are really lucky to be alive.
Yes. Yeah, very healthy and very smart. So very blessed in that respect. But yeah, I tell you what, Parker. I've watched you, for the past few weeks, and I can appreciate the open conversation, and I look forward to getting on here again with you soon, buddy.
Okay, all right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Later.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. All right, let's get this next person. Yo, how old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I am 32.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because I like his policies. I like everything about his policies.
Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yes, actually, the fact that he wants to put a border wall up, because I feel like when immigrants come over here, we have to pay for them. And I feel like if immigrants are going to come over here, they need a social security number and they need to pay taxes. They shouldn't be over here the wrong way and feel like, hey, now you have 50,000 more children. We're going to tax you at 50% so you can pay for everybody.
Undocumented immigrants do pay taxes. Now I have a
No,
question.
they don't.
Do you?
I
They
asked
do.
my partner
Do
and my
you-
cleaning. They do not.
They do. So not
They
only
don't.
do they pay taxes, but it is the case that they add more to the economy than they take from it. That is just one thing to say to you. So that argument isn't really good. But as it relates to the context of undocumented immigrants, I have a question.
Mhm.
Do you have any evidence to indicate that they negatively impact the economy?
Yes, I actually have a sister who owns the cleaning company, and she cannot get any business because people from Venezuela are coming in and cleaning houses for $20 instead of $100 because she has
Tara,
to.
thank you so much for the dinosaur. Thank you so much.
She has
So
to pay
again,
for
that's
W2.
that's not like a source that indicates that. That's just like you're claiming someone.
Okay,
said
I have a
something
question for you. Why are you
anecdotally.
voting Harris? Why are you voting Harris?
I will answer that, but I just want to ask: would you want a northern border wall?
I'd want an entire border wall. If you're going to be over here, you need to pay taxes.
Do you want a northern border wall as well, like on the border between
I'm
the U.S. and
100%
Canada?
in Canada. If they're going to come over here illegally and not pay taxes, yes, we need a northern border wall.
So we need a northern border wall as well.
Yes. And also, I wanted to weigh in that I'm a nurse,
Okay.
and I've actually had a patient who gave birth at 11 weeks, and we picked the fetus up out of the toilet, and it moved its arm and legs. And I've also seen a 26-week abortion where they turn the baby over and
Was it viable at 11 weeks? And at 11
I'm not
weeks,
saying it was viable. I'm saying it was moving its arms and legs. And I
So,
have
like,
a video of it.
yeah, I'd like to see the video because at that
I
point, it
100%
doesn't have any
will tell
cognitive
you.
capacity to be able
At
to like
26
do it
weeks, I've
intentionally.
seen it. At 26 weeks, we've turned a baby over in saline water. That's how they do abortions. I'm a
Well,
nurse.
I agree with I agree that at 26 weeks it's sentient.
Okay, and I have a question for you. This is my last point, and I'll get off here because this is my point. Why are you voting for Kamala?
I'm
Just give
voting
me
for
one
Kamala. Yeah, Kamala Harris, because she's specifically advocating to expand access to healthcare through the Affordable Care Act,
Okay,
reduce
right there.
prescription costs
That's,
as it
that's
relates
all
to
I needed to hear.
insulin, to $35 caps on insulin.
That's all I needed to hear. To prove my point, if you're a vice president, you have the same ability to get in contact with Congress, Senate, and the president to make policies happen now. Why is she not making policies happen now? Because you can get to the Senate, you can get to Congress,
So
and you
they
can.
did have an extension to the
She
Affordable
has
Care
not
Act under
written
the
one
Biden
bill as
administration.
vice president. She has not
She
written
doesn't.
one bill.
She can't write bills. She
She's
can't write
a
bills.
lawyer. She can
She can't write
write
the bill.
bills, take them to Congress, and ask them to
She has to be in.
take them
She
to
has to
Senate
be.
and ask
She has
them
to
to
be in Congress. She has to be in Congress to write a bill. She can't write bills as vice
She has
president.
to do that as well as president. You have to have Congress write a
As
bill.
vice
so she
president,
can go over there
yeah.
as vice
So Congress can. So again, like I said, there was an Affordable Care Act extension under
Why
their
isn't she
administration.
over there right now doing it as vice president? You are the second most
They already
powerful
have.
person.
They've already done an extension, and they're going to do even more. Right? Not only have they done that, but they've also advocated for a $35 cap on insulin for seniors, which happened in the context of the Inflation
Trump
Reduction
who
Act.
did that. That is not Biden. I know
False.
I'm a nurse.
False. That was not
100%
enforceable.
Trump. That's
That was not
100%
enforceable.
Trump.
That had no
They have
effect.
not
That was
done
not enforceable and
anything
had no
for healthcare
effect.
at all. Kamala has
Had no effect and it was non-enforceable. So give me a source that says that it had an effect. So it actually had effect under the Biden-Harris administration through the Inflation Reduction Act. You know, are you gonna unmute your mic real quick? You got to click on your mic or your profile picture in the bottom right, and then
I'm telling you,
unmute.
150%. That is 150%. I just asked my dad on text message. He's a doctor at Desert Regional Medical Center in Palm Springs. It was 100% Trump who did the insulin. It
true.
was not Biden Harris. He will send sources.
So
He said 150%.
I understand. I understand that they claim that they did it. It was not enforceable and it had no effect. Give me one source that indicated it had an effect.
As vice president for 4 years, tell me.
Hey, wait!
one
Don't
other
pivot!
thing
Don't
that
pivot!
Kamala
Don't! I
Harris
will
has
tell you,
done.
but don't pivot. I will tell you. I will tell you, but don't pivot. Answer my question.
I will send you a direct source. My father's a doctor.
Fucking
I'm a nurse,
not
and I
answering
can
my
tell you.
question. Yeah, my
telling
dad's a
you,
doctor too.
You guys are
My dad's a
banking
doctor
off
too,
of
so
that.
stop saying that. I don't care.
It had nothing.
I
to
can,
do
and that's not what
with
happened.
came up with that, and they're banking off his policies.
Ma'am, don't say I have a dad who's a doctor, because I have a dad who's a doctor too. That's not an argument. Tara, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tara. I really appreciate it. I'm asking you, and my mom's also was a nurse, so not going to indicate that. Push
If you are
eliminate.
in healthcare, then how do you not know that an embryo is viable at 26 weeks and you shouldn't kill it? If you
Wait. I said after sentience, it's wrong, and
You
which
just
is
said you couldn't
18 through
define it.
26
You said
weeks.
you didn't know.
I said it was
assume
18 through
maybe
26.
18 weeks,
Push that
and then
mustache. Thank
maybe
you.
make it.
Ma'am, listen to what I'm saying, because I already said this. 18 through 26 weeks. I've said that multiple times. That's when it's most likely to be sentient. Girl,
Okay,
you didn't
but-
fucking listen to anything I've said.
I'm listening to everything you're saying.
No, you
but you're
didn't.
banking
I literally
off
said that.
policies that Trump made, and you're sitting here voting for a vice president who's done nothing. You can name one policy she's done in 4 years. What kind of vice president is that?
She had the most tie-breaking votes. I appreciate the raw excuse. Thank you so much. No, most tie-breaking votes out of
Had
any
a
vice
tie
president.
break because there was so close.
Shut up. Stop talking. Be quiet. Do I have to treat you like a child and mute you every single time I speak? Please, I don't want to have to do that. Okay?
You're
So she
treating
had the-
me like
she-
a child?
I will mute you if you don't be quiet. Right? She had the most tie-breaking votes out of any vice president in the last 200 years, including the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson and the Inflation Reduction Act. That's what she did. She influenced to get passed the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill that was bipartisan.
She's 100% for Democrats only. She's not looking at both sides as a Speaker of the House. She's
Lies.
As a breaker
Border
of
bill,
law.
the border bill that they were influencing to get passed, that was signed specifically and created by a Republican. Okay, the PACT Act, Republican, bipartisan infrastructure bill, bipartisan infrastructure. Chips and Science Act.
Which border bill? She took money
Yeah.
from the border and was using it for Arizona elections. That's actually founded. What are you talking about?
Give me a source that she did that.
Look on Carrie Lake is suing the Biden administration for using border wall money.
Wait. So you So you don't just accept something unless there's like a conviction or being held liable, right? Appreciate the head mustache. So in the same way that they're suing that, well, E. Jean Carroll sued Donald Trump for sexual assault.
He is not sentenced, and he has
He was forced to pay tens of millions of dollars in damages.
He is not paying her anything. He hasn't paid
He
her
is.
anything.
Lies.
His
Thank you for the
whole
sunglasses.
presidential
You just
immunity
lied.
will have that case dropped. No, I'm not lying.
No.
He has not had to pay anything. I do not know what you're
He
talking
quite
about.
literally has been forced. He's been forced specifically by the courts to pay.
No, he has not.
Appreciate it.
He
Thank you so
hasn't
much.
been sentenced. He hasn't had to pay anything.
The sentencing you're talking about is for the falsification of business records. Corbin.
No,
thank you
I'm
for having
talking about the
mustache.
Stormy Daniels case. That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
that's the falsification of business records. I'm talking about the E. Jean Carroll case. You don't even know who you're referencing. Ma'am, I'm not referencing the falsification of business records. I'm not referencing the sentencing for that. I understand the
So you're
sentencing for
saying
that happens in September.
Trump had to pay millions of dollars to someone that he sexually assaulted as
Yes.
president. He was president.
He wasn't president when he did it, but it was 1996 when he did it, and he had to
Okay,
pay.
Bill Clinton had 3 sexual assault people during his presidency. 1, Monica Lewinsky was live. 2, under the table. that he
Monica
paid.
Lewinsky was an SA,
So you're
but he
telling
cheated.
me that Monica
Appreciate had
Lewinsky.
mustache. Thank you so much. He
No, you're telling
cheated,
me
but it
that
wasn't
those
SA.
people- Did you actually watch that? Did you watch that trial? Did you actually go through those documents? Because you're false on that. It was sexual assault, and he had 3 other women at
Give
the
me
time.
give me the civil liability that indicated the situation with Monica
Actually, I have a
Lewinsky.
talk about it. You can
Give
look
me
at
this.
it. I have-
Give me the civil liability. I appreciate Corbin. Thank you for the head mustache of specifically Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky and that being SA 1. 2. I'm not voting for Bill Clinton. I never voted for Bill Clinton. Go for it. You can unmute yourself, by the way.
You're talking about Stormy Daniels and everything. If you watch that court case, everything was.
I'm not. I wasn't talking about Stormy Daniels. I literally said E. Jean Carroll.
When I'm
Thank you for the
telling you,
sunglasses.
if Bill Clinton was more of a womanizer in sexual assault, but you're okay with
Wait. You don't even know what you're referencing in terms of SA. I didn't vote for Bill Clinton. And no, Trump was held
Did you
civilly
vote
liable for
Hillary?
sexual abuse. Appreciate the hand
Did you
art.
vote Hillary? Because she's on the same page as
I
Bill.
didn't. I wasn't even old enough to vote then. And even then, in 2016, 2017, I was a Trump supporter.
You were a Trump. So why aren't you a Trump supporter if he's so bad?
Because
what did
he's
he
been
do
held
so
legally
bad?
responsible for sexual assault.
Oh
He specifically defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He denies climate change. Right? All of these things. There's so many things. Thank you for the cat. Thank you. He wants to pardon the people who assaulted police officers on January 6th.
Okay, last comment. I'm getting off here. If you don't like
run
Trump
away,
for
run
all-
away.
No. If you don't like Trump for all those things, if you have one friend who's ever been rude to the police, one friend who's ever said I want to fuck a girl at a bar, one friend who's ever said fuck the police.
Wait,
you
none
need
of
to-
those things are comparable, yet I
No,
don't
no,
have
what
friends who
I'm
have done
telling
that
you
even.
What I'm telling you is if you hate Trump for something he said against a woman or something he did, you better hate everybody who's ever said, I want to fuck that.
Appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much. I don't have any friends that have done that. Let alone that. That's not what he said. He said he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask. He says he walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. He says he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He calls his daughter voluptuous. He says, yeah, to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He says he has sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf.
And
That's
there's
his
rappers that
crack
say,
history.
"Grab this," and there's rappers that say, grab this wet ass pussy. I'm going to fuck this girl at the bar. Yeah, I want to grab her.
Hand art.
Girl, but are you
If
listening to those
they say I want to grab women by the vagina and I don't even ask, I disagree with it and I don't support those rappers.
Talking about like, are you talking
Kelsey,
about
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Gretchen, thank you for the hat mustache.
Are you talking about like Future and all those rappers who say, oh yeah, I want a bad bitches are my fucking problem? Oh, that's degrading women. You better hate them.
I
You better
disagree
never
with.
dance at the bar to that.
I disagree with men referring to women as bitches.
So you don't
I
listen to
disagree
any
with
rap
that.
music because every
I don't
single
listen.
rap lyric.
I don't like when men do that.
So you don't listen to any rap
Thank you
music.
for that mustache. Thank you so much. I haven't since I was in high school. Now
So you don't listen to music.
I do listen to music.
So none of it degrades women. None of it's talking about having sex
Nope.
with a hot girl or having
Nope.
sex with somebody's wife. You've never
Nope.
watched a Maury show and seen somebody say, oh yeah, I had sex with his wife, and then you're laughing and clapping.
No, I would not laugh and clap at that. What?
So basically what you're saying is you hold yourself as high as possible, like Jesus, because you don't do anything wrong. You don't talk to somebody.
I
who's
never
ever
said
done
I
something
don't do anything wrong and I'm Jesus. What the
I'm
fuck?
telling you, Trump
saying
is a
saying
human
I'm
being.
okay. Saying I'm against with like language that's misogynistic and is like demonizing women, stigmatizing them for actions you don't stigmatize men, right? Like all of this violence towards women, right? Just because I'm against that does not mean I think I'm Jesus or I think I never do things that are wrong.
And I'm telling you, you have listened to a rap lyric and been at a bar and put your hands up in the air when you're sitting
I
there.
don't go to bars, ma'am. I literally don't even go to bars. I don't go out and party. I
you
don't
don't
do that. No.
So you just stay inside. You
Laura,
never-
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank
if
you so much.
somebody came to your door and said-
I hang out with my girlfriend and I go on live and do TikTok. That's my life.
Okay, that so you don't ever do anything wrong. You don't cuss. You don't say that girl's fine.
I swear all the time.
you
I
don't
do not
ever
say that
say
about I do not say that about women because I am dating someone and that would be disrespectful.
So you've never said a racist joke, like, oh yeah, like.
I don't say
this
racist
person-
jokes, no.
So you've never said a racist. You've never been
I
like.
don't
this
say
person's a
racist
bad
jokes.
Driver. I wonder what race they are. You've never done.
No,
anything
what the
like that.
fuck?
You-
wait,
so
do you do that? Do you do that?
I'm saying everybody's human and everybody.
Wait, do you do that? Do you do that? Thank you for the hot mustache. Thank you. Do you do that? Girl, do you do that? This is projection as fuck. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you for the manifesting. Thank you. Do you do that?
That's what
Answer
you
the
don't
question,
do.
ma'am. Do you do that?
I think everybody does that.
Taryn, thank you for the dollar.
Everybody does
I
that.
know I do not do that.
So
I
you've
don't.
never
You
had
do
a
that.
racist
You're
thought in
wait.
your
You're
mind?
literally just
Never?
projecting. You make wait. So are you saying that you make racist jokes? Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you.
In your head, if they're out loud, I'm pretty sure some.
I don't make racist jokes in my head or out loud. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so
Ever.
much.
So
So
you've never
you're
thought
telling me
racist
you make
thought-
racist jokes.
Never said anything desexualizing about women. You don't.
I don't do that, no.
You're just 100% perfect person.
That doesn't make me perfect. That just makes me normal.
No,
Thank you for
you're
the
just
hand
not
art.
acting like Trump is just not a regular person who has faults.
He's not
You're-
just
you're
a regular
looking at-
person.
you're
He
looking
said,
at the
I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. He said he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask.
Here's that's
Right?
locker room
He says,
talk.
what I appreciate the cap. Wait, just saying it's locker room talk doesn't mean it's
Do
okay.
you watch
What the
football?
fuck?
Do you watch
Wait,
football?
I think that, yes, I do watch
so
football,
you're
but I
perfect.
disagree
You
with a
watch
lot of
football?
you can disagree with culture of things
Okay.
while still watching football.
No. I'm
Like
asking
what?
you, do you watch football personally? Do you watch football?
Yeah, I watch the NFL every once in a while.
Okay,
Janelle, thank you for the $10.
So I'm just saying, if you watch Miami,
Do I don't support any of the football players that have been convicted of sexual assault. If that's what you're gonna ask
Tyreek
me.
Hill hit his wife while she was pregnant. We have.
I would
Tom
not
Brady
support any of
cheated
that.
on his wife.
Don't
We
support
have
any of
other-
that.
So you look at their background
Appreciate the
and say,
fantastic,
yes,
thank
he
you.
cheated on his wife. I'm not going to watch this football game. Yep, Ray Rice hit his girlfriend. I'm not going to
Appreciate
watch
the money,
this
God. Thank
football
you.
game.
I can watch the football game. That doesn't mean I support the person. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you.
You're supporting
That's
the
like saying,
team.
like for example, I'll
pays
watch.
that person.
Listen. Like for example, I will watch the presidential debates. Yet Trump is a candidate. Like I disagree with Trump, but I'm still gonna watch the presidential debates. Like I don't see how that relates.
So you have no
Thank you for the
sports.
little comment. Thank you.
You didn't like Kobe Bryant. You didn't like no sports people.
I don't like. I appreciate the coral. Thank you so much. Anyone that has been convicted of these types of violent crimes.
So if you're watching their team pays them, so you're supporting them.
Are you okay? Are you okay with what's it called? With these types of actions?
You know what? If I'm watching a team and something happened in his personal life, I don't really care.
No, so would you vote for? I have a question. I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Shy. If Trump was held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him? Thank you. I appreciate the
If
corgi.
he was held, if they actually proved he had sexually assaulted a child,
If they held him civilly liable for sexually assaulting a child, would you vote for him?
no, I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay, so why would you vote for him given that he's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
I'm a woman myself, and I know that people don't always make the right decisions. And Trump having money, and me, if you look on my page, I've been a model, I've been in the industry, I've been in music videos, I've been in movies, I've been on VH1. I can tell you with Men in Power, a lot of women say he raped them, but they really had sex with them for money.
Thank you. Wow, that's so fucking crazy for you to say that. So
No,
again,
it's
you know what the likelihood of
it.
false reports is 2 to 10%, and that's not even for civil liability cases. That's specifically for just reports. So not only are false reports unlikely to happen, but being held legally responsible is super unlikely to happen if you are innocent. Okay,
If
as
you're
it relates to
talking
the
about a
sexual assault
billionaire
case.
and a millionaire, there's tons of girls who say that they raped them and they didn't.
Wait, 2 to 10%. false
No,
reports.
I'm telling you
Sailor,
personally.
think of
I
the
know
dollar.
girls
I'm
that I've been
referencing a
excited
series
to
of meta-analyses and systematic reviews that reference that it's around 2 to 10% in terms of
Yeah,
false
and I'm telling
reporting.
you, I've lived it. Where I've been with a girl and she's like, "I'm gonna say he raped me because I want money."
Yeah. So again, that's one person. That is not majority
oh, no,
of
it's
women.
Way more than that. It's
So
way more.
so
than
again,
that.
give me any source that indicates it's a majority of women who engage in reports.
Being in that industry, I can name over 50 women who lied about people.
Can you give me any evidence that it's majority of women
I'm
who
telling you,
make
I've
false
personally
reports?
seen it. I've been all over the industry, and I can tell you, these women, when they see someone with money, they're trying to get a baby. They're trying
So can
to
you
get
give me a source that indicates it is more likely than not?
I'm telling you, I've lived it. That's the source.
That's not a source. That's an anecdote. I've lived you being wrong. I've lived it in most scenarios. The people have made accusations. They've been accurate. I know people in my lives.
No, there's people
I know people in my life.
Snapchat
Listen. I know people in my life. When they told me it, they were not making it up. Okay. I know people who have gone and reported, and it happened to them. Okay. For you to sit here, to deny it is fucking disgusting. Stephanie, think of the $5 when it's most likely that it's accurate.
People with millionaires, billionaires, athletes,
Hey,
rappers, actors.
it's most likely true even in those circumstances. Give me a single source that even when it is the case that they are rich, that is most likely that it's a false report. Give me one source that indicates that, because you don't have shit.
So many girls out there who say, "Oh yeah, he raped me," and they end up with a baby that they keep all for child support. There's tons
Again,
of
what you're not understanding is that you have literally no evidence to support that it's most circumstances. You have no evidence to even support that it's a large percentage of people. You're just assuming it because you want to demonize women because you want to vote for Donald Trump. Diane, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Diane. Shy, thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
You're saying I want to demonize women?
Yes,
when
you are
I'm telling
demonizing
you
women.
that
Thank you for the hand. Thank you so much. You're demonizing victims. You're blaming them. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you. Yeah, it is unlikely for that to be the case. Again, an overwhelming majority of cases are accurate. Overwhelming majority.
Right.
90 to 98% of them are accurate. Nikki, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
These strippers who have kids by these athletes, they're saying they're sexually assaulted. They probably weren't sexually assaulted, even though
No, I think they probably were, because it is the case that an overwhelming majority of these are accurate. 90 to 98%. Appreciate the boxing love. Thank you so much. 90 to 98%. That's a very high degree of confidence.
Bro, you're completely wrong on that.
Are you a
No, I'm
nurse?
not.
Regular
No.
people.
Are you a nurse?
Yes.
Do you understand how harmful it is when you're a nurse and you're here being justifying racism and misogyny and SA?
Justifying it. I'm telling you, everybody's human and makes mistakes. You cannot say that
You're
nobody.
making it seem as if, you're making it seem as if racism and misogyny are somehow just human nature, and it's just inevitable for people to engage in racism and misogyny. You realize
No, I'm
that,
saying
right?
everyone's human.
Yeah, but I'm saying, you know how dangerous it is for a nurse to do these things? And victim blaming as well? Because what would you do if you were a nurse and you encountered a victim in the hospital that you work at? Would you
And I
then
knew they were
victim blame
lying about
the
something, I'd
victim?
probably tell the police if I knew they were lying.
Wait, would you assume that they were lying, or would you
No,
assume
I'm
they're telling
saying
the truth?
if they came in and I
Wait,
heard
real.
them speaking to a family member and they were saying I lied about this, I would tell the police.
No. Listen. If they came to you and they told you they've been assaulted, would you believe them or would you not believe them? Would you be like,
I would believe
I'm going to
them
need
until
video
proven
proof?
Guilty, yeah, until proven guilty.
Appreciate the
I
community
would-
thinking. So you
until
wouldn't
they
believe
can
them?
prove it. No, if they have proof, I would believe them.
You are so crazy. You wouldn't believe a victim who came to you who's in the hospital.
No, I said I would as long as they had proof.
Wait, what proof?
Any proof they had.
What proof?
Whatever proof they had. If they
Give
had
me an example of what you consider
if
proof.
they had semen in them, that's proof.
Oh, okay. So if they had say unidentified male DNA on a dress.
On a dress, so they could have stole someone's dress.
No, but it has that person's DNA on it.
Vaginal test. Like, did he rape you?
Oh, so you don't think that like sperm on a dress would be enough?
I think that people steal condoms all the
I
time.
see. Thank you.
That's how I feel.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So when Trump says that he never met her, you're saying that she just stole a condom, even though
Met
Trump said he
who?
never met her.
Met who? You're talking about
IG, thank you so
Trump right
much.
now. And he's talking about
Trump said that he never met E. Jean Carroll. There are pictures of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person who was held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife.
So
Therefore,
he was
he's
accused and sentenced.
he was held legally responsible in a civil
No, I'm
court for
asking you
sexual
if he
abuse.
was accused. What was his? What was his charge?
Forceful penetration against his will.
So
Against her
that's
will.
what I'm asking you. So he got a misdemeanor. He got a felony. What did
So
he
it's
get?
in a civil court. So he had to pay millions of dollars of damages. You're thinking
So they-
criminal. You're thinking criminal. Criminal.
That is a
response.
criminal charge.
No, it's civil. This is civil.
So it civilly happened. It didn't criminally happen.
Yeah, it was civilly charged, not criminally.
Why wouldn't it be criminally charged? That's a criminal action.
Because it is the case that it was past the statute of limitations. So I hope and I wish that it should have been able to do that, but it's not. That's not how it works.
How is that capable? Because Stormy Daniels is past the statute of limitations.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
It's
it
a
is.
lie.
It was 2012. Yes, that is.
Can you give me a source that says that it's
Look
past
up
the
the
statute of
Stormy Daniels. She
limitations?
started it. It was 2012.
Can
They
you give
said
me
it
a source that
anymore.
says it's past the statute of limitations?
Look it up. They even brought it up in the trial. I watched it start to finish. It's past statute of limitations.
Can you give me it? No, that they wouldn't have been able to allow that.
She started this in 2012.
No, so again, give me any source that indicates that it was past the statute of limitations when they
Look it up.
filed.
They started the file in 2012. That's when this
You
whole
have no wait. So how long is the statute of limitations due to New York state law?
6 years.
No, for that. So again,
They said
6
the
years.
statute of
So
limitations was-
when did she file? When did she
She
file?
filed in 2012.
Wait, she couldn't have. Wait, what?
I swear, she filed in 2012. You can look it up.
No, okay, so again, the filing would have been for falsification of business records wouldn't have been her because the crime, right, specifically, right, wasn't hush money. The crime was the falsification of business records with the predicate crime of election interference. So this wasn't filed until after I think it had to have been after 2016 because he specifically tried to hide it about the election. I'm pretty sure. Let me look at when it was charged. Wasn't it charged in like 20 or filed in like 20 something? 20. I'll look it up. When it was
While you're looking,
falsifications.
while you're looking that up, can we address how even like an appeals court back in 2021 did rule that a great victim's testimony was sufficient enough to support an attacker's conviction. So testimony is actually, or testimonials are actually also deemed to be an evidence, by the way. You know that, right? They're deemed to be sufficient. They can be sufficient evidence of the facts asserted at trial. So for you to pretend that a victim's testimony is not evidence to me is just delusional, right? And also back to what you said, men are 200 times more likely to be essayed themselves than wrongfully convicted, than wrongfully accused of essay. So I don't know why you're sitting here. This is actually terrifying that you're a nurse and you're sitting here engaging in all of these isms. Medical racism and medical sexism is real, y'all. And grape culture is also real because all of these things are being perpetuated by a nurse.
Erica, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. And Lucy as well. Thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Erica and Lucy? Thank you so much. Rebecca, thank you for the hand heart. Do you have any response to that real? Jamie, thank you for the $5. Hello? Real Kip, are you there? Did they just run away?
Thing all day.
Hello? Oh, okay. I can hear you now.
I'm telling you, I do psych ward nursing. There's people who give inaccurate and lying things all day. We deal with arsonists, compulsive liars, schizophrenia. There's people out there who say things happened, didn't happen. I see it every day. I'm in a psych ward with people that say
And the
things.
liar is Donald Trump. The pathological liar is Donald Trump. I gave you multiple lies Donald Trump engaged in. He said they never met. There's a picture of them together. He said that he wouldn't have abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. In a deposition, he mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. So either he's totally incoherent and couldn't identify the difference between two individuals, one being the person that he was married to, and the other person being someone that he never met, apparently.
I was replying to what she was saying. She said testimony is suffice, and I said yes if it's accurate because some people out there with mental disorders,
name one
they
lie.
think happened, it did
Name
not
one
happen.
lie. Wait, actually, first, name one piece of evidence submitted in the E. Jean Carroll case.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying. I was replying to her. She said it's dangerous.
Didn't you say you were a neonatal nurse before?
No, I said I've seen in the emergency room when I worked during clinicals, I've seen abortions. You have to do everything as a nurse. You have to go all
Did you
different.
record an abortion and upload it to your page?
Did I record it and upload it? No.
Because there are some people in the comments saying you uploaded a patient's abortion.
I don't know.
And the people
Please
in the
tell me
comments
that.
like check. 'Cause that would be some
I would
type
never
of
do
violation.
Yeah, that is definitely a violation.
Why would TikTok even allow that?
I don't know. Let me check.
Why would they
actually.
even allow that? That's fine. Go check.
Right, so real Kip, I appreciate it. Or no, so wait, so why does this? What the fuck? I said I appreciate it. I was gonna ask you, you accept, like, if Trump was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a kid, you wouldn't vote for him, right?
Correct.
So why do you accept civil liability in a scenario if the victim was a child, but not if the victim was a woman?
I think that women, honestly, are way different than children. Are you being serious?
Wait, so the only difference is not the standard of evidence and the likelihood of it being true. The only difference is whether or not the victim is a woman or a child.
There's no conviction. You just said he didn't get convicted of
He was
anything.
held. I said held civilly liable in both scenarios.
So
So the
she was
standard of
so
evidence was civilly
traumatized.
liable in both scenarios.
So she was so traumatized, she didn't want to take it criminally. So as long as she got paid, she was okay.
No, it's not because of trauma that she didn't want to take it criminally. It was because it was past the statute of limitations.
So there's no way to charge him, even though he completely and utterly just made this woman completely
That
wrong
mustache.
for
Thank
the
you so
rest of
much.
her life.
Yes, yes. So we need to change the statute of limitations in New York that relates to criminal courts.
Okay.
Because it would have forced him to give up his DNA. Why didn't he give up his DNA if it would have exonerated him? Because if he would have given up his DNA and it would have not matched the DNA on the dress, well, then he would have been exonerated.
Okay.
Why didn't he do it?
I don't know.
So, I mean, why do you want to vote for someone who was civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a minor? Give me that mustache,
I'm not
thank you.
voting for his private life. I'm voting for his policies.
So why would you vote for someone that, or why wouldn't you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a child? Because that's apparently a quote unquote their private life to you.
I don't think I would look at anybody's private life. I'm looking at policies. When you run the government,
So
nobody.
you wouldn't look
You're
at
telling
this
me everyone in
you wouldn't
politics
look at
has a
someone
clean
being held
background.
civilly liable for sexually abusing a kid as to
You're
whether or not
telling
you'd
me-
vote for him?
You're putting a hypothetical out there. I'm telling you, I'm voting for his policies.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
again, you're
voting
not
for
gonna
his
you're not
personal
gonna
life.
look at the sexual abuse of a kid?
When everybody in politics has a bad background, I'm looking for the best policies.
No. Kamala Harris has not been held civilly liable for sexually abusing someone.
Actually,
She has not been held civilly liable for defamation, fraud. She
broke
has not
up
been
with
she has not
family.
been held criminally responsible of 34 felonies.
He's not been sentenced. He has not been sentenced.
He's been convicted.
He has.
Yeah, sentencing isn't till September, but he's been convicted.
September 16th.
Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much. But he's
Presidential
convicted of
immunity.
34 felonies, though.
That's what I'm telling you. They're going to give him presidential immunity on that.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Are you?
He wasn't
Did
president
you?
yet.
Did you? Wait, did you say you worked in like the industry or something, like a model?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said like you were like a reality TV show, like model. Is that true? That you worked in
Yes.
reality TV? Okay, so don't you think that's kind of like going to be very biased because the people who do flock to reality TV are people who want to be famous? So don't you think it would actually, like, if you are exposed to people who would do every single thing in their power just to become famous, which is precisely why they flock to reality TV, wouldn't it be like disingenuous to pretend as if how they act is applicable to like the rest of the population or the rest of people?
Kamala Harris slept with Montel Williams, and she slept her way to the top. She was
That's
the
not what I
reality
said.
person.
That's not what I
I'm
said.
telling
I'm
you,
saying,
see, if I was trying
I'm
to go
saying
after
you tried to
There's no evidence of that.
dismiss the grape not allegation because like he was convicted, but you tried to dismiss a victim's story based on the fact that the industry you work at, people say lie or tell lies, right? Which I'm not surprised. If you are in reality TV, all the people who flock there are people who just want to become famous by any
Donald Trump.
means necessary. Ooh. but yeah, Donald Trump, by any means necessary. So don't you think it's unfair to apply that to like everybody else, especially like E. Jean Carroll is a rich woman, isn't she?
Yeah,
Isn't
she was rich. She was rich.
Yeah.
And if it is the case that she wanted to make money off of this, why did she not do it earlier when she would have been able to enjoy the money for a longer period of time?
Why wouldn't
Yeah.
she do it earlier to criminally convict him?
Because it is a case that there was trauma, right? People do not address these things for a very long period of time. This happens specifically with people in typical. Victims either do not come out and never talk to people about their story as it relates to the law, right? Or, right, it is the case that it takes them decades to come out and address it, legally speaking. This happens specifically with victims of the Catholic Church, right? That's why they changed the statute of limitations on civil courts that allowed for E. Jean Carroll to try her case civilly in the state of New York.
Yeah, and also like I don't understand why you're like digging deep into like Kamala Harris's sex life. I'm sorry. If she wants to occasionally get her back broke, then like listen, baby girl, like girly pop, everybody is entitled to that. So I don't understand why you have to go like into her sex life. Should we go into like your sex life and ask you
Or like
questions
Donald
about who you
Trump?
slept with? Or
Like Donald Trump cheating
exactly.
on every single one of his wives, the last one, right? Specifically while she was pregnant.
The golden shower? Donald, I don't know, if you're talking about Donald Trump, should we talk about the golden shower?
This is what I can say to
He
you
likes to be
guys.
slapped on the butt.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh,
This is what I can say to you guys. If
he
he's such a
supposedly
bad
has a micro
person-
pee. I don't know.
Wait, I'm not. I really have to go. But what I wanted to say was, if he's such a bad person and nobody likes him, and he's a very bad person, and he was convicted, then nobody should have to worry about the votes because Kamala's going to win. So we'll just let
Kamala. But
whatever.
yeah, Kamala is going to win. But you guys are literally gonna say that it was fraudulent when she
But
wins.
last year we did nothing. We did nothing about it. We didn't do anything. So what
You're
I'm
gonna
saying
say it's fraudulent, and you guys are
but
gonna
we're
raid the
not
Capitol
doing
again.
anything. Okay, if they raid the Capitol, don't say you're because I wasn't involved in that. Like you said, don't put that in there.
I'm referencing your side, like how you were referencing our
I've
side.
never been to DC. I didn't say you guys did anything in the Capitol. I never said anything. So I never said you guys did Antifa. You guys did all. I didn't say that. What I said was
You guys did Antifa? Are you Antifa?
no. What I
No, you're pro-fascism.
no. I'm saying I'm talking about.
You're pro-fascism.
No, I said I'm not saying you guys did anything.
Wait, so you're Antifa, right? You're
No.
anti-fascist? No.
What? Oh my gosh.
So what does that mean? If you're not
Antifa?
anti-fascist, that means you're pro-fascist.
What I'm saying is all the looting and stuff prior
Is it
to the
the $2.22?
election. What I'm saying is I never said.
So are you
anything about
Antifa?
Either side. No.
Oh, okay. So then you're okay with fascism.
Okay. I don't know what. Okay.
You know
you're
what
just-
Antifa means?
What I'm
You know
trying to
what
tell you guys is because I have to go. What I'm trying to tell you guys is just let the
Anti-fascism. That's what Antifa means. So when you say you're not
fly where they may.
Antifa,
That's what I'm saying. If he wins, then you guys be okay with it. If she wins, then we'll be okay with it. If nobody likes him, then you shouldn't have to worry about anybody voting for him. If everybody loves her, you should just worry about people voting for her. And
I don't
let
know
the
why
votes go where
we're
they
talking
go.
about the arguments. We're not talking about how many people support either candidate. Yeah, we
Okay,
think there are a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying
bigots
is
out
that
there.
it shouldn't-
Of course,
it
there are a lot of
shouldn't-
bigots out there. That's why we're arguing this in the first place, so that we reduce the likelihood
But
of
what
people
I'm saying
being
is it can
bigots.
also be peaceful.
people to
So
love.
if people vote for him, then it's peaceful. If people don't vote for her, whatever, it's peaceful. Everybody has their vote. That's why it's America. So
How
just let
about
the
we
votes
say this?
fly
The
where they
only
may.
way people are going to deny the validity of the election is if Donald Trump loses. That's
you
the
can
only
say-
time it will be checked.
If that's what you want to say and you think that's funny, okay. What I'm saying is everybody should be able to be peaceful. If he wins, okay. If she wins, okay. That's
So
what
why
it is.
why does Donald Trump want to pardon people that were rioters at January 6th who violently assaulted police officers? One person lost an eye, other people were brutalized. Right?
Why was Biden
They were
trying to
convicted,
defund
and
the
he wants to
police?
pardon them.
Why is Biden trying to defund the police?
Biden gave more funding to the police.
No, he actually prior to the election.
Unironically, gave more funding to the police. I'm not trolling.
I said when he's not president. He said prior defund the police.
When? When
Yes,
did
he
Biden
did.
say
So,
that? I don't
during
remember
2020,
Biden ever
during
saying
the
that.
riots, the George Floyd
I heard people
situation,
on
he
the
said
left
defund
arguing
the
against Biden because he didn't argue this. So I don't remember that at all. All right, can you give me any quote of him
So when
saying
George
defund the
Floyd-
police? Dude, I actually never heard him say that.
So when the George Floyd thing happened, it started saying defund the police. Everybody
Yeah,
started saying
what's wrong with saying that we should reallocate police funds, right, to other things that are better at, dealing with crime? right? Like, say like things that help with people who are in poverty or have lack of access to health care, mental health care, like child care, basic things like that people would need, which then would reduce the likelihood of crime happening.
Well,
Or like social workers.
prior to the election, everybody was saying after George Floyd was defund the police.
Yeah, what they mean by defund the police is reallocate police funds to things that are better suited at reducing crime. So they're talking about reducing the conditions of what causes
Trump
crime
also wants
rather than
to
just responding to the
fund the
symptom.
Trump would like to.
Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much.
To fund
But
the
again, that
police.
was
He's not
not
trying
even
to defund.
not even something proponed by Biden.
And defunding the police
That
is
was
like
the
a good
whole.
thing, by the way.
No, it's not a good thing. If
It,
there's
it
no
is a
police, then
very,
you're not.
very good thing. Why is
I'm
what
not gonna
Parker
argue.
said not a good thing?
Everybody in politics has a security guard. Why would we not
Why
want to have
is
the
what
police?
Parker said not a good thing?
Who would want to? Who would want to? Who would want to take funds away from police who help us every single day?
No, they don't help all communities, by the way. Can you repeat what you just said, Parker, please?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that people were saying that, again, police are not always best suited at reducing crime, right, comparative to other things, that the opportunity cost of us spending money on the police is not as good, right? So we get more out of, investing in social programs than we would in investing that money in the police. That's what people were saying. So it's a different way
Or we could
of
just
looking at
take
how
all
we're
of that
going to
money-
reduce crime.
Or we could just
What's
take all of that money and teach every American how to shoot a gun and defend themselves, and then we wouldn't need police.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but teaching people to use guns, appreciate the galaxy, thank you so much, I appreciate it, is not going to reduce the likelihood that people are committing crimes.
That's your opinion.
Right?
You-
That
do you have
just
statistics on
changes
that?
whether or
Can you
not
back
people
that?
are
Can you back that
educated.
with facts? Can you
That would
tell me a
affect like
statistic on that?
accidental crimes. Appreciate the
But
community.
also,
Thank you so much.
encouraging black
Tell me a
people to like
statistic on
have pew pews is just gonna like
Oh, well,
result in
that's
more.
racist. You can't say that. You just look. See what I'm saying when I say you say racist things. For you to say
It's
that about
not.
black people,
It's
that's
not
racist.
racist. It's just.
You know, tons of black
It's not
people in
racist.
Texas.
I'm just
in
saying,
Texas who have guns who
ma'am,
are
calm
safe.
down. You don't have to. You
No,
don't
I
have
just
to be
told him 10
aggressive and
minutes
angry.
ago,
Calm
do
down.
you
I am a
ever
black
say
woman.
anything racist?
I
And
am a
that's what I
black
was talking
woman.
about,
I am a
Parker.
black
That
woman.
was a
Calm down. Calm down. What I'm saying is it's going to possibly lead to black people being targeted by the cops more likely. When we look at people like Philando Castile, who had a legal license like to own a pew pew, and yet he was still unalived in front of his child and his wife. Right. When we look at a person like Sonia Massey, who recently was unalived, she was literally in her kitchen. And so, no, first of all, the police don't necessarily like help everybody. They literally unalive black and brown people. Second of all, black people with like legal pew pews would still like, it would pose like a danger to like our lives. We saw how Tamir Rice didn't even have like a real pew pew. He had like a BB gun and he was still unalive within like 30 or 20 seconds. Right. And he's a 12-year-old child. So again, I'm so sorry, but you would cause harm to black people. And how dare you say that I'm racist just because I mentioned
That's
the fact that
racist
black
for
people are
saying that.
disproportionately affected
Because you're
by
saying
the
your
police
people.
brutality.
That's racist in a sense that I can tell you in
What?
Texas here, I have over 15 friends
How is
in
it
my shooting
racist?
club who
It's
are
racist
black
to call
and
out
they do
systemic
great with
disparities.
guns. So
Like
what are you
what?
talking about?
Did I
You're
say black
giving
people
one
don't do
instance.
great with guns? Are
You
you
said
okay?
giving black people guns is going to create. Why would you say you're giving a gist like black people couldn't be taught?
No,
how to
that's not what I
properly
said.
handle a gun?
Listen, English. Is English not your native language? Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth instead of the selective hearing. I did not say black people cannot like learn how to use a gun.
You
Are
said
you
arming
okay?
black people with pew pews
I
is
said
a
that
bad
would
idea.
I said that would put more of a target on a black person's back because police already target black people. Like we literally saw Philando Castile, who had a license, and he was still unalive because he had a pew pew in his car.
I'm pretty sure
In
if
front of his
America
child
had
and his wife.
universal
That's what I'm
gun law,
saying.
it wouldn't put a target on the back if everybody went to gun safety classes and it was funded by the government and the government knew everybody was going to.
I'm saying by
arm
the
themselves to
cops.
defend
The
themselves.
cops do not. Listen. Police brutality already disproportionately affects black people, right? That's just a fact. And when we look at people like black people who have had gun licenses in the past, that just made us more of a target by the police because they could use that as an excuse to continue unaliving us.
Okay,
That's
well,
what I'm
first,
saying.
I appreciate your opinion, Kobe. I appreciate your opinion. It's late here in Texas. I do have to go, but I do appreciate your opinion, Kobe. I hear you, Parker. I hear you. I think everybody should be able to give their opinion.
Deserve. Have the night you deserve. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna like.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
I'm not gonna be nice to like a bigot. But anyways, bye.
I get you. All right, I'll see you later. Peace out. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just turned 18.
You voting Trump?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
So,
would you vote for
a
someone who
question.
more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
That's what trips me up, man.
Okay. Well, if you wouldn't do that, well, you shouldn't vote for Trump. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate
have a
you.
good one.
Appreciate you. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 23.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
No, but I will be voting for.
Incredible. Let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here, and then we will be able to get some debates going. Do just give it a second, everyone. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we will bring you up. Tap in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up, y'all. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you would like to. All right, let's get this next person up here. All right, all right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old? Hello?
Hello?
Are you going to be voting Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Why so?
100%. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, because he's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, wants to restrict a women's access to abortion. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, dog sauce.
So, okay.
Yeah, just a few things.
So then you don't agree with the Court of Appeals?
What do you mean?
You don't think there should be an appeal process to any conviction?
Appreciate the Tom's hug. Thank you so much. No, I just think that appeals are unlikely to occur, right? So I don't have any good reason that it's going to apply here in Trump's case.
Ask Kim Kardashian how many people she's got off death row over appeals.
So you can say that like appeals, a lot of people have gotten off on appeals. That doesn't mean it's statistically probable for essay cases relating to civil cases. So
Well,
what's the statistical probability of that happening with an essay case as it relates to civil liability?
If one person gets off because they were innocent,
No, answer the
isn't
question.
that worth
What's
it?
what's the statistical probability?
I don't think anybody knows that.
Okay, so if you don't know that, well then how can you claim that it's specifically likely that it's going to be the case that Trump's case is appealed here? Because I'm judging what I believe in based on what's most likely to be the case.
So
what I have
likely
best evidence to
otherwise.
believe.
So likely otherwise. How can you counter that?
So again, it is most likely and common appeals do not go through for civil liability cases.
Then you don't know the law. There's
What do you mean?
90% appeals on every conviction.
So you say that 90% of cases that people get convicted and get appealed,
Anytime
right?
somebody gets convicted.
No. I meant like when I say like it gets appealed, I mean that the appeal is accepted.
There's no exception in appeal. The appeal process.
Accepting of an appeal.
No,
an accepting of an appeal means that like there would be like an overturning of the case rule or the case determination.
You don't understand the law then.
What do I not understand about the law?
Because the appeal is a process. You have to go through another court to actually have.
I understand. I understand.
Okay.
What would I not understand there?
So if he has 34 felonies, how many people do you think have had felonies that have went to the Court of Appeals and had it overturned?
Probably a good amount of people. That doesn't mean it's most likely, though.
Exactly.
So
A
again,
good amount
unless
of
you can
people,
demonstrate that it's unless you
you-
can demonstrate that it's most people, I don't see how that would be relevant.
You said a lot of people.
Yeah. Okay. I think that when I say a lot of people, I mean like there could be 1,000 people that was applicable to all time.
Okay. So at least them 1,000 people were convicted wrongfully, correct?
Yeah. So about if we look at like the determinations on death row, about 4% of cases on death row are innocent. So that's still a 96% probability of this being accurate.
Let's not even talk about death row. Let's go off of the smallest misdemeanor on appeal or felony.
No, we would want to reference something that is like a violent charge.
Why would you
reference grape? Like what's the likelihood of appeal as it relates to grape?
Why would you reference a violent charge?
Because that's what Trump has done. Trump is.
Trump.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking about civil liability. If you're talking about the falsification of business records, well then yeah, we can look at class. Yeah, I know it's nonviolent. We can look at classy felonies, and we can look at the appeal rate of that.
Okay, let's look at that.
I mean, if you'd like to do that, we can. But what we were just referencing, sir, what we were just referencing was the civil liability SA case. So, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
But what you're doing is you're trying to transcend a different narrative on this.
Would you like to answer my question, sir?
Most likely than not, but the truth is he hasn't been convicted because there's an appeals process.
He was held liable. Answer the
more
question.
Likely than not is an opinion. It's not a fact.
No, it's not. Oh
yeah,
it's a fact.
100%.
It's a fact. It's a fact that the jury.
It's a fact
that the jury unanimously determined this based upon preponderance of evidence.
Unanimous. Okay, unanimous decision.
It was unanimous
in a lower court in New York, which is all liberal, which is one
in a
side.
civil court. Wait. So why didn't his lawyers pick better jurors?
It's not about his lawyers.
It is totally about his lawyers.
It's a blue state.
Wait, so then why didn't? Why did they use up all the? So give me any source that they used up all the possible change outs to see that they could, so that they could get rid of all the libs.
Okay, I've been on jury selection. Have you?
No.
Okay, there you go. I see.
That's not even relevant. How the hell is that relevant?
100%.
Wait,
relevant.
Tell me how that's relevant, please, bro.
Because
please tell me how that's a relevant argument.
Is selected. You literally talk on it, but you don't know.
Yes, the jury is selected by the lawyer. Tell me what was wrong with that process. Daisy, thank you for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you, Daisy.
Good job. Give him $15. He's gonna need it. Listen.
You're mad, bro. You're so
mad. No, I'm not mad. I just know you talk out. You do not know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm referencing.
No, you don't. How can you reference when you've never been on a jury selection?
I don't have to be on a jury to know that there's jury selection by the lawyer.
Okay, then I don't have to be a lawyer to judge law. Is that kind of what
I never judged law there. I just told you that they make the determination.
You said that Trump more than likely. So you're judging law.
No, I was basing it on the jury decision.
No, you did not.
I did. I told you.
Because there's a court of appeals.
Dude, listen. I told you.
There's a court of appeals, correct?
I told you that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse.
No.
Which means that based upon preponderance of evidence, again, which is more likely than not, he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll based upon the jury determination.
Okay. Do you know what E. Jean Carroll's? Do you know the evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case? Speak on that.
Yeah.
Mr. Lawyer. Speak on that.
Mr. Lawyer, I can. Can you give me one piece of evidence in the case?
There was none. It was her word against his.
There was. Wait. There was. I'll give you an example. The therapist notes, right? Can you give me one other piece? Can you give me one? Can you give me one other piece of evidence that was submitted in the case?
There was none.
Oh, so you don't know. So you don't know any of the pieces of evidence that were submitted in the case, yet you dispute it. So let me ask you a question. Would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexually abusing a child?
You're turning the narrative again. You literally
answer the question.
Dude, I see you. Listen,
I'm asking you to answer a question. Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable? Okay. Kristen, thank you for the $15 for jury duty. Thank you so much.
Keep giving.
Now, would you vote for someone?
Listen.
Answer the question. Would you vote for someone
who just turned it from E. Jean Carroll to the Court of Appeals. Now you're turning it to children because I'm proving you wrong on
No.
point.
I'm asking. No, because you're rejecting the standard of evidence used.
No,
So I'm
you
seeing.
haven't proven
So
the
listen.
standard of
So listen.
evidence.
Hey.
You-
Listen.
Okay,
Listen.
I'm listening. Go
Listen.
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you're rejecting the standard of evidence of the case.
No,
so if
no,
I
I'm
ask
not.
you,
The standard of evidence has not been proven.
please be quiet, or I will mute you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you're rejecting the standard of evidence of the case, right? In terms of the civil courts, that's why you're not accepting it. And in terms of the civil courts, you're not accepting it. I'll ask you, would you accept a civil court that indicated unanimously, based upon preponderance of evidence, that they sexually assaulted a child? Would you accept that they, insofar as that you would not vote for them?
Would you accept a unanimous court
Daisy, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Daisy. Thank you.
about
Thank
a
you.
child being whatever? Okay, I don't want to say the words because of the TikTok thing. The truth is that you're asking me in a context that has not been proven yet. So why are you going off topic? Why are you asking me something like this?
I'm gonna
when
cry, bro. I'm
Trump
asking
has
you.
never been proven in
Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. It was proven in a civil court.
No,
That's
it
how-
hasn't. What child?
So
proved it?
what did the
Wait,
judge
wait,
say?
Real quick.
What did the judge
I'll
say
let you
that
talk. I'll let you
Eugene?
talk.
What did the judge say that Eugene Carroll had to do in order for the defamation charges to apply? Because she tried specifically defamation before. And they said, you need to prove sexual abuse first. She proved sexual abuse, then the defamation applied. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Parker, you just went from Eugene Carroll to the kid. I went.
Yeah, and I asked a hypothetical and you never answered the question. So do you want to answer the
Hypothetical,
question?
Exactly, hypothetical, because that's all you guys
I
have
did.
is
No.
hypotheticals.
You understand hypotheticals are relevant towards understanding
no, it's not.
certain concepts?
Hypotheticals are not relevant. Fact is relevant.
They absolutely. Do you want me to give you an example of why a hypothetical is relevant?
Oh, give me an example why.
So for
hypotheticals
example,
relevant.
let's say we're building a school. So
Okay.
knowing
I build schools for a living. Go ahead, hit me with it.
Okay, so let's say we're building a school, knowing that there is the case that it's that there could be school unalivings in the future. Are we going to build the school in a different way, insofar as that we can reduce the probability of that particular type of event happening where it would unalive children?
You bring up a good point. I think any future school that should be built, all the staff should be already held with criminal charges for allowing a gun shooting.
Brent, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, I'm asking you. What the
That's a
fuck?
hypothetical.
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you this. That's not a hypothetical. Okay, a hypothetical, right? I'm asking you is, would you think that it's relevant to talk about how to build a building insofar as that it could reduce the likelihood of a child dying? Do you think that makes sense? Appreciate the paper card. Thank you so much. Because you're talking about a hypothetical scenario of a child dying in a particular way that could possibly happen if we implemented, say, one structure comparative to a different structure.
So a hypothetical would allow conviction on people that had no knowledge.
Are you
of
not
anything.
listening? Are you not listening?
Oh yeah,
Do you
I'm
think it was
100% listening.
in this school unaliving scenario? Do you think that it would be relevant towards building the school in a particular way?
You're asking me if building a school in a certain way would hold conviction against somebody that built it? If there was an unaliving there?
Yeah, like you would build your school in a particular way in which it would reduce the likelihood of children dying in certain scenarios that you might be able to engage with hypothetically.
So the hypothetical concept that Trump raped a kid
Yeah, so
is just a hypothetical because
no,
your-
I'm not.
your
I'm
opinion
no. The reason why I'm bringing it up
supersedes
hypothetically.
fact. And if that
The reason why I'm bringing it up hypothetically is to test your consistency. Because if you are disputing the standard of evidence, if you accept a different case where you have the same standard of evidence, but you have a different victim, that shows that it's not predicated off of the standard of evidence. It's predicated off of how bad you think it is. Tyler, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So essentially, I get you to have to justify, right, why you think that it's not bad enough, which sounds insanely absurd, which gets people to not hold to the view. He didn't hear anything I said. Watch him not respond to it.
No, my mic was turned off. Try like hell, okay, as much as you can to allow me to answer, okay? Because you keep switching topics. You go from Carol Jean to a kid, hypotheticals, and you're asking me about hypotheticals. Here's a scenario. Hypothetically, if you said, "Oh, Trump, you're gonna vote for somebody that raped a kid," you're spitting hypotheticals that have never been proven, not even remotely close to been proven. and not even in right now. It's not even in a court that he ever did that. So why would you sit there and say you're voting for a child rapist?
I never said that.
Hypotheticals matter. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. I never said you're doing that. I just asked you, if this were true, would you still vote for him? I never said that you're voting for someone who has done this to a child. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Gabby, thank you for the $1.
Everybody in the chat, prove me wrong if he did not say that. Literally, you just said that, and I'm jumping topic to topic, and you don't like it. I see you're.
If I didn't say that, if I didn't say that, type 1 in the comment section. Jamie, thank you for the lemonade.
If you listen, you bring up a topic, and I come at you with it, and you get uncomfortable, and you switch topic. That's what
I'm not uncomfortable. Look at the comment section.
I don't care. Half of number one, I got 90% to 10%. That says everybody in this comment section is for you right now. Okay, so no matter what I say, you're going to get 90% of the okay. No matter
That's
what.
That's not true at all. Like there are times
100%.
in my life where people have disagreed with me. Plenty.
But,
appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much.
But let's talk about Eugene Carroll.
Eugene
Carroll, whatever. Eugene, you know what? She's not even relevant because it was her word against his, and it was a jury that's being appealed right now.
Can you answer my hypothetical scenario, or are you just not going to engage?
Okay, fine. Okay.
Because I explained to you why the hypothetical is relevant, and you didn't even engage with that.
Why was the hypothetical relevant?
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you. Because it demonstrates concepts that are relevant to whether or not we're going to vote for a particular candidate.
Okay, so hypothetically, what if Kamala Harris puts a lot of the minority behind bars and then extends their sentences to make them do yard work for California? That's not a hypothetical. That's a fact. So
you don't have a source that it was specifically that it was specifically people who are black.
You Parker,
One,
come on.
Two.
You're
Can you give me the source
to counter this?
Can you give me the source of the racial demographics that were set up for that?
Oh, I don't have to. Anybody in your chat can Google it.
You can wait. So give me a source. Thank you. I appreciate the cap.
She extended sentences.
Wait, I want you to give me I want you to give me the source.
You want me to give you source
that has the demographics? Yes.
It's in her record.
Give me the source.
What about? Hear me out. Another hypothetical.
Wait. So are you not going to engage with mine? Because again, I actually brought up something that's relevant, and you're not engaging with anything because you're fucking triggered. No, you're literally so triggered you won't engage with my debate.
Okay, go to the triggered. Okay.
Yeah, you're literally fucking so triggered that you can't engage with any concept.
There you go. You're getting defensive. You see that?
No, I'm not defensive at all.
No, you're
I'm just
defensive.
describing to you your behavior.
No,
Caitlin, thank you for the $6.68.
Everyone knows I'm calm. You're the one getting triggered right now. You're the one getting defensive.
I'm not triggered at all.
Oh, I can see it in you, dude. Parker, I watch you often because I tried to join your lives to school you. Okay, I've tried to join this for a week now just to let you know what's actually going on. Okay, but your moderators the other day kept denying me because I was in the comment section actually correcting you.
If you spam comments, they'll mute
I don't.
you.
I don't
That's the only
spam. I
context.
just correct when something is missing.
If you just disagree with me, you're not going to get muted.
I disagree.
If you just disagree with me, you're not going to get muted in my comment section. There are people that disagree with me consistently overall all the time that in my comment section never get muted.
No,
we mute people
I've never
that,
been
that,
muted.
that spam. We mute people that say slurs.
I've denied.
Thank you so much.
I've been denied coming up. Okay, but now I'm here. So let's talk about it. What's the next topic that you want to talk about?
So again, if it was the case that someone was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a kid, would you vote for them?
You're literally twisting the narrative again. This is not. This
you
is
see
not
how he can't answer the question. You see how he can't engage. Remain calm and
about
answer the question.
Okay.
Impossible challenge for MAGA.
Okay.
Tom, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tom. I really appreciate that.
So Biden had a couple sexual assault cases
for the trigger. Wait. So he's still not answering the question.
Okay, fine.
He's still not answering the question.
Fine. Okay. I'll play into your hypothetical.
It's like laughable how much you're running away.
No, I would not vote for anybody that was deemed criminally.
Civilly. Casey, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the MAGA Critical Thinking Fund.
Question for you.
That one's gonna take
Has
a
there
lot
ever
of money.
been, real quick question, has there ever been a rapper, a football player, or anything that had a rape
Holy
conviction
fuck!
that
Can
was
you answer
overturned?
my questions? Think of that mustache. Thank you so much. I
just said
condemn
no.
any person that's been
Dude,
convicted.
I literally just answered your question. I said no, and then I
Okay,
asked you, was
so
there
so let
any
me
rape-
so let me finish my questions, and then you can
Okay.
answer. You can ask a new question, and I'm
Okay.
totally fine with answering that. Laura, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Laura. And Casey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You can hear the blood pressure rising. Yes, we can. Yeah. So, given that you would vote for someone, I appreciate the glory. Thank you so much. Who's civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Why wouldn't you vote for someone who's civilly liable of sexually abusing a kid? Because the only difference between these cases is just whether or not the victim is a woman or a child.
Okay, so my stance on that is that Carol was a woman when it happened. She was able to come out with this immediately and say that was wrong. Whatever, she waited 30 years, okay, with no evidence, but her word against
23,
kid-
and she
a
did have
kid
evidence,
has
and
nobody-
victims wait all the time and or do not come out.
A kid has no defense. Okay, you are if you are liable for going against it. I believe in the death penalty for people that have raped a kid. Okay, and if you ever get to the point that you can convict Trump of raping a child, I would be the first juror on there.
Dude, you're not understanding. So what you're basically saying is that there's a greater likelihood of like a woman lying. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if it
Margot,
takes 30
thank you for the $10.
years,
Thank you so much.
if it takes 30 years and a political stance, you can come
23
out with
years
it.
is different than 30 years. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
Okay, 23 years
And it's not a
is no
political
different than
stance.
30
You're just
years.
victim blaming. Thank you for the confetti. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. And then Eugene
yes, it is.
Carroll.
There's a difference
Eugene
between
Carroll,
that one.
whatever the hell you want to call
7
it.
years out of 30 is a lot, by the way. I
Okay,
just
but
want to let you
Eugene
know.
Carroll, what was the evidence? You still haven't said that.
I already gave you. So there again, you had none of the evidence yet. You still disputed it. There was therapist.
No, it was
notes,
her
there
word
were-
against his, and a
there were
juror-
multiple. Listen, there were therapist notes of it being recorded at that time. So if it was the case that she was running a plot to make money off of him, why didn't she specifically come out earlier so that she could have gotten money, and it would have been the case that she would have been able to use that money more throughout her life? Why would it have been the case that her, like many other victims, she didn't come out for a long time? I think that you actually have a harder time explaining why this happened if it is the case that she was not assaulted and she was making it up. Again, if she was trying to get money off of him, it would have been the case that they applied it earlier on, given that we have therapist notes of it being back then. We also have multiple of her friends that tie the story back then at that particular time. And we have a dress where there was male DNA on it, where Trump did not give up his DNA when he had 2 years to do so. Heidi, thank you so much for the couch potato. Thank you.
Eugene Carroll waited 3 years. Okay. And I'm just, she said rape is sexy.
No, she said that other people think that, and that's harmful. She's talking about how grape
Look at
culture
the way
promotes
she
the
looked
idea
when
that
she said it. Come on.
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've watched that.
Yeah,
And
you
you're like
watched that,
fucking
so
making
you
something
see
out
her
of nothing.
eyes. You say, if
I'm
she
sorry,
was
but you're
really
just a lunatic.
statistic,
You're actually
you
like
think-
crazy. Like I can
No,
hear it in
you-
your voice. You're like actually insane. I couldn't imagine engaging with you in real life.
Okay, Parker.
Like, I
All
can
right.
just
Hey,
tell by
listen,
your
we're
voice. I'm
gonna
not even
conversate.
trolling, dude.
Dude, you see what's going on here? You're getting defensive again.
No, I'm
literally
telling you how it
telling you
is, bro.
that you
Like I
see
would
what
not
you
feel
witnessed.
safe around you in real life.
Why wouldn't you feel safe around me?
Dude, it's just the way you speak, bro.
Okay,
I
tell
don't know
me
what it
why.
is. Audrey,
no,
thank you for the
no.
$2. Thank you so much.
We're on topic. So tell me why you wouldn't feel safe around me.
Dude, it's the tonality, bro. And like what
What's
you're
the
talking about, you're
tonality?
denying, you're literally trying to demonize women, victim blame
no.
them, and the tonality. I don't know, man. You sound unstable.
I have a daughter. Okay, she just
and
turned
I'm
18.
really sorry.
I have a wife.
Now if Donald Trump went up to your
Spanish.
daughter when she was
Okay.
10 years old and
I-
said that he wanted to be dating her in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
And I'll be honest with you, I thought that comment was a little weird. And I'm
But would
okay
you-
with saying
and,
that.
And you're still gonna vote for him?
Yes, because that comment, I can say, it was a little weird.
Would you vote for him if it was your
But-
daughter?
But
Appreciate the
can-
IC, thank you.
What about Kamala Harris, like changing?
Would you
her
vote for him
language to
if it was the
violence?
case that it was your daughter?
What are you talking about? It's not.
Would
my
you
daughter.
vote for him if it was your daughter?
he was talking about his own daughter.
No, he wasn't. Caitlin, think of the dollar. He went up to some random 10-year-old girl on an escalator and said, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Number one, I've never seen that video.
I will show you the
I didn't
video
even
right
comment
now.
on it.
You want to see the video?
Pull it up. I don't care.
All right. We're going to pull it up right now. I got you. I literally have to wait for the ad, and then I'll be able to play it in your ear. So again, if it was the case that it was true and it's related to your daughter, would you vote for him?
And after you do this, do you pull up Biden?
What, answer the question, dude. He can't. Dude, he will never answer a question.
I just answered, but I'm waiting for your video.
Dude, what did I just say?
I'm waiting for your video.
What did I just say?
You asked if I was going to vote after I see this clip. You said you were putting it in my ear right now.
Would you vote for someone? Would you vote for someone who who did this to your 10-year-old daughter?
Did what? I still haven't seen the clip.
Holy fucking shit.
Hey, Parker, you're getting defensive again. Stop it. Calm it down.
You're such a crazy individual.
Thursday night. You're going up
Let me see the video.
I'm going to be dating her
Point
in
it.
10 years. Can you point it?
Anybody can edit. Come on.
This was from 1992. No edited audio.
Show me your phone. Show me the face of your phone.
Thursday night. You're
Show
going
me
up
the face of your phone.
I'm going to be
Are you going to listen to the clip, or are you just going to keep talking over
listening,
it?
but I don't want it to be
Listen to the
edited.
clip. Be quiet, or I'll mute you.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Okay. Would you, Gloriana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Kick the cultist. We'll see. Would you vote for someone who did that to your 10-year-old daughter? Thank
That's
you for the
clip.
roses. Thank you.
You won't even show your face of your
Can
phone.
you
on what
answer the
video you're looking
question?
at.
Appreciate the corky. Thank you so much. There isn't a video. It's audio from 1992.
Oh, well, I guess anybody can make audio from 1992.
Wait, no.
I can make
No,
audio
because the
from
people heard
1992.
this. People heard this live.
Oh, yeah, they have?
Yes.
And you have a video of this actually happened. Now, 92, there's a lot of video. Shit, Reagan.
There was audio. They didn't
Reagan
have video. They
had
didn't have video of him at that time because they were transitioning.
They weren't. Reagan had video. There's videos
No,
with
listen. I
Reagan
understand,
all over the
dude.
place. There's
I'm not saying they didn't have the tech.
JFK had video.
Fucking listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth before you say some fucking dumb shit. Be quiet. Please shut the fuck up and listen. Listen for a second, okay? Please. They weren't. I'm not saying they didn't have the technology for it. I'm saying they didn't have the camera on him, but they had the audio. Like, bro, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Holy shit.
I'm just saying it's convenient.
It's not. Listen, dude. Again, you're saying it's convenient that you disagree with it when you even hear it. You literally can't even believe it's real. Kim, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
It's not that I can't believe it's real.
You
It's
can't.
that with all the video in the 90s, every rap. Dude, I grew up on BET and MTV. Okay, I watched video after video in the 90s. Video
Lowen,
was
thank you for
very,
the
very
$2. Cent. Thank you for the
prevalent.
$5. No, audio. They wouldn't have been able to. How would they have been able to fake that?
Do you know how easy it is to fake audio today?
Why hasn't he said that it's not him?
Has anybody brought that up to him?
This has been out and it's been posted since 2016.
Oh, it's been out. It's been posted in 2016.
It's been
2016 was
posted
an
even
election
before
year.
that. Because you want to know something crazy? It was brought back because it's an election year. But you
2016
understand that it was specifically aired in 1992. There were people in the chat that saw it.
Okay, it was brought up in
If you saw it live,
2016.
1992, type 1 in the chat.
Did
Thank you for
Hillary
the confetti.
Clinton
Thank you
bring
so
that
much.
up? Did Hillary Clinton make that? She made the Russian collusion. We all know
No,
that,
this
right?
is not made up by Hillary Clinton.
Russian collusion.
Look
was?
at the people in the chat that literally saw it first person.
Can I ask you something? If Hillary Clinton staged Russian collusion, which is already a fact, that you can't even deny it.
She didn't. So listen, they had an investigation, They determined that there were people a part of Trump's administration that were affiliated with Russia. They couldn't tie it specifically to Donald Trump, but they did indicate that Russia was interfering with our election. So there was a legitimate investigation, yet they couldn't tie anything specifically directly to Donald Trump. And I will admit that, and I acknowledge that. I look at the evidence, I look at the court cases, I look at the determinations, and it clearly isn't sufficient evidence to indicate that he colluded with Russia. In the same way that I look at that, you need to understand there have been plenty of court cases that indicated that he lost the 2020 election.
So is there any indication that Clinton colluded with Russia to bring that on Trump? Tell me that.
Lowen, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wait, can you say it one more time? And Kimberly, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Kimberly.
Is there any evidence, 100% fact, that Clinton colluded with Russia to bring charges on Trump?
Wait, I never said that Clinton colluded. Right? I don't have any good evidence.
Oh, she did.
Clinton colluded.
Oh, no, there's already evidence out there.
So what's the evidence? I like how you accept that, but you don't accept civil determinations.
Civil determinations, you have to go through the appeal process to get to the end game, okay? It's just like anybody that was convicted in 93 and passed since Biden and Clinton did the crime bill. They ended up, locking many
you can
people
send the
up.
request back. I tried to add you up, but it didn't.
They ended up locking many people up, minorities for.
You can't. Hold on. You can't say any drug's name in particular.
I didn't.
Letting you know.
Yeah, I won't.
No, I'm just telling you can't, because then I'll have to kick you off.
No, I didn't say it. I didn't say a name in particular.
No, I know you didn't. I was just making sure that.
Oh, I
you knew
appreciate that. I appreciate you looking out for me. We're having a good conversation right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to preserve the end of the convo.
Yeah, no. So, you got a lot of like the crime bill that happened in 93 with Biden and Clinton. And how many of them misdemeanors you think went to Court of Appeals for people that were sent to jail on many like upcharged charges because of that bill alone? That attacked the minority groups.
Wait, say what bill again?
The crime bill, 93 crime bill.
Yeah. So I definitely think the crime bill was bad.
Oh, yeah.
And Joe Biden has come out and said that he disagrees with it, that he thinks.
But
that
he's the one
that
that signed it.
It was also that he didn't sign it.
Yes, he did.
Thank you too much. He added the Violence Against Women Act specifically to it.
Bill has to be signed on as a package.
That part I think is good. Violence Against Women Act is good.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
can I finish explaining this? Yeah, but which again, this was specifically shown to be the case that the Congressional Black Caucus supported at the time. It was bipartisan, supported by the Republicans and by the Democrats.
That's how it should be.
I'm just telling you, it was vastly supported.
Yeah, no, that's how it should be as far as bills come along. But the truth of the matter is, in 90s, you had career politicians, voting on these things. And the fact is, a lot of these people are career politicians, and it's like.
I mean, what is bad about someone being a career politician?
I'll tell you what's bad is because they start getting into bills and everything that they can make themselves money off of. And they start coming down this road of greed. And this road is what has gone from.
How do you know that's not applicable to Trump? Think of the cat. Thank you so much.
What's that?
How do you know that's not applicable to Trump?
Because Trump is not a politician. He's actually supported prior to his running. He actually
Trump is quite literally currently a politician. Not only is Trump quite literally a politician right now, but it is the case that he has some of the same qualities that you'd reference. He's a pathological liar. He lies literally all the time. He has not passed any policy that we'd see as effective for the middle class more than rich people, like extensively. He has like an anti-union record. He denies science. He's restricting women's access to abortion, like plenty of things that we would disagree with.
Perfect. Let's hit one of them because I know very, very well about union. I'm actually a union person. Okay. All right. So let's talk about.
I mean, but before you do I do want to let Law of the Wild address something because we were talking about court cases, and I'm pretty sure Law of the Wild wanted to address some of that.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
Hey, Parker, several people sent me your live and asked me to hop up, so I'm coming in a little bit blind. What was the controversy?
Oh, okay. So people just randomly asked you to come up. He was just disputing the E. Jean Carroll case based upon the civil statutes, saying he doesn't accept that. He doesn't think there was enough evidence, etc. Like stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, civil cases are proved based off of a preponderance of the evidence. In New York, it's a jury of 9 people. Only 7 of them have to agree on the outcome, and in this case, all 9 of them were unanimous. And based off of the pretrial questionnaires, that it was strongly indicated that at least 2 of them were likely Republican voters.
So he laid out.
Response to that?
I mean, he laid out the jury selection: three Republican, the rest Democrat. But that still don't prove anything that I, likewise, others said, which is E. Jean Carroll had 0 her word against his within this trial. Had a couple maybe notes that were. I don't even know if they were mocked up, but the fact that she didn't even have a friend that testified that said, "Hey, she came to me when this happened." That says.
Wait, she did. She had 2. There were 2 friends.
She
Weren't
actually
there?
had 2 friends. There were 7 witnesses that testified at the trial.
Literally on the same spectrum.
I literally told them this earlier too, by the way.
They're on the same spectrum as her. They are like literally far. So it's like anybody that hates Trump.
Wait, so you said they didn't do this, but now you know exactly who they are, and you know that they're super like far left. Like, make up your mind, bro. What are you talking about?
The E. Jean Carroll. Okay, you can. Perfect example. Okay, if I'm a hated person, right? I'm hated. All right, Pete. Hey, listen, Parker. You don't like me, right?
Had a small earthquake. That was fun.
If you could pin something on me and you need your 2 best friends to help you, would they do it?
No.
Oh, bullshit. You just called a best friend right now to combat me.
So
we just got with him and said, "Hey, listen, Parker needs help with this. Get on this live."
Wait, no. People wanted
called.
People wanted Law of the Wild to come up, so I invite him to come
You
up.
just proved my point.
I think it's funny to show him.
No, you just proved my point.
I've already destroyed you over and over again.
You called
I've already destroyed you over and over again.
No,
Thank
you
to confetti. I don't need backup, right? I've already destroyed you over and over and over again.
At what point?
I already showed you a lot of this information.
At what point?
And you still disputed it.
At what point? What did you destroy me on? Name one thing that you destroyed me.
Thank you so much. The sexual abuse, I showed you how you don't dispute it based upon the preponderance of evidence. You disputed it just based upon what the victim was, and you accept it with a case of a child, but not with like a woman.
No,
I very clearly destroyed you on that.
Since when? I would ask your chat.
Thank you for the $5.
I know they're one-sided. You did not. You're a kid
I did not
compared
what?
to me. You know, yeah, like as far as the everything that's going on, I literally have schooled you in every single. That's why you get uncomfortable and then you start getting mad. Okay, then you.
Yeah, I'm getting so mad right now because I'm getting destroyed. Am I right?
Fine. Name one other topic. Go ahead. We'll do one more.
Yeah, the science denial, where Trump engages in science denial, where he specifically denies the election and tries to undermine our American democracy. There have been 60-plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, plenty of which had appointed judges specifically by Trump that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So clearly, like the facts disagree with you and your side.
Okay, I'm speaking from Michigan, okay? And I will tell you that there was a girl that was literally seized by local law enforcement, had 10,000 ballots that she had names on and everything written in the Democratic thing. She was going to send them in. They stopped the sting, sent it to the FBI, and the FBI killed the investigation. And she was linked to 5 other states that were doing this. 10,000 ballots in one city.
Can you give me some source?
I can't pull up the source because I can't literally get off the line.
Yeah, you can. You can go swipe off, find the source, then come back and tell me.
So you're going to allow me back in this live?
Yeah. Or do you have a second device?
I don't. Not on me right now.
Okay. So
all
you have to do is stay up here. You just swipe out of the app, but make sure you come back like every minute or so just to look at my face and then to like in the app and then to go back out so it doesn't automatically kick you. But I'll add someone else and talk to them until you're ready.
Will do. I'll go ahead and mute myself and I'll do that.
All right, for sure. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up, everyone. Let's get up another person in the meantime, everyone. If you are MAGA, type in the comment section right now. Everyone's top of the screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. I'm excited for this as well. Finally Free, how old are you?
Hello?
Finally Free, how old are you?
45.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, there's multiple reasons, but
Why so?
yeah.
Thank you so much for all the hat mustaches. Thank you.
Nice mustache.
Thank you. Yeah. So why are you voting Trump?
Why are you voting Kamala?
She hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to undermine the American democracy for the past years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that she won. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. She didn't engage in climate denial. She didn't, which is denying science. She didn't try to repeal the ACA and limit access to limit the expanding access of healthcare. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. And the ICU.
All right, so you just rattled off a bunch of information that you just remembered, or are those facts?
Those are facts.
According to who?
So for which one are you disputing?
All of them.
So these are like either things that he said, or like just tell me which one you're disputing and I can tell you in specific.
No, it sounds like opinions. They're not facts. Where are they coming from?
So he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse. You can find that from Fox News. You can find that from CNN. You can find that from AP News. You can find that from the Washington Post, New York Times, anything you want.
And you believe all that?
It's from Fox News even. So do you believe Fox News? Do you believe Fox News?
Do I believe in Fox News?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. It depends on...
Depends whether or not they agree with Trump?
No, not at all.
What does it depend on?
It depends on how... Where do you get your information from besides Fox News or CNN?
AP News, typically.
Okay. So you base your information on reporters, right?
Yeah, like almost every other point in history.
Okay. All right. So you think those are valid points?
Yeah.
Okay. And why is that?
There's actually, like, when it comes to this specific claim, there's several court documents that you can download for the New York State court system's website to see that he has in fact been found liable for sexual abuse.
Yeah, but those are opinions, they're not facts.
A jury
fact that he's been held civilly
form is
liable.
an opinion.
What's that? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Go ahead, Law.
No, like there was a trial and the jury reached a verdict and the verdict form is available online. That's an opinion in your mind?
It is, yeah.
Thank you for the confetti.
It is.
Okay. Well, it's a fact that there's a verdict form.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you.
So you're going to die on that
Okay,
hill?
is it an opinion that Trump has been convicted of 34 felonies?
All right, well, list them out.
Falsification of business records.
Sure. Yeah, 34 records, 34 counts of falsification of business records in the first degree. It's a violation of New York Law 175.10, stemming from 11 invoices, 11 checks paid to those invoices, and 12 false business ledger entries.
Right. Sort of like Biden when he created 13 LLCs and laundered money. So that's
There's not even a conviction on that yet. He accepts that.
All right, calm down there, buddy. So what? I can state something and you can't?
No, we have a conviction. You don't.
And what's the conviction?
34 felonies.
That's bullshit. Come on.
Appreciate the cat. Thank you. Why is that bullshit?
Court of Appeals.
Right.
Okay, so you don't accept any case until it's gone through the Court of Appeals.
Oh yeah.
So you're on your soapbox.
Okay. So would you let someone who's been held civilly liable for child sexual abuse take care of your kid?
Then name that. Name what?
Would you let them take care of your kid because you don't believe it?
Believe what?
You said you don't believe civil cases until there's been an appeal. Let's say prior to an appeal, but they've been held legally responsible for sexual abuse of a kid. Would you let them take care of your kid?
Responsible for?
What's up?
What is he been legally responsible held for?
Trump sexual abuse.
If you want to spat off all this information, back it up. Besides CNN and Fox.
Hey, Parker.
Those are
Yeah,
opinions. They're not facts.
Hey, I found that.
We've already given you core documents. He literally told you where to find the core documents.
Come on. Why? Because they're based off of a CNN or a Fox? Come on.
Parker?
No, that wasn't CNN or Fox. That was core documents.
Okay, well then prove it.
He told you where to find the core documents.
So that makes it valid?
So where do you get your news finally free? Where do you get your news finally free?
It's a joke. Everything
seriously, what's a news source that you trust?
Everything that you read online, all these so-called facts.
Sherry, thank you for the $20 for facts. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, Parker.
It's a show. That's all you do. It's all a show.
Yeah, of us dunking on you repeatedly.
Finally,
so.
What is a news source that you trust? Like literally, just any news source that you trust.
I think it's all trash.
So where do you get your information?
It's trash. Everything, Fox, CNN, it's all trash. You're trash.
Where do you get your information?
You're a joke. This is a joke.
Where do you get your information?
The same spots you do.
Where?
The same ones.
The same spots I do, but you just said that you don't get your sources there.
The same ones that you get your information from, and I think it's a joke.
Okay, so you don't get your information from there because you think that's a joke.
Yourselves information that's a fucking joke.
Finally, do you get your information from Telegram?
No.
Is it Telegram?
I've never been on Telegram.
OAN.
So if you wanted to find out information on current events, where do you go?
The same spots you go, and it's all a fucking joke. But you guys hold it near and dear to your heart.
Are we in the Matrix? Like, do you just?
Yeah, we're in the Matrix. Yep.
Do you just? Are we in the Matrix? Do you just not believe? Do you believe the entire world around us is a fiction? Like, help me out. Like, what? How do you find information that you trust?
How do you find information you trust?
I go to original sources.
And what are those?
Court filings, court documents, original documents issued by, depending on what I'm looking at. If it's a government report, I go to the original government report.
Okay. And?
Like, you do understand that, like, Trump was on trial for several weeks in New York for 34 felony charges in front of Judge Merchan, right?
I do. Okay, well then prove it.
Okay.
What about the gag orders?
Lay it out. So you're going off of an opinion, not a fact.
What's
Talk
the
about
opinion?
the gag orders in that case, though.
What about the gag orders?
Let's just finish it finally free here.
Oh, his defense attorneys weren't even allowed to bring evidence into there. He wasn't even allowed to talk about the case or even say anything in trial.
Yeah, that's not true.
Google that. That judge
I need to Google it. I read the order.
Was corrupt, and he literally. Oh, come on. I mean, we can't even talk about that. But here's the thing. The BGI
wait. I want you to listen to MAGA. I want you to listen to Law of the Wild real quick.
Real quick, you told me to bring it up, and I was just going to let you know that it's BGI Strategies that was found in Michigan. You can Google it. BGI Strategies was linked to a Tennessee corporation that was doing ballot harvesting, and somebody was caught for 8,000 to 10,000 ballots in a city in Michigan, and the FBI never investigated it. BGI Strategies. Go ahead, Google it.
All right, let's Google it. Let's see.
Well, if it's in Google, it's
Law of the Wild, go for it. You said BGI and BGI what?
Strategies.
Maybe
all the other
ballot
we should check with finally
in Michigan.
Yeah, go for it. Law of the Wild.
Finally free. What search engine should Parker be using right now, if not Google?
Google, it's fine. It's such a
DuckDuckGo.
He said not to use Google. Oh, okay. I gotta go use DuckDuckGo. My bad.
Go use Bing.
But you know,
Anyway,
about the Court of
free. So
Appeals,
let's go back to this.
you know, that judge.
Can you let Law of the Wild go real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna meet both of you. You guys don't be quiet.
Oh,
Real
you're
quick.
good. You ain't gotta mute me.
Yeah.
So finally, for you, I'm still not sure. Do you said it was an opinion that Trump was on trial in New York? Is that an opinion or is that a fact?
No, he was. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, though. At the end of the day, the results are factual / opinion based.
What?
Because depending on how you're leaning towards the so-called left and the right, who you stand for.
What is this guy saying?
Let's just raise our hands if we thought OJ was guilty or innocent. I mean, verdicts get it wrong. I mean, everyone knows. Come on now.
Absolutely.
Everyone knows.
Because when you're judged,
I mean,
like
OJ never
when you
appealed
go to
his
trial-
civil conviction. So does that mean he
got off
wasn't
it.
actually civilly liable?
No, because they found him innocent.
He was found civilly liable. He didn't appeal the decision, though.
He was found innocent. He was found innocent on it, on all charges.
In criminal court. He wasn't found innocent. Nobody's found innocent in criminal court. He was found not guilty. But in the civil case, when Ron Goldman, when his parents sued him, he was found civilly liable for his death. His unaliving, I should say. Sorry.
A premise liability issue.
Go on. A premise liability?
I'm just assuming if he was found guilty on anything with the Goldman family, it was because it happened on his property. I don't know much about the case after he was found innocent. I don't know the further civil.
No, it was for civil damages due to the unaliving. It had nothing to do with premise liability.
But he wouldn't have had to do anything with that if he was found innocent of the actual unaliving. So
no, he was found not guilty, but then he lost the civil suit.
Okay, so then we can both agree that the courts sometimes are wrong.
Yeah, courts can be wrong, and that's what the appeals process is there for. But only 14%. Hold on, only 14% of civil cases are overturned on appeal. So, overwhelmingly, the court of first impression is upheld.
Yes, but so far, every single thing that has been brought in against Trump has been pretty much the Supreme Court sides with him on everything so far. He's fighting this, that, and the other thing, just a little bit here and there. But as far as actually like the cold hard verdict of it, that is not found until the appeals court deems it okay. That's what it is. That's the process. You know, to say that he's civilly liable,
that's not true,
because New York found him liable does not mean he's guilty. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Donald Trump currently has a $80+ million judgment against him, and he's had to place money in escrow because he lost the case.
He lost the case, but he's going through Court of Appeals, so they have to do a bond. I get that. And
right, so
that bond officer looks at
what
the
makes
case, because they have to know that their money's secure.
Right, but the underlying case, the verdict is still the verdict. It's not on pause until the appeal. The verdict has happened. Now the verdict may be overturned on appeal, but it's still the case has been finalized, and the Court of Appeals may decide to hear oral arguments on it, or they may decide not to and just issue a response in writing to the case. But the underlying verdict happened. It's not on pause or anything like that.
So do you think that he's guilty because the civil court found him liable? I want you to answer this very accurately. So I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. Do you think he's guilty?
So you asked me if he's guilty, which is criminal standard, and then if he's liable.
Yes. Do you think he's guilty by how the court found him on the civil, on the initial verdict? Do you think he's criminally responsible or guilty?
So my position on this is there is nobody better than the jury to assess the veracity of the witnesses and the evidence that was presented at trial, because they get to look the witnesses in the eye, they get to see their body language, they get to see how their tones of voices, all the things that we don't get to see when we read the transcript. So I generally have a high faith in the jury's ability to evaluate evidence and witnesses, and I don't typically second guess that unless I have, compelling reason that I've seen with my own eyes to dispute that. The fact that it was a unanimous civil jury when it didn't have to be leads me to indicate that if it was brought within the statute of limitations and the criminal rules of evidence were applied, that there's a substantial likelihood that he would have been guilty.
Okay, so actually, the one of them were out of statute of limitations. They actually changed the conviction as far as the prosecution changed the charge in order to extend that liability. So as far as that goes, okay, it can be changed as far as to extend the statute of limitations. It's already been proven they did that to him. Okay.
So not quite. So the sequence of events here is in 2018.
I'm not talking about the New York case, just so you know.
I'm
not talking about the New York case.
Well, that's the only one that the statute of limitations was changed in. So which case are you talking about?
Wait, Stormy Daniels is in the New York, correct? The Stormy Daniels case? That is in New York, right?
The statute of limitations wasn't changed in the Stormy Daniels case. Yeah, they're both in New York.
Yes, it was, because what they did was his campaign manager sent funds to Stormy Daniels to basically she's like, oh, I'm going to do this, that, and the other thing. And he paid her whatever the situation it was, he took it out of the campaign fund, and they ended up seeing that, oh yeah, we can extend this charge by saying that he did campaign fund fraud doing this. He had no knowledge of his campaign manager doing this. He had no knowledge of it. He was trying to not create a PR issue, which Trump said, I never did that. I would have fought her in court. This never happened. But at the same time, his campaign fund manager embezzled $65,000 on top of that from the campaign. So, you look at them facts, okay? They extended because everything was, you couldn't charge him on it unless it was a campaign fund issue. And so there's where they extended the liability of what he did as far as the statute of limitations. That's how they were able to actually bring it to court.
Okay, so you're pretty far off on your fact pattern there, but I think I know what you're trying to say. So Michael Cohen wasn't his campaign manager. He was an employee of the Trump organization.
Yes.
In New York, in order to for felony charges, the statute of limitations is paused for up to 5 years while the alleged offender is out of the state. And so since Donald Trump was a resident of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue from 2017 to 2021, he was, the statute of limitations was paused in New York, but that only applies to felony charges.
Okay.
So the allegations in that were that Michael Cohen had used Trump organization funds that was disguised as a legal retainer fee in order to pay off Stormy Daniels. There's never any allegation of any campaign funds being used.
But so Michael Cohen did that, and that is how they increased the statute of limitations, was because they labeled it campaign funds.
It wasn't campaign funds. So it was any felony. Any felony. So normally falsification of business records is in New York is once
of a felony. This was a payout. This was listen.
He's convicted of 34 felonies.
No, okay. So I'm talking about.
It wasn't. It's crazy.
I'm talking about the initial payment to Stormy Daniels was from Michael Cohen. I thought he was a campaign manager, but I wasn't sure. Okay, you got me on that. Okay, I'll give you that. Okay, he wasn't the campaign manager, but he had something to do with the funds. Okay, he paid Stormy Daniels without Trump's knowledge, and Trump admits that. Okay, and Trump said he would have fought Stormy Daniels on this because he never ever did anything with her, whatnot. This was not even an issue. So when it comes down to Michael Cohen taking and embezzling funds that's already been found in the court proceedings that he embezzled from Trump's fund. At the same time, he paid Stormy Daniels. So my thing is like, okay, if paying off hush money, whatever, was the crime, then, you got, your statute of limitations at this, but because they can tie it to the campaign funds, that's where they extended it into a felony. Okay. And that is why they get with the felony conviction. And the truth is, if I have an accountant that handles my money and he does shit with my money that I am not okay with or that I have no knowledge of, I am not the one liable for that. Many people have claimed bankruptcy because their accountants had screwed them over. Huge. Ask athletes. Ask, artists.
Hold on. You're going off on a tangent here.
I'm not. Listen, I'm keeping it cool. I'm just saying. I'm speaking my piece on this. So people,
but you're giving your factual record is incorrect there. Once again, there was never any allegations that any campaign funds were used.
That is how they pinned the felony.
There was an allegation. No, it's not. There were 4 predicate crimes that were listed that elevated the falsification of business records in the first
what do you think the business records were for?
So it normally
the campaign
under New York Penal Code 175.05, it's a misdemeanor to falsify business records. So if you fudge the numbers on your business records intentionally, that's just a misdemeanor. But if you do it in furtherance of another crime, it becomes a felony. And there were four predicate crimes that the plaintiffs that the prosecution attempted to argue. They were allowed to argue 3 of them. Now, one of them was a violation of the Federal Election Campaign Act, but that wasn't because of any campaign funds being used. That was that the money that Michael Cohen spent, the $130,000, was in excess of the maximum of $2,700 that a individual can donate to a campaign through direct or in-kind donations.
Okay, so let's eliminate the campaign fund, the felonies, and everything like that. If I were to be, if a girl came at me and said, "Hey, if you don't pay me this much money, I'm gonna sue you for this, that, and the other thing," okay, and I say, you know what? I'm a political person. I'm in the spotlight right now. I don't need this. Okay, I'm gonna pay you. Okay, fine. We'll settle out right now. I'm gonna give you $20,000 because it's worth more to pay you this money than it is to deal with the PR that's gonna come around this. Okay.
So if he doesn't want to deal with PR, why didn't he give up his DNA?
Here, I'm not done talking. Okay. If that were to happen right now in the spotlight, would there be any civil issue or criminal issue with it? If it is a person-to-person settlement based on out-of-court proceedings, would there be an issue with it?
Let me blow your mind here. Had Donald Trump just written her a personal check, there wouldn't have been any case because there wouldn't have been any falsification of business records. Exactly. No, but he was too cheap to write it out of his own pocket. He wanted to use business funds to do it, and that's why he got into the mess that he's in.
You just proved my point. Cohen wrote the checks. Cohen actually also, on top of that, stole $65,000 from that fund. So now you just literally proved my point that Trump had nothing to do with it. On top of it, he literally wrote the check to Stormy Daniels. Trump's like, I had no idea about this, took it out of my fund, and there you go. Why is Trump liable for this? Why is there 34 felonies when his own person, Michael Cohen, is the one that not only embezzled from the Trump fund, but paid Stormy Daniels? Tell me that.
There are 11 invoices from Michael Cohen that are labeled as retainer fees that total over $420,000. There's 11 checks paid to those invoices, 7 of them with Donald Trump's personal signature on them, and 12 business ledger entries that are entered into the Trump Organization business ledger saying that they were retainer fees for Michael Cohen. That was to pay back the money that he had paid to Stormy Daniels, plus the taxes, the tax implications that he got from taking money out of his HELOC.
Is Michael a Cohen attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Does he submit invoices?
No, he was an employee of the Trump organization at the time, so he didn't submit invoices for his day-to-day work at the Trump organization.
So if the Trump is paying him out, you said there's checks. There would be no invoice for that time, for that payment. He didn't do nothing for that payment. Trump was just handing him checks.
No, there were 11 invoices paid for a legal retainer. Now, why would somebody who's an employee of yours need money for a legal retainer as well?
What are you talking about? 11 checks signed that were for illegal retainer.
Retainer fees.
Yes, and Michael Cohen is the attorney, and Michael Cohen has the authority to send Stormy Daniels a check, and not only do that, but take $65,000 out of the Trump fund. And you're telling me that he doesn't have the authority to write checks in the Trump Foundation?
No, what I'm telling you is Michael Cohen was being paid $500,000 a year as an employee of the Trump organization to do legal work. On top of all of that, he submitted these invoices, and what the state was able to prove is that these invoices were in fact a repayment for the hush money that was paid to Stormy Daniels. So the question is, and something that Trump's team was never able to argue in court, is why did you pay Michael Cohen all of this money?
So who is Trump's accountant? My question.
Alan Weisselberg.
Okay. Is he brought up on charges yet?
He's in Rikers Island right now.
Okay. For what?
For business fraud.
Okay. Why do you think that is?
Committed fraud.
Okay.
Because he was done on the business fraud. He went back to jail for contempt of court because he lied to the court.
Okay, exactly. Okay, so when you have a business the size of Trump, Trump does not sign every single check. He doesn't know about every single transaction. He's not sitting there over Cohen's shoulder saying, hey, why are you writing this, that, and the other thing? Trump is literally sitting there doing his campaign, doing this, and the business is paid to run itself. So that is why people are liable from the accountant measure to the attorney measure. And that is why Cohen has been found to embezzle from Trump. And that's why the frickin' accountant is in prison right now, because them two flubbed up on Trump's behalf. Trump had nothing to do with it. If Trump had anything to do with it, he would be the one in Rikers Island. He has too big of a business to sit there and write checks for Stormy Daniels.
Okay, so this is literally what he was found guilty of, and he's going to be sentenced later on next month. So it's the 34 counts of falsification of business records.
And
they found that he did
we have the Court of
coordinate
Appeals.
this. Okay, so what does the Court of Appeals evaluate?
The Court of Appeals looks at the lower court because they are obviously higher. They have a more measure of logical they're more logical. They're non-biased. Okay, so the Court of Appeals will look at, it's a checks and balances really. Okay, you got the civil, you got the bottom courts that the judge that gagged Trump and that wouldn't allow his attorneys to present evidence and wouldn't do this and then just shuffled a guilty verdict right to the jurors. Okay, there's no innocence presented. Why? Because the judge isn't allowing it. Okay, and then the jury's like, oh well, we don't see any evidence to support his innocence. Well, no shit, because the judge stopped it. Okay, so all of them favor it, against Trump. He gets charged. Okay, and the Court of Appeals doesn't have a jury. They're judges with a mind. And they're like, okay, let's see the actual evidence. And when they look at that evidence, they're going to send it back to the lower court and they're going to say, dude, you messed up. Get this right. And that judge is going to look like an idiot.
Okay, so no, it's not. Courts of Appeals do not reevaluate evidence. No, courts of you don't get to introduce any new evidence at the Court of Appeals. They don't reassess whether or not. They don't assess whether the jury was correct on their evaluation of the evidence.
They
What
don't.
the Court of Appeals does is look for any errors of law.
Yes.
So you would have to be able to identify what specific judicial errors did Judge Mershon make that affected the outcome of the case.
Yes, 100%. And restricting evidence is going to be one of them errors. And when they see the evidence that was restricted in this case,
Wait. What specific evidence did Judge Mershon restrict?
number one, he had a gag order.
That's not
Cohen.
evidence.
The evidence against Cohen couldn't even be presented. They did that in deposition. They found that in deposition as attorneys. Okay, so you look at this whole thing as far as like what laid out with the Cohen, and Cohen's rolled on like 3 people already. He's literally like scum. That guy is like literally like rolling on anybody he can to save his ass. Okay, you got one guy that's against Trump right now that's rolled on 3 people that was actually in charge of writing checks, okay, and embezzled out of the Trump fund, and you still have a jury that found him guilty on multiple
judges.
orders.
The Court of Appeals isn't going to reassess the jury's verdict to see if they got it
no, they're
right
not
or
going
not.
to.
That's not what they do.
They're not going to reassess it.
No, they don't look at the jury's verdict and see did the jury get it right. That's not what the Court of Appeals does.
No,
they're specifically there to identify any judicial or procedural errors with the case. So you didn't identify what evidence was withheld. That's what I'm looking for
It'd
here.
be nice
you
to
said that's
know
the reason
because
it's
they
going to
had
be
a bunch of
overturned.
evidence that they wanted to present that they couldn't. So the world would like to know what evidence that was. And
Yo, Debbie, thank you for the $111 on Venmo. Thank you so much for Trump as a criminal. Can we get some W's for Debbie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Debbie, for the $111. And Denise, thank you for the $10. I did feel the earthquake. Tanaya, thank you for the $5 as well. But yeah, sorry, I apologize. Go for it, y'all.
All right, I just want to let you get that out. It's that 110, dude. That's a lot. I'm not going to lie. $110. Good job, Debbie. All right. Well, listen, when it comes down to the Court of Appeals, okay, you got a court that sits there and sees the, objections in the case, and they see what was objected on, okay? And when they see the evidence that was blocked from this case, they do evaluate that because they have to see if that objection was relevant. And when they
absolutely yes,
yeah.
So the judge, if one of the sides tries to introduce evidence, and the judge and there's an objection, and the judge doesn't allow that evidence to be introduced, that could absolutely be an issue on appeal. What I'm asking is, what evidence was blocked?
That is what I'm saying. So we can only go to the court. And this is what I'm saying. And listen, I'm not debating you.
No. So what evidence was presented?
Okay, are you going to listen to me, or are you going to talk over me every time I go to talk? What I'm saying is that
you're not answering the question. So
yeah,
here,
I'm trying to answer the question, but you're talking over me again. Okay, so the evidence that was blocked, nobody knows because the Trump Foundation or the Trump's lawyers were like, they won't let us talk. They got gag orders on us. We can't present the evidence. This Judge Mershon has shut down every avenue that we have of a defense. Okay, so if they are wrong, if they don't have evidence, if they don't have a defense, okay, then the Court of Appeals will see that and they will find that the lower court was right. But if Judge Mershon did stop evidence from being put into place, which we don't know because we can only go by what they said, okay, but if he did do that, and if there's evidence to clearly state that this is, not relevant, and that Stormy Daniels was paid with Trump not knowing, if that is found and the evidence is clear and the Court of Appeals sees that and sees that Mershon blocked evidence that could support that, then yes, the Court of Appeals will rule in Trump's favor, and then that's when we'll know exactly what that evidence was. We don't know because they have a gag order on it. They can't talk about it.
Okay, that's not what a gag order is. So this was a open and public trial. The transcripts are all public, and there were reporters who were in the room live reporting every single aspect of this case. There's no such thing as secret evidence that wasn't allowed to be
What's the gag
presented.
order? What's the gag order?
The gag order was placed on Donald Trump to prevent him from discussing the witnesses in the case and the judge's family and the prosecutor's family and staff of the prosecution.
Oh, and his attorney had a gag order.
No.
Yeah,
The
so that they
attorney was
couldn't,
threatening
so that they couldn't talk about
Exactly.
like literally people
Or
to
evidence.
intimidate them.
No,
no,
they're evidence.
so that they couldn't intimidate them.
A gag order is an all-inclusive. It is, you can't talk about this case. Whether it's the evidence.
No, that's
not true at all.
That's not how a gag order works.
Oh, yes, it 100%.
The gag order lists the gag order. When you go and look at the court records, the gag order lists exactly what you can't say. And the gag order, like Trump is still allowed to criticize the judge, and he did. He's allowed to criticize Alvin Bragg, and he did,
can't talk about
because those are government officials.
You can't talk about anything of the case.
He was even allowed. The prosecution was attempted to hold, to requested the court to hold Donald Trump in contempt for attacking Michael Cohen. But Michael Cohen, of all people, on TikTok was talking shit about Donald Trump. And the court said, well, hey, if Michael Cohen's going to open his mouth about Donald Trump has a right to respond.
Yes. But as far as evidence goes, they cannot talk about the evidence in the case. Is that correct? I will fact check you right now.
Well,
if you say no. They cannot talk about
Oh, scary.
No, I'm saying I will give you.
I bet Law is terrified. He's so scared that you're going to look it up.
Oh, there you go, Parker. Getting defensive again. Listen.
I'm not defensive. I'm just making fun of you.
I think it's
Thank
cute.
you so much for this
really.
superpower. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
No, seriously, he is not allowed to talk about evidence. He is not allowed to talk about the case. He can talk about the judge.
They said, for God's sake, please remind them that Law is a lawyer. They won't believe him even then.
Well, listen, they have a gag order. The gag order does not allow them to talk about the evidence that they have.
Dude.
They can't talk about
the
the case.
$5.
They can talk about, they can talk about Cohen. Oh, he's a piece of crap, whatever. They can say this, but as far as evidence of the case, they are not allowed to talk about it. And if they do, they're in contempt. So what judge?
So that applies to the jurors.
So afraid of evidence that they place a gag order on a civil suit of Stormy Daniels. Who gives a shit?
Civil suit? Dude, he's getting them mixed up.
Criminal, whatever. It's Stormy Daniels, dude. What judge would place a gag order on that? What judge? Really? Who cares about it, right?
A lot of judges, because they want to keep them safe, the jury.
No.
Yeah, Tyler, thank you for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tyler. I really feel like you just don't listen to Law. I feel like your whole point here is just not listening to Law.
No, it has everything to do with not allowing somebody to present evidence and not allowing that evidence to get out to the masses.
Thank you so much for that.
What evidence was that again?
I don't know. We don't know. Why? Because Mershon put a gag order on all evidence. You can't talk about evidence. You can't talk about the case. You can talk about the judge. The judge is corrupt. You can talk about Cohen. He embezzled. But you can't talk about the case. You can't talk about the facts. You can't talk about what evidence you have. Because you are now in a trial that is overseen by a judge that has stopped you from telling the public what evidence you have to support that you're innocent. And they won't allow it in court. So now you have no defense, whether it's in court or out of court, for what happened because the judge stonewalled it.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Oh, it did.
Jimena, thank you so much for the $10.
You're lying to yourself if you say otherwise. You know it.
No, Law is not lying. I promise you. Law out of everyone is not lying.
You've literally been wrong on just about every single fact in this case. So it's, and respectfully, I mean, I don't expect people to follow it, but I've never met somebody who's so confident in their misinformation as you are.
Morgan, thank you for the $2. Yeah, that's so true.
I think it's cute, Law, that you act like you are confident.
Brianna, thank you for the $1. I wish the guest had a gag order.
I have countered everything you've said, and you make no sense. Law, you come on here to save Parker's ass, and you know nothing.
What? Law is literally a lawyer.
Yeah, he's a lawyer. He may be. I don't even know if he's a lawyer. To be honest with you, I'd be surprised if he's a lawyer. I'd be very surprised.
Ooh. Are you a lawyer?
Okay, real quick. Okay.
Wait, are you a lawyer?
What law do you...
MAGA, are you a lawyer?
What law do you do? Law?
Criminal defense. I'm a public defender.
You're a public defender. Under what state?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. So if I look at the bar, I can see your name.
Yep, I'm licensed by the Supreme Court of Minnesota.
Supreme Court of Minnesota. Do you have your name on your blog?
Actually,
your
Are you actually trying to look him up?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I'm going to fact check him right now. Minnesota law.
Yeah.
I'm going to check up the bar. What's your name?
No, I'm not giving up my name.
You don't have to give up your name.
Hey,
Yeah.
I thought you were a lawyer in this. Okay, all right. I thought that was part of your thing.
Peter, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you,
It's
Peter.
all right. You can pretend to be
And
a
Danielle,
lawyer.
thank you for the $5. All right, let Law speak.
Somebody that says I'm a lawyer out of Minnesota, I'm on the bar, but won't give his name.
On a live in front of 10.4 thousand people, I think
Yeah.
that's pretty legitimate.
I mean, if he's a lawyer, it would be a ploy. You got 11,000 followers. You got 11 people, 11,000 people on this live. This would be a freaking sponsorship right now for him. He might get clients.
He's a public defender.
So you're not a paid for attorney. You're a public defender. Like the
You get paid if you're a public defender, but it's through the isn't it through the government?
So you're the one that loses all the
Okay,
cases.
push the $1. What? Public defenders don't lose all
You're
their
the
cases.
plea deal guy.
What?
You're the plea deal. People come to you for a plea deal because they're caught up in some stuff, and you work for the state. Correct?
So Parker, here's the thing. So I have not once leaned on any sort of legal. I've not once leaned on any sort of legal credentials to substantiate my arguments. I've cited New York law, I've cited criminal procedure, I've cited documents in the case. So you mentioned that, but it doesn't matter whether I am a lawyer or not, because what matters is the facts of the case. And MAGA has been wrong on every single thing that he stated about this case.
You haven't
He's
proven
been
me
wrong
wrong.
on every single thing. And now, because he's been backed into a corner and embarrassed publicly
Caleb,
in
thank
front
you
of
for the $20.
10,000
Thank you.
people,
So has
he's going to
Micah
attack me
Cohen-
personally instead of proving the
because
fact
I
that
doubt
he
your
knows
credentials
absolutely
because
jack
you are
shit
so
about this
off.
case.
That's
I
so
doubt
real.
your credentials because
Yeah,
you are so
MAGA, you know nothing about this case, and you're literally the
Oh, there
most
goes-
confident person I've ever met.
There goes
Thank you for
Parker
that.
getting
The
defensive
sunglasses.
again. Listen. I did not doubt your credentials.
Jessica, thank you for the $5.
I don't care.
I'm saying that
It doesn't matter if I'm a
You are
lawyer
attorney.
or
Let me
not,
look you
because
up on the bar.
everything I said is everything I said is independently confirmable and factual. I listed off every single charge
No,
from
you didn't.
memory because I've read the case that much. I
No, you
listed off
didn't.
the evidence from memory.
No, you didn't.
I listed off
You did.
the New York statute. I listed off
What's
the
the New York
scope of the
statute?
gag
Real quick,
order
what's
from
the New York
memory
statute?
because
Go
I
ahead.
paid this much.
Off the top of your head, you said you
175.10,
already listed it.
falsification of business records in the first degree.
Jasmine, thank you for the $3.
No,
Yo, dude,
I'm talking
Law is
about the
cooking
statute.
you, bro.
The statute, not the charge. There you
New
go.
York law-
You just
New York
wrongfully.
law-
I just said statute, and you labeled the charge. You are not an attorney. If I said statute, you were labeled a 1.29
Hey, Parker.
Sub A, sub B, whatever the fuck it is. You would have been off on that.
Hey Parker, quickly Google New York Penal Code 175.10 and tell me what comes up.
New York Penal Code what? 175.10?
175.10.
Wow, that was the first thing that came up. Falsifying business records in the first degree.
I
Thank you
wonder
for
who
the-
just Googled that.
Thank you for the box glove. Robert, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Robert. Wait, what'd you just say?
I wonder who
Maga?
Googled that before they told you to Google that. Listen,
Wait, are you saying Law got it from someone else?
I'm saying Law just Googled it. That's what I'm saying. Hey, Parker, Google this. Come on. Dude, when we
So he
down
proves
to it,
you wrong, and then you're just mad, and you're like literally just
I'm
being a
not mad.
snowflake.
Parker, I'm not mad. Dude, I'm not a mad guy. I don't get mad. I try to inform people the best I can because there's a lot of misinformation out there. And when people like Law get on and act like a lawyer, and act like a lawyer.
Dude, you're literally the guy spreading the misinformation.
What have I said wrong? And don't cut in, Law. I want to hear from Parker. Parker, what did I say wrong? Go ahead.
Yeah, so you said a gag order specifically is applicable to everything that is said.
No, I didn't.
Right? You can. Yes,
No,
you
I
did.
didn't.
Yes, you did.
I said he can't talk about
you
the
can talk
evidence
about
of
the
the
judge.
case.
He can absolutely talk about the judge.
Nope. I said he can talk about the judge. I said he can
No,
talk
you
about
didn't. That's such bullshit, dude. What a liar, dude. What a liar.
Ask your chat.
Yeah, the
Said
chat.
that. I said
the
they are
chat thinks
allowed
he
to
said
talk about
that.
the judge. They are allowed to talk about Mike Cohen, but they cannot talk about the evidence of the case or the facts
Brianna,
of the
thank you
case.
for the dollar.
They can't talk about the case in general. They can talk about the people of the case, and I said that 100%. You're not even paying attention, Parker. And you know what?
Debbie, thank you for the $111. Thank you so much, Debbie, again. Can we get some W's, Debbie, in the comment section right now for the $111? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Debbie.
You're worried more about the money than you are about actually learning.
Dude, no, you're literally just mad, bro. You're just
No,
mad.
I'm not. I told you I'm not mad.
I said thank you to someone. You literally haven't learned shit this entire
because you
time.
just told me that
Law has been right on absolutely everything. You've been wrong on absolutely everything. Yvonne, thank you for the
just told
$5.
me
Thank
that
you.
The gag order was this, that, and the other thing I said, and I didn't.
You said everything. You said everything.
No, I
Everyone in the
didn't.
chat was spamming that you said that.
Dude, no, I didn't. I
I'm
said
not mad.
they can't talk about the case. I said that. Law. I know you're going to back him up probably, but at least
Law
let
will
him know
disagree
that
with
that's
me
what
if
I
I'm wrong.
said.
Law always disagrees with me if I'm wrong. And
Law,
I'm totally
Did I
totally
not
okay with him
say
disagreeing with me. I
that
think
they
he
can
should.
Talk about the judge.
Jay,
they
thank you
can
for the
talk about
$34 on
They
Venmo. Thank you so
cannot
much, Jay.
Talk about the case. Did I not say that?
Didn't you say that after? You said originally you said
that was-
everything.
No, I've always said that. I know what a gag order is.
No, like Law had to
Law,
specifically
you're
ask
muted.
you what's a law order, or no, what's a gag order. He had to ask you that question because you didn't know.
Law, you're muted. I knew what it was. Where were you, Parker? This last half an hour, dude. Where were you?
Thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much, Capt. I gave you an example, and now you're mad.
No, dude,
I
you're
did.
speaking out your butt right now, dude.
I'm not. I'm not.
Dude, literally, dude, you don't know what's going on right now.
I do. I just gave you an example.
20 minutes, you have no idea what just happened.
Kaylin, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kaylin. I appreciate the $50. Holy shit. Thank you so much. MAGA is the biggest liar. That's so real. The most misinformation. He's a MAGA misinformation machine.
Did
And
you just
Sarah,
do the
thank you for
Trump
the dollar.
symbol?
I was making a joke because it's a MAGA
Oh, come
misinformation
on.
machine.
Let's see your impersonation, Parker. Do it.
I'm
I know
good.
you got
I'm
one.
good. Can you actually
You
like
just did
engage
it.
with reality?
Oh, I am. I'm just
You're not.
watching you, and I'm like, oh man, this guy, you know, he doesn't even know what happened in the last half hour.
What do you mean? You literally did say
told me
that.
I know nothing
You said
about the gag order.
no.
And-
you said
and Law agreed
specifically what was one thing that I was wrong on. I gave you something you were wrong on, and you,
No, you didn't.
still got mad.
No, you didn't. You said
Elizabeth, thank
the
you for the
gag
dollar.
order, and you said that I said it went over the judges and everything. I never said that.
No,
I
you said
actually
it was
quite the
applicable
opposite.
to everything. I
never
distinctly
said that.
remember that.
No, that's what I'm saying. You weren't here, man.
I
I'm not
was.
thinking. No, you weren't. You're
Devin,
gone.
thank you for the $20 for MAGA's tears. Thank you so much.
Dude, you're gone. Your mind is gone. You
I'm
haven't
not.
been paying attention for the last 25 minutes. You
I
really
literally
have.
have. Look, okay, if you think that he said that, type 1 in the comment section right now. If you think he said that. This guy's so ridiculous, bro. So ridiculous.
Have I called you ridiculous?
So here's the thing. His position is that the gag order prevents Trump from talking about the evidence in the case, and it doesn't. So just to be perfectly clear about that, it prevented him from talking about two specific things. The judge's family and the prosecution staff and the prosecutor's family. So that
was
was
the
it.
case. He couldn't say anything about the judge.
And he did.
There was never a gag order that said he couldn't talk about the judge. He's
I
got
know
a
there
First
wasn't.
Amendment right to criticize.
But when you sit there and say
He's
the
got a
gag
First
order
Amendment right to
said they
criticize.
couldn't talk about the judge's family, he talked about the judge. He talked about Cohen. But he was not allowed to say the evidence that they had because of the gag order. He was not allowed to say anything in detail about the proceedings that was going on because of the gag order. He could not, his attorneys weren't allowed to say anything of the evidence that they had. They couldn't even present the evidence. That's what I said. If you were getting it right, Parker, and you were listening.
Ryan, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Ryan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ryan. No, what I'm telling you is that you did say that and you were wrong on that. You can sit there and you can act like you hold a different position now, and that's fine. But you originally said that, and that's true.
You just flipped again because
that's what I've said originally.
I just asked you. You
Taylor,
said
thank you for the $5.
I said that they can't talk about the judges or their family or anything. It was.
You said that you can't talk about anything as it relates to the context of the gag
I
order.
said they can't talk about anything that involves the case itself, the evidence, what was said.
You distinctly said everything.
Everything.
And you're still wrong.
That was in proceedings.
Regardless, wait. Either way, you're wrong. By the way, either way, you're wrong.
100% right. 100%.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
And to have
I could give you 12 hours and $20,000. You would not find a gag order that had that in there.
I'm doing the quotation fingers right now over law. Okay, but I literally.
This guy's so delusional. He has you trolling at this point.
As far as
he really got you there.
The law goes, freaking, you are so wrong, law. And dude, it literally blows my mind that any attorney. That's why I think that it's probably good that you do the public offender defender or whatever, because I'll be honest with you, that's like the bottom barrel. You're giving somebody, and it's a good thing. Because I would hate to have you defending me, 100%. And it's not a personal attack. It's just I know law, and I know that he's wrong.
Ask him a really basic law question, Law, please.
Oh, man. So you know law. In what class in law school would you learn about the Rule and Shelley's case?
Oh, that class that they taught Rule and Shelley's case.
Yeah, cool. So all the 10,000 people in the chat, I would challenge every one of you to go and Google the gag order that Judge Merchan issued against Donald Trump and see who was what topics were covered under that gag order. I guarantee you, not one of you will find that Trump was forbidden from talking about the evidence in the case or the details of the case.
I encourage them to do the same. And okay, let me ask you something. You know law, okay? Roe v. Wade got overturned. What did that do? Law-wise, what did it do on a federal level?
Return to the issue of abortion to the people and their representatives. It was the case of Dobbs, the Dobbs decision out of the Supreme Court.
Okay, so you got that right. So do you think that's wrong, or do you think it's right?
My opinion on it doesn't matter at all. It's what the court decided.
Exactly. But do you think it's wrong or right? I'm asking your opinion on it. Being somebody from the law that represents the law, that knows the law from a state to federal level, is that a right decision?
Again, my opinion on it doesn't matter.
Oh, it matters
to me. It's what the court decided.
It matters to me.
I couldn't give two shits what matters to you, Brian.
I'm just having a conversation.
Yo, Sophia, thank you for the $60 on Venmo for the guest is so delulu. Can we get some W's for Sophia in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Debbie again with $111. Holy fucking shit. Can we get some W's for Debbie as well? Fucking W, Sophia, W, Debbie in the comment section right now. Y'all are going so insane. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate both of y'all. Spam that for the next few minutes. I appreciate it. But go for it. I apologize.
All right. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
I'm asking you because the Democrats, the left, the liberals, they are all about the fact that this was such a wrong decision. They pin it on Trump. The overturn of Roe v. Wade. I want to know your opinion on it. You are backing this
You're backing Parker. You're here for Parker. I want to know your opinion as an attorney. If this was the right decision or wrong decision. Why is
Wait,
that so hard?
that's an ethical question. That's not
Nope.
like a legal question. So I don't know how that's relevant to him being a lawyer.
It's very relevant because it's a law that was overturned and he's a lawyer.
Okay, yeah, but he's not judging that based upon whether or not he like. Are you asking whether or not he thinks it's constitutional?
I want to know his stance on the fact that it got overturned from a federal level and it was brought back to the state.
Does he think that Roe versus Wade is unconstitutional? Is that the question you're asking?
Not unconstitutional because people can dictate constitution their own way. It's almost like the Second Amendment. People can say, okay, well, it's a constitutional right to carry a gun, but what type of gun can you carry? Okay, well, at one point, do I want somebody walking down the block with a bazooka? Okay.
Okay, so you don't absolutely hold to the Constitution.
Oh, yes, I do. 100%.
That's not an absolute because you don't think that people should be able to have bazookas.
No, 100%. I believe that the Constitution should uphold to any arms that, as long as somebody is, obviously they do the background checks, they do whatever, they have certain situations that make sure somebody should be in the right state of mind. I'm not saying that some people aren't. Some people aren't, and they do bad things. We can't stop that.
Do you think violent sexual offenders should be able to get guns?
What's that?
Do you think violent sexual offenders should be able to get guns?
No.
Okay, so someone who's civilly liable for, like, say, sexual assault, like, they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, right?
Well, you're doing the hypothetical on Trump again.
Bridget, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Bridget. I really appreciate that.
I just want straight answers. I want to see what he
Lauren,
thinks
thank you for
of
the
Roe v.
$5.
Wade.
You're not answering me. So what do you mean I want straight answers? I want
started
straight
with the
answers from you.
question, and you're trying to turn it into something else. I asked Law a question, and he still has yet to answer it, and you're trying to backtrack.
Bro, you're not answering my question right now. What do you mean asking? People aren't answering questions. You're currently right now not answering my question. Parabolic, thank you for the boxing up. Thank you so much. So answer my question. Answer my question. Can you answer my question, please?
I just literally asked a question.
I really want to. I want my question answered. Thank you, Parabolic. I appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much.
I've already played this game with you like 10 times in the last hour.
Yeah. So again, someone who has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse.
Nobody's been held
they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, right?
We're not talking about that. I'm not.
You think they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, right?
I'm not going to go into that because I asked a question that's not even being answered. Because you're trying to sidetrack.
You're not going to get an answer until you answer me.
You're trying to sidetrack. It's not to you. I'm asking.
No, you're the one not answering my question. So if you answer my question,
I'm talking.
Parabolic, thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much. W Parabolic. Yeah, so I understand, but you're not answering my question. And then I'll let you ask. I'll let him specifically answer after you answer mine.
Let him answer, and then I'll answer you.
I will.
That's how this goes.
That's not how it goes.
Oh,
I will literally. You're going to answer my question.
I think
and once you answer my question, you can then ask him.
No, I already asked him.
I don't care.
I don't either.
Okay, cool. So I mean, I can just go on to the next person.
It's up to you, but I asked a question.
I literally will if you don't answer my question.
Dude, you've asked me this question 10 times.
Alexandra, thank you for the $5. So answer it. So it should be really easy.
What's the question?
If someone was held legally responsible for sexual assault, do you think they should be able to get access to a gun?
I just want to make sure you're looking at something when you said that.
What, I was playing 2K.
No, you're looking at a card.
I'm playing 2K.
No, you're not.
It's currently 50 to 72 on.
Let me see.
You want to see?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll play you in that. Dude, that's old. What game is that?
2K24.
Okay. All right. It's all right. All right. Parker, you got a brownie point from me.
Okay. That's all I'd be doing. I'd be playing. People are like, you're reading a script, bro. No, I'm playing 2K. I'm currently crossing someone up in 2K. Appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. I'll literally show you my hours. I have like, I'm not trolling. I have like 150 hours on 2K24 because I've been playing it while I'm on live.
That's probably why you didn't hear me the last half an hour. But
you're amazing. Thank you so much, Divine. Thank you so much. No, dude, I play it while I'm debating people.
I know that, but that's why you probably got some stuff.
I hear
wrong.
you completely. You're literally just not engaging.
I mean, dude,
You
I
never
think
answered my question. So someone who's held legally responsible for sexual abuse, do you think they should be able to get access to a gun?
Sexually, no.
Okay, so they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
That's your hypothetical.
Wait, do you think that they should? So they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to get, run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Seen them videos that Biden's getting really close.
He can't
to,
answer. He can't answer that question. He really can't answer that question.
Oh, you see, you flip it. See, the hypothetical is that Trump did this. The fact is that we see Biden on camera doing this.
You're not answering my question, though. Right?
I just did.
So no, as it relates to the
no.
context of this, you think they should be able to? You don't have them on video, by the way. You think that they should be able to get access to guns, but you think that they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
No.
I just said that. So Trump shouldn't be able to run for president.
That's where you flip it. Trump never got convicted of freaking child.
He was held legally responsible. That's what I said.
No, he wasn't.
He was.
Show me a court case that literally specified
the civil case where he was held legally responsible.
No,
civilly liable.
Civilly liable for what? For what?
For sexual abuse.
On a kid?
I'm saying on a woman.
But why are you saying a kid?
I never said a kid here.
Yes, you did. You said a child.
Oh, wait. Okay, I might have said that.
No, you did.
Okay.
100%.
Oh, I apologize. So here. Okay. So again, if I say a kid, I can just specifically the reason why I do that is because I'm trying to judge whether or not you use a different standard of evidence, right?
Okay.
So use the same standard of evidence. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. So people who are held civilly liable for sexual abuse, you think they should be able to get access to guns, right?
So let me tell you a story, okay? When I was
Debbie, thank you for the $111 again. Holy fucking shit! What is going on today? Debbie in the comment section right now for multitasking.
See what a true
Holy
MAGA?
fucking shit!
111
again.
Again?
What is going on?
Thanking me, Parker.
Yeah, MAGA, shut up. You're crazy. You're literally insane.
Somebody hates me. They're paying you $111 to debate me.
No, they did it for multitasking. What are you talking about?
Multitasking? What are you doing over there?
I'm playing 2K.
I don't see both hands. All right, so listen. This is what I'm saying, okay? Now you lost me.
Yeah, so do you think someone who's civilly liable of sexual abuse should be able to get access to a gun?
That's the question, okay? But here's the truth. When it comes to an adult, when it comes to an adult, okay, adults should be held. Do you think an adult that broke the law should be held more liable than a child that broke a law?
What? So sure, because the child has less of a knowledge of what they're specifically doing.
Okay.
But we're not talking in the sense of them being a perpetrator, not a victim there.
Yes,
Secondly,
100%. 100%. They're both perpetrators, okay? All right? And they get into the law, they do something bad, and you got an adult that knows better. You got a child
$10
that doesn't know better. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about a child right now. I
difference?
specifically said civilly liable for sexual abuse.
Yes,
I didn't say child.
And so
I
I'm
said
trying-
civilly liable for sexual abuse. So respond to that.
Yeah, I'm trying to respond to that. But we got to have a conversation. If we're not going to have a conversation, I can't respond to it, correct?
I'll let you have a conversation, but you're not responding. I'm just acknowledging you're not responding.
Okay. So if you have an adult and a child that both break the law, the child is held less liable than the adult. So when you have a crime against a child and adult, and an adult waits 30 years to say anything, number one, if it's from a child, the child is non-protected. They don't have, a child is, if that happens to a child, it's a whole different ballpark of law in itself. It should.
Gregory with the $175 fucking dollars. Shut this MAGA idiot up. I did. I'm gonna hit the. I had to mute him there for that. That's fucking insane. Let's get some W's for Gregory right now. What is going on right now? Literally, what the fuck is going on?
It's because I'm winning. They don't like it.
Oh my god.
Literally.
Holy shit, David, thank you for the $10.
They are trying to shut
PM,
me
thank you
up.
for the boxing glove.
Hey guys,
You are
take note.
fucking getting-
He's getting huge donations
Oh my
right
God.
now because I'm fucking on.
Be quiet. No, you're literally insane. W. Gregory's in the chat right now. Holy fucking shit. W's for Gregory. What the hell is going on?
Somebody's
All right,
trying
now,
to shut me down.
MAGA, you have 1 second to respond to what I'm saying here. If you don't, I'm going to the next person because I'm over you at this point.
Hey, it's up to you. But I'm trying to respond, but you're
not responding to my question.
My question is, or my response is that adults and children are held at a different compatible level. And when you have an adult that says that she was sexually assaulted 30 years ago and comes out because there was a campaign issue with Trump, and now he's on the stage and now she wants to say that, compared to sitting there and turning it around and saying that, oh, what if he sexually assaulted a child? If he sexually assaulted a child, put him to death. Okay, that's what I said.
But you don't think that should happen if it's a woman? Like that's the crazy part.
How many women and how many men have been sent to prison on false pretenses from
$2. Thank you. I like how he says false pretenses as it relates to women, but not when it relates to children.
Go look up the record. Okay, fine. Ask Kim Kardashian.
So the likelihood of false reports again is 2 to 10%. So it's 90 to 98% likely to be accurate. And
So
you're mad.
convict the two
You're
that are
just mad.
innocent
You're
because-
mad. You're just mad.
Convict the two that are innocent just to wipe the
No, what I'm saying is that he's been held legally responsible. So given that it's so likely that this is the case, I wouldn't want to vote for him. Michelle, thank you for the hand
He
heart.
never did anything to a kid is what you don't see.
I never said kid. Thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much. I'm talking
You
about the
did.
sexual abuse.
You're trying to.
I did earlier. We did earlier. We're not talking about that right now.
You
Thank you. I
just
appreciate the
did
superpower.
5
Thank you so much,
minutes
Greg.
ago. You actually told me to respond.
I would no. The reason why I said that is because I asked you civilly liable for sexual abuse. Should they be able to get access to a gun? And you're not answering.
Yeah, I did. I said no.
So they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun. If they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
That I never said they should.
Wait, Law, are you still here, by the way? I don't see yourself in the box as well. Everyone thought you left. Do you want to try to join back? Yeah, because it's glitched. Can y'all hear Law, by the way? Appreciate the hand art. Had mustache. Thank you so much. Because he. Yeah, only I can hear you right now, and MAGA can hear you as well, but no one else in the chat can hear you. Yeah. I wondered. I thought you dropped, but then I heard you, and I was like, huh, Law's still here, but no one else can hear him. I know, right? All right, yeah. Drop, come back. That's so crazy. I literally thought he left. I thought he left. All right. Well, we're gonna start getting. Let me X some people out in the guest box so that he can join back. But yeah, what were you saying? Are you going to respond to what I said? So why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes then?
I already answered that. I already said they shouldn't. But then again, Trump.
Oh, okay. So Trump shouldn't be allowed to run for president, but yet you're voting for him? No, again, I said civilly liable.
So you're saying that civilly liable.
Wait, I said if they are held civilly liable, should they be able to get access to a gun? You said no. I said, okay, so then why should they be able to gain access to the nuclear codes by running for president? And you said they shouldn't.
Civilly liable? I want you to tell everybody so they know what you're talking about.
Held legally responsible in a civil court.
In a civil court, which means that you will hold somebody to that word without the Court of Appeals, correct? You are for that situation, and no higher court can overturn that. So the stuff that Kardashian's doing with the overturnment of wrongfully convicted felons.
I don't disagree with appeals. I just don't think it's likely to be appealed.
Oh, you don't think
on
it's
the jury?
likely?
And the jury, also the jury does not make. I mean, the appeal does not make a determination of whether or not what the jury dictated was accurate or not.
Oh, they
it's
can
only
overturn
on
that.
It's only on like the judicial aspect of it.
They can overturn it 100%.
If it's not on the basis of the jury made an incorrect determination of guilt.
Yes. But if evidence,
So then what?
that they
So then, if it's not that the jury made an incorrect determination of guilt, why don't you accept the case?
because you can't accept it. If somebody's going to take it to the Court of Appeals, okay?
Okay,
In
so
my
what
opinion,
happened
I
wrong
believe in Law and
judicially?
order. Okay, I believe in law and order 100%. If you take it to the smaller court, they charge you with something. And you take that and you go to the Court of Appeals because you know you're innocent and you said, I did not do this. I'm going to the Court of Appeal. I'm going to do the appeal process because I didn't do this, okay? There are many people that did that and many people that have had it overturned because of the evidence they presented, okay? And to sit there and say that, oh, just because the lower courts convicted somebody that they should be held to that eliminates every single one of them people that got off death row, every single one of them people that overturned a felony rape case after spending 6 years in prison because the DNA that they submitted at that point, showed that they were innocent. There's many people that have been literally released after years of prison on appeal because they presented.
I understand. There have been people. It is not likely, though. I don't know why you're just like hyper fixating on this.
Likely.
That it could possibly be the case that they're innocent.
Not likely.
It's not likely.
When you have a judge that gives you gag order that you can't talk about the evidence, you can't talk about.
Oh my God, you were wrong on that.
No, I wasn't. Just
yes, you were.
The law said I was wrong doesn't make me wrong, dude.
Wait, you understand, dude? You literally didn't respond to any of his arguments. Devin, thank you for the $100 fucking dollars. Holy
time
shit.
I have a good point, you yell $100.
No,
Listen,
dude, they just sent me $100. What do I say?
I'm looking at your gifts, dude.
Devin, thank you for the $100. They said we aren't paying because you are winning. It's because you are insanely wrong and obnoxious to our brains. W. Devin, holy fucking shit. Holy shit, W. Devin.
Fake. I'm just gonna.
You think it's fake? You don't think it's real?
No, 100%. I don't think it's real.
Devin, do I have your permission to show? I'll only show the fact that you sent $100. That is so crazy. I'll also cover. I mean, I can
Give him
cover.
thumbs
I'll
up.
cover. I'll cover your last name as well.
Give him the thumbs up. It's all right, Parker. You ain't got to prove that. Come on. Let's keep on our.
Gregory said to show mine, so I can show Gregory's. I got you, Gregory. Let me pull it up. I got you. Look at. Here we go. We got Gregory right here.
That's hard to see. It's all glitchy. It's like all black. Yeah, I can't see anything.
Yo, Devin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, Devin said show it as well, so I'll show Devin's. I'll show Devin's. I got you. Give me 1 second.
So Devin said that?
Yeah, Devin just said I can show you. Okay. Here, let me just turn off this.
Tell Devin just write.
I don't know why you're so crazy that
Listen,
I gotta show you.
Tell
like,
Devin to write MAGA rocks in the comment, and I'll believe him.
Do you see?
Kinda like it's half. It's covering half the screen.
Here, I'll show this.
Okay, good.
Now you believe it?
I believe you. I believe that Devin sent $80. Was that 80?
You saw 100, but
100?
You're crazy, bro. You're insane. You're insane. The fact that you literally have to ask for, like, I have to see that you're a lawyer. I have to see the payment for me to believe it. But then as it relates to the context of these cases, as it relates to anything Kamala Harris has done, you don't need any of the evidence, right? As it relates to the context of how the gag orders work, you need no evidence.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about that. Kamala Harris. Oh, let's talk about that. You ready? This is our next debate, Parker.
Yo! Shanique, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Shanique.
Come on.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Holy shit.
All right,
I appreciate that.
Let's talk about Kamala Harris. All right. I already know how this live goes. I'm going to say, tell me a policy that Kamala Harris has done that's good, and you're going to be like, no, name one that hasn't. Correct?
What's up? Say that again. And also, they wanted me to show you.
I already know how this goes. Okay, so it's
They said show the idiot mine entire name. I don't care. Plus, I've been here the entire time, and he did say gag ordered. Wouldn't allow him to talk about anything. Yo, W.
lying.
They're not lying. They're not lying.
Oh yeah, they are. So I mean, Law even backed me up on that one. I know.
No.
Yeah,
Yes.
you did.
What?
Last time you were on here, I just asked. I said, "Hey, Law, did I not say that the gag order only covered the evidence in the case and speaking about the case? They can talk about Cohen, they can talk about the attorney, they can talk about the judge." And you said, "Yeah." That's exactly what you said.
No, I've told you at least 5 times that the gag order did not cover the evidence, and I asked the whole chat to go and look it up to prove that that was actually correct.
No, I'm not saying what you said. I'm saying what I said. I said that the gag order covered the evidence and talking about the case itself. They couldn't.
You said that later, but you originally said
sixth time it does not cover the evidence.
Okay, I know what you say, but I don't believe you're an attorney. I don't believe that you know what the gag order covered. I don't. I'm saying what I said originally.
Wait, can you give me a source that's what the gag order said?
I'm not going to go into this because this is going to be a back and forth.
So you can't give me a source.
What's that?
You said give me a source for how the gag order worked, because you said the gag order worked that way. I'm just asking you for any evidence to indicate that.
I mean, a gag order is just that. You can't talk about the case. You literally are gagged on talking about the.
There you go. He went back to saying what I said. He said
Trump literally had a press conference every morning talking about the case.
He talked about how corrupt the jury or how corrupt the judge was, and how the judge wouldn't let them talk about anything or bring evidence to the table. That's what he talked about. He did not talk about any evidence of the case. He wasn't
such
allowed.
a joke. You're so funny, dude. You're actually hilarious. You're like it's crazy how like you
Hilarious.
like literally
You got law up here protecting you, and he doesn't even know the law.
and he doesn't know the law. That's hilarious. He's been schooling you on the law over and over and over
No,
again.
he hasn't. What
Yes, he has.
schooled me on? What, my word versus
On
his?
everything.
My word versus his? That's not
All right.
schooling.
I'm
He has not
basically
proven one point.
I'm basically done with you. I don't think that we can get anywhere like with you.
Well, let's talk
at
about
all.
Kamala real quick. Let's talk
Wait,
about
actually, can I ask you a question? Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Yes. He did catch. He did stay in Mexico, and he stopped the catch and release. And he literally them two policies.
So the stay in Mexico. I appreciate that. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Can you give me any evidence that the stay in Mexico benefit the economy?
Oh yeah. You look at any sanctuary city right now, they're underwater. Okay. You look at Union.
I know about the Congressional Budget Office saying that all the short-term costs associated with immigration are significantly outweighed. But here, I'll say that after. I apologize.
Okay.
But thank you so much, Jennifer, for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jennifer. And Fern, thank you for the $100. Holy fucking shit. Katie with the $50. What the fuck is going on? W Jennifer, W Fern, and W Katie in the comment section right now. Thank you for the 50, Katie. Thank you for the 100, Fern, and W. Thank you for the 40, Jennifer. I really appreciate it, y'all. Y'all are going so fucking insane today. But yeah, go for it. Go for it, bro.
I appreciate you backing off and let me talk. I mean, I appreciate that. So the stay in Mexico kept them on the other side of Mexico border. Okay, they could not enter unless Mexico allowed it. It was almost like a mutual. Okay, this is these other people coming over, whatever. It was a mutual almost handoff of immigrants. Okay, but when they discontinued that, when Biden got into office, he cut 107 or something like that, 106 executive orders from Trump securing the wall. Okay, securing the border. And that is what influx. If you look at what Kamala said, she said, come. We want you to come. And she literally was one of the ones enticing all the immigrations. And what happened was the prisons were let loose in all of the other countries. They're flooding in. You see people hopping over gates. You've never seen that in the history of the United States. Has our border ever been unsecured to this point that we have so many illegal, undocumented people getting killed, raped, kids being raped? You talk about kids being raped, or graped. They're doing that. They're coming over here. And Kamala Harris was appointed to the border. And when she was talked to in a little interview, she said, I've been to the border. We've been to the border. And they said, you've been to the border. Well, no, but I've never been to Europe. And she starts laughing.
That was well before administration. Okay, can I address any of these?
That was while she was in office.
Can I address? No, this was before she went. This is
no,
in
that was while she was.
No,
vice
it's
president.
not. No, it's not. No, it's
yes,
not.
it was.
Can you give me the date of that? Melissa, thank you for the $10, and Shelly, thank you for the $10 as well.
Point being,
you also claimed that this is the highest amount of people coming across the border. That's actually not true. We have the same level of border crossings now as we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a border crisis right now, we had a border crisis then.
No.
Secondly, right? Wait, I want to be able to address all these. You can't provide me any study that shows that the stay in Mexico border policies related to asylum was beneficial to the middle class, to the economy, let alone the middle class.
Okay, I'm gonna get to that right now.
And then also give me a source that indicates it's never been this much before.
Okay, Parker.
Or
let me ask you something.
Least amount of most amount of border crossings.
Let me ask you something.
Maggie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I mean proportionally to population.
Parker, question for you. How old are you? Real quick.
22.
You're 22. Okay. So I mean you're young. Okay. I'm 42. Okay. I've been a union all my life. I was raised union. My father's union, my stepfather's union. I was raised Democrat union, and everyone that I know that has been union has converted to. We were raised Democrat. I mean, Democrat used to support the union. Okay, when you have Democrats that support open borders, you support funneling of illegal immigrants that will lower wage negotiations for the future because you have a supply and demand in every field, and labor is non-existent from that. Labor is one of the biggest resources we have to depict our wages and how we can support our families. Okay, so when you flood 23 million illegals in 3 years, we have.
Wait, I need a source for that. You're literally just making so many claims. You got no sources for any of these. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
So it's estimated by the tracking of Homeland Security and whatnot that there's 12.5 million in the last 3.5 years. But they said because of the gotaways and everything that it could be as high as almost 23 because they don't know how many.
Wait, which source are you referencing?
I'm referencing, you go on to the Homeland Security statistics. You go on to
the Homeland Security statistics do not say that.
12.5 million in the last 3.5 years. That's what.
Wait, you just said 20. Now you're saying 12.5 in the last 3.
I said Homeland Security.
So then also give me a source on that.
Fine. Let's just go off Homeland Security. It's 12.5.
Give me the source on that.
Okay. Homeland Security.
What's the title?
Look it up.
What's the title?
Homeland Security.
I will look it up, but I need to know the title to find it.
It's under the Homeland Security's website.
You're not providing
Homeland
the title.
Security, dude.
I understand you just say Homeland Security. Homeland Security is not the title of their article or document that they have.
Okay, if you go under Homeland Security, you can literally look at the illegal immigration rate. You can look at the.
You're not even giving me.
From crime. You can look at crime. You can look. It's Homeland Security.
Illegal immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Why do you think that is? Because natural-born citizens make up 330 million people in this world, and if you let 23 million in, well, we still outweigh them 8-1. That is why, Parker.
No, I'm talking in terms of proportions, like in terms of likelihood.
Is exactly why illegals have less of a rate.
No. I don't mean because their population. I mean per capita.
No, that's what they go off of is population, Parker.
I'm saying per capita, genius. I'm not talking about the nominal amount of crimes committed. I'm saying per capita. I'm talking about the crime rate. Listen.
Then look at the crime rate in Mexico and tell me
ridiculous.
I'm wrong.
Like literally, you're not listening.
No, you're not. You're not understanding.
Wait, so from the Department of Homeland Security, all the information goes up to is 2022. So where'd you get this information past 2022?
What does it say for 2022?
It goes from 2018 to 2022.
And what is
that? It doesn't give anything else. The undocumented immigrant population, I'll tell you, 2022. Let me pull it up.
I mean, I know what I.
Okay, so it says in 2022 there's 10.99 million.
In
2019 there was 11.1 million in the country.
In what year?
Yeah, in the country.
In what
just
year?
got flagged for some shit. I don't know what it was. I think it was age restriction. some random age restriction. But yeah, finally, thank the Lord. Can we just get a W's in the chat for him finally being gone? Thank you, TikTok gods. I really appreciate that. Holy shit, thank you.
I think his wife's boyfriend reported him.
I know, that was quite literally one of the craziest guests I've talked to. That guy was so insane. But yeah, let's get another person up here. If you're a Trump supporter, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, this is Trump. This is I'm calling you from my wonderful resort, Mar-a-Lago. Hello, Parker. I'm talking to you. Hello. If anyone would like to say anything, I would like to answer any questions, please, live on the air.
Okay, we're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Not gonna lie, that wasn't bad.
All right.
That wasn't bad at all. That was really good. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18, 2006, July 7th. I've told you this before. We haven't had a full conversation, but because I had to go where you kicked me, one of the two. Here's what I gotta say, man. Look, I've told you this before. I mean, you're just gonna do your own thing anyways. Or it was Dean. I'm not sure who the fuck it was. Who's the kid with the makeup? That's Harry. All right.
No one has makeup. Out of
Harry doesn't have makeup?
You're just saying that because Harry has like red cheeks.
Oh,
That's
really?
not makeup, genius.
Oh, that's not that. I thought it was like stuff that they use for theater, like for lighting. That's what I thought it was. All right, that's my bad. All right. You're talking about the guy's tone. Your tone's not any better.
You slurred. Did you slur?
Wait, did I?
Saying "did I" is just evidence. I think anyone who didn't do it would be like, yeah, that didn't happen. Unbelievable, chat. Actually, unbelievable. Melissa, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, they said to donate to Law's charity. Law, do you have a charity?
No, I do. Well, not officially. So what I do with donations, you can find the link in my profile, is occasionally I'll encounter people. I started this off just with kind of the coins that I got. I was able to turn around and pay an unhoused person's booking fee and get them a bus pass after they're unhoused. They had literally no way to get back to their shelter. After I was able to get them released on their own recognizance after being arrested for a very minor misdemeanor crime. And was able to use some of the donations that people had given me from like going up into Harry's live. And so now I've just committed to anytime I come across an unhoused person, I'll use the money that's donated to go and pay their booking fees. So whenever you get arrested, there's a $25 booking fee that happens. And through all the support, and I wish I could go, I don't have a second device where I can read them, but Patrick just donated $200 during this live. So that's awesome, Patrick. And there's been various other $5 and $10 donations to that. I wish I could go and read off all of your names. Just know that I sincerely appreciate all of that, and it will go to good work in helping unhoused people and people who are just working to get back up their feet. Yeah, let me see if I can get it. Matt donated $10, and yeah, I'd have to go off my device here. I'll go off while we're talking to the next person and write them down so I can give them all their due. And actually, my supervising attorney, one of them, Stephanie from the Public Defender's Office, is watching. She was texting me. She's a fan of yours too as well. So cool. I don't know if Stephanie's still watching, but big shout out to Stephanie. She was just texting me, "Wow, this guy's crazy!" like that whole time. So that was pretty encouraging.
That's so fun. That's so fun. Yeah, definitely write them down, and we'll make sure to give them like a shout out and whatnot. But yeah, Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. We'll probably get like one more debate here today, everyone, and then I probably will get off for tonight. So let's tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2.5 million likes, y'all. But user, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
Shut the fuck up.
How old are you?
Shut the fuck up.
Can you just tell me how old you are?
Why does it matter, Parker? I'm 18.
Okay. Going to the next individual. Only
he waited all that time patiently.
I know, right? That's rough. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. They took so long to answer. I would have kept them up if they didn't take so long to answer. Let's get this next person, y'all. Only send a guest request. You will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Y'all, by the way, everyone, did y'all see like the speech today from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? What did y'all think about that if you did see it? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, brother?
How old are you?
Me? I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I feel he's the best for this country at this particular moment, and Kamala Harris.
What about him is the best for this country?
Well, his policies and everything he's done for this country previous.
Like which policies in particular? Hello? Are you there, man? I can't hear you currently. All right, should we get to the next
Sean,
person?
come back.
Yeah, Sean, where'd you go, bro?
All right, real quick, while we've got a second here, I'm going to give Megan $10. Thank you so much. Bren, $5. Awesome. Thank you so much. We've got Michael with $4. Lindsay with $50. That's 2 booking fees that are going to be paid. Thank you so much. Katie for $30. There's a booking fee. Daniel, combined with what's left over from Katie's, there's another booking fee for $20. Thank you so much. And Marilyn for $5. I appreciate you guys very much, and it will go to good use.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all are amazing for that. Y'all are incredible. Y'all are incredible. Cindy, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Johnny, thank you so much for the $25 as well. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Johnny as well. They're DNC payments. Yep. All of these are DNC payments. Yes. Coming directly from the Illuminati, everyone. JV, thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's try this next individual. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, didn't accept that person either. Let me try the next one, everyone. I do apologize. If you're MAGA, you can type in the comment section right now, and I will bring you up. As well as everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Maybe we can try to get to 3 million before we do end it today, y'all. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Sid. Thank you so much. Rosemary, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get this next person up here. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Wait, hold up. How do I...
Tyler, thank you for the $5 as well. Twice, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Lindsay, thank you for the $5. David, thank you for the $5 as well. Oh, they already left. Okay, we're gonna get one more person on for tonight, everyone. One more. Oh, this is the person I already had.
Please don't kick me again.
How old was that person? They're young. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, if they send a guest request back, maybe I'll add them up if they're old enough, you know?
Sizeman, $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right. Oh. Here. Wait, Law. Where is that? Because apparently I have 25 here from you from Cindy. And Rosemary, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
If you click the link on my profile, it's lawofthewild.live. It goes to like a link tree thing that's got my stuff there. So
all right, for sure, I'll make sure to click through that. But yeah,
I appreciate it.
How old are you? Of course, Johnny. Thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Donna. Thank you for the $1 as well.
I didn't even think it was going to work. I thought you had to be like 1,000 fees.
Yeah, do you live in the US?
Huh?
Do you live in the US?
No,
I'm sorry. Okay, this person's back, everyone. This is gonna be the last guest today, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello again. I already said 2006, July 7th. I'm 18.
Oh wait. Oh, you're the person who slurred. Yeah. Okay. So let's get the next person up. I thought it was the one
Mari?
person that was like I thought it was younger, but they weren't. You what's up? How old?
Yeah,
are
I
you?
hear you.
How old are you, Wills?
49. 49.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hell no.
Based. All right, let's try to get someone up here. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up. Otherwise, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 3 million likes. 3 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's try to get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. I don't know why we can't get a guest right now. I do apologize, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here again. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, we really can't find someone. I do apologize, everyone. It's being really weird right now. Rainy Day, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it, Rainy Day. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm.
Fetus, I think. Let's go on to the next individual, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I agree with his morals and what he stands for, and I don't understand why anybody would vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, yeah, can you tell me like what specifically you support?
I believe that he is a Christian, and I also believe that he handles affairs with people that don't like the United States well, like Biden, for example.
Well, he
I feel
definitely
like-
handles affairs.
What is that meaning?
Yeah, like he handles affairs like with multiple.
Like he cheated on his first wife with his second wife. He cheated on his second wife with his third wife. He was raw dogging a corn star while his Melania was home nursing his child. Does that sound like somebody of good morals to you?
I don't think that's ideal for a president to have, but I also think that Kamala Harris is more evil than that.
How so? What did she do that was so evil?
I feel like she's just a puppet, and this is just playing a game. She covered up Biden being unable to be president for pretty much the entire term. He didn't just all of the sudden decline like this, and basically she's just doing what people behind the scenes want her to do. And I feel like Trump has no ties with anybody in politics like that, and once he got into politics, everybody kind of shunned him away, and I feel like that's a good sign for me because I don't trust all of the old 80-year-olds that are in politics. I've been in politics since they were 20 years old.
So Trump, the good Christian, is he going to die on the cross and rise 3 days later to bang another porn star? Or like, I don't
That's just disrespectful. You would never say that to someone in another religion. I feel like
It's
people
so
always...
disrespectful to say that Kamala Harris is a more evil person than the rapist, felon, fraudster.
That's not
election
disrespectful.
denier
You
that
just
cheated on
came for
previous wives,
religion.
Sexualized a fifth grader and boasted about grabbing women without consent by the P word, and boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teens and Miss Teen
And
USA
it's not disrespectful that Kamala Harris acted black when she's actually Indian.
She is black.
She's not. She's
Her
actually
father
Indian.
is Jamaican and her mom is Indian.
Well, she plays whatever part whenever she can.
No,
That's what she
she's
does.
black and Indian. Here,
Alyssa, do you know where Kamala went to undergrad for college?
That's her dad.
I don't know, but she graduated low in her class. I know that.
So, Alyssa, this is
It was,
Kamala Harris's
it was Howard University, which is a historical black university.
Okay.
Alyssa, this is Kamala Harris's father.
Okay.
So he's
Well-
Afro-Jamaican. Do you know what that makes her?
I have a question real
makes her
quick.
black-
Yeah,
it makes
that,
her black.
that
It
makes
makes her
sense. I don't know that for
50%
sure. That's just what I've seen. And I agree. Like, the media pushes out, like, wrong information all the time. So that could have been wrong, you know? Like, I definitely see where but that's not my only reason why I'm not voting for her. I feel like she's really woke. And personally, I
define
don't
that as
agree with
woke?
that.
Oh yeah,
What?
define woke, please. Yeah, define woke.
She's very liberal, and she's pushing for really just crazy morals. Like, for example, bringing out shaking you know, whatever at a rally is kind of like crazy. I
Amber
feel.
Rose?
What about her?
Didn't she speak at the Republican National Convention?
Didn't Trump go on Aiden Ross's YouTube?
She wasn't
like,
shaking
Trump went on
Aiden Ross.
yeah. What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, but he didn't have that happen at literal rallies. Like, that's crazy.
What, bro? Dude, you're
Explain
so
explain your points. Here's the thing. I'm genuinely willing to have a discussion. I am most likely going to vote for Trump, and either way, I feel like it's kind of made its mind. We're just trying to see who Pennsylvania ends up voting for, like which way that leans, and then it'll be whoever's president is going to be president. You know what I mean? But I'm curious, what are the morals that make you so interested in Kamala Harris? Like, where did this even come from? I feel like she just became a nominee. So, like, is this who you wanted all along? Is this the nominee?
Yeah, I prefer Kamala Harris to Joe Biden.
Agree. But I don't even know. I feel like she's more destructive than him. But
can you name like something she's done that has been like so destructive and evil? Like you're actually like you completely just told us very blatantly, very explicitly that you think she's a worse person than the rapist, womanizer, misogynist, sexist, racist, election denying guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government. But you're not really like telling us why. You talked about Megan Thee Stallion, and you talked about how you don't think she's black, but where's the evilness? What's a bad thing she's done?
I already explained. She's been in office and had some power for this entire term, and I don't see anything that she's done in the past 4 years.
Can
I
you
honestly
name one
have
thing
seen,
that Mike Pence did while he was Trump's VP?
but he worked with Trump though, and I feel like Trump.
Kamala Harris worked with Biden to pass some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history.
Yeah, he did really well at destroying the country in the time he was in there. Yeah, he did.
So Kamala Harris worked
Do
with
you
Joe
think
Biden
that
to pass the
Joe
PACT
Biden?
Act,
Do you
the
think
Chips
that
and
Joe
Science
Biden's?
Act, one second. Kamala Harris worked with Joe Biden to pass the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act. She also passed the most tie-breaking votes out of any VP in history, which is one of the official duties of the VP. I don't think it's the case that she didn't do anything. I think it's more so the case that you're just ignorant to what she did do. Hey, could you tell me one thing that Trump did while he was president?
Can I answer what you just said before you ask another question real quick?
Yeah.
I feel like all of these things that she's done, yeah, they sound great, but how does our country actually look right now on a day-to-day basis for all Americans?
It looks better than any other country in the G7, which should be a good term of reference considering the effects that the pandemic had on our economy. It's not about making the economy better than it was under Trump. It's about building back from COVID the best we can. But can you name one thing Trump did while he was president?
Inflation was the lowest it has. Gas prices were the best they were. Americans weren't struggling and as much. Yes, some Americans were struggling, but not as much, in my opinion.
I asked you to name one thing Trump did, though.
I'm explaining right now.
Dude, I didn't have a girlfriend when Trump was in office. Did he do that?
Yeah, dude, he did.
Did he make me single? See, I could
I'm
also
just
talk
curious.
about random
This
things
is
that
why.
happened while
This
he
is
was
why I
president.
came up. This is my main question for coming up. Let me explain this because I don't agree. I think he did a good job for the situation that he was in, and I'm not saying he would be my number one choice if I could choose anybody I want to be president. But I'm just saying, between the two, I don't trust her because I feel like it's just really suspicious to me that I think Joe Biden was a horrible president and she was working with him and saying that he's like an amazing president. Like, I don't see that at all. And saying that he's
he was one of the best presidents in presidential history.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I disagree with him a lot, but he absolutely is one of the best presidents in presidential history.
That's what she said, and I think he's the worst president
I agree
we've
with
ever
her.
had.
Wait, he's worse than slave owners?
Wait, yeah. So wait, worse than Andrew Jackson?
Okay, not worse than those presidents, but top 10 worse for sure.
Okay, name one policy that he influenced to get passed that was bad.
And also, I think it's so I understand because I'm reading the comments at me, and
That's actually what. Wait. That's actually what Trump says. Trump says that Joe Biden is the worst candidate in history, which is ridiculous. That's such an insane thing to say. But you're
yeah,
just
I guess he's
spewing
not the
bullshit.
worst. No, I'll agree he's not the worst.
Yes or no? the president of the United States, they impact your life, my life, Parker's life, all like 10,000 of our lives through policy and executive order. Yes or no?
Yes, in
Okay.
some cases. In some cases, yes.
How else
in
do they
some.
impact our
If
life?
the
What are the other
policies,
avenues they have?
what?
In what other ways, apart from policy and executive order, do they impact our lives?
That is how they impact our lives. That is
Okay,
the way
so
that
you
they can
called
move
Trump
things
one of the
forward. But
best presidents
sometimes
ever,
it doesn't work.
and you called. And 1 second. So you called Trump one
doesn't
of the best
sometimes.
presidents we've had, and you called Biden one of the worst presidents we've had.
I didn't
And
say
keep
he's
in
one of the
mind
best
here-
presidents we've had. I did not say that. No. I
Okay,
said
to be-
Biden
okay,
is
how
one
about-
of the worst.
Okay, so Biden's one of the worst presidents we've had, and presidents impact our lives through policy and executive order. What is
Right.
the bad policy and/or executive orders that Biden and Harris have influenced to get passed that have solidified him as one of the worst presidents of all time?
I mean, a lot of it goes with my morals and my religion, but I don't want to get into that. So, because I just feel like I'm going to be disrespected. Again, I don't feel safe to even talk about that because I'm just going to get attacked.
Oh my God, how scared you have to be a Christian in the United States.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you
crazy.
do,
How do you
because
feel like
actually-
do you feel like Muslim individuals felt less or more safe than you feel right now when Trump imposed a Muslim ban?
There was no Muslim ban. Are you talking about Project 2025 right
Wait,
now? Because if you
no,
are, then you're
no.
delusional.
Do you want to hear Trump say that he wants to ban Muslims from coming to the country?
Here's the thing.
Do you want to hear him say it?
No, I have an answer
No.
for that because I
I'll play
wouldn't be
it.
surprised if he said it.
You wouldn't be surprised. Why not?
Because I'm not even going to get into, I can't even get into that. I don't want to talk
No,
about that.
tell me.
Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives...
That's religious persecution.
Yeah, so
Until
earlier
our-
I
wait,
made a
he said
joke
what?
about
He said until our country's what? It didn't even finish. You just cut it off right at that.
Until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah, agree, because I feel like we're having so much terrorist attacks happening right now because the borders are completely open. Wait, I have
Alyssa,
to-
one
can
second.
I
So
ask
earlier on the
main
live,
question up here?
Alyssa,
'Cause every time I ask
earlier
a
on the
question-
live, I made,
What policy opened the border? And also, by the way, everyone follow. We're 400 away from 100K on this account.
AW.
You know, want to make this one 100K as well.
I'm just so fucking confused because earlier I made a joke about Donald Trump dying on the cross
I'm
and
not
coming back 3 days
racist. Like,
later.
that's not all race at all.
Alyssa, earlier I made a joke about Donald Trump dying on the cross, then raising 3 days later to bang another porn star. And then you took this, ran with it, said that you feel unsafe. You told us that you feel persecuted, that you don't feel safe to express your religious beliefs. And now you're telling me that you actually agree with the ban on Muslims entering our
didn't say
country.
I
You don't
agree.
think that that would
My
persecute
words are
people
being
for their
manipulated. I
religious
didn't say
beliefs
it.
more so than me making a joke about Donald Trump.
I did not say that at all. You especially, I don't even know who you are, but you keep manipulating my words. I never said that at all.
No, your response to the clip was, "I agree." That's what you said.
No, I did not say I agree with that. I said I wouldn't be surprised if he said that.
So do you agree with it or no?
No, I said I wouldn't be surprised if he said that at all because I feel
So
like
you're
I've
still
heard
going to
that
vote for him
before.
regardless?
It's not about me agreeing with that moral. It's about the lesser of the two evils in my eyes. I don't agree with either. I'm not like full Republican. I'm very much independent because I have many left-leaning morals as well.
Maybe you could swoon me over to your side of things. So Biden said earlier this year that he wants to put the Constitution on pause. Would this give me like really good reason not to vote for Biden? How do you feel about his statement there?
Dino, thank you for the $5. And Johnny, thank you for the $25. Give me some W's for Johnny in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
What was he referring to? Just like in general, or like is there specific like amendments that he saw? Like what is he talking about?
So, I don't know. He just said that he wanted to pause the Constitution, like the whole thing. How do you feel about that? Is that like terrible?
It probably, yeah, it would be pretty destructive because there's a lot of rights that protect citizens, yeah.
So that's something Trump said.
When did he actually say that?
After the 2020 election, he baby raged, went on Truth Social, and yapped about how he wanted to put the Constitution on pause so he could overthrow their government.
Okay, that's crazy. But that was in 2020 and it hasn't happened, so. And
He
was
tried to make it happen, but he ultimately failed because his VP put the Constitution over him. Do you want to hear his VP talk about, right, Mike Pence? Do you want to hear him talk about how, like, specifically Trump had asked him to put him above the Constitution?
Yeah, but can I say something, please? Because I feel like the reason I came up was to ask a question, and I haven't been able to ask my question. I feel like it's just turned into, like, crazy. Can I ask it or
Crazy? Maybe because you, but yeah, go for it.
What are the reasons why you support Biden? Like, if you had to give 5 top reasons, and if you could choose another candidate, who would you?
We're not doing Biden. It's Harris.
I mean, sorry, I was reading a comment. But if you didn't have to vote for Harris, who would you choose as your nominee?
Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah. Or like Bernie. I'd love a Bernie. Or I'd be fine with Walls.
I like Buttigieg.
Yeah, Walls is really killing it. But yeah, Buttigieg is based.
Okay.
Anyways, how do you feel about this?
What were the 5 reasons?
Oh, good policy, not rapist, didn't try to overthrow the government, not felon, not fraudster, not womanizer, fights for all women's rights.
Okay.
Yeah, anyways, how do you feel about this?
The indictment, I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution, but I chose the Constitution, and I always will. Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. And anyone who asks...
I don't really have anything important up here.
Should never be president
You don't have to put me on the big screen.
What the president maintained that day, and frankly has said over and over again over the last 2.5 years, is completely false. I dismissed it out of hand, but sadly, the president was surrounded by a group of crackpot lawyers that kept telling him what his itching ears wanted to hear. And I had hoped that on this matter of January 6th, that it wouldn't come to this, because I do believe that this is going to further ignite the divide in the country.
Yeah.
It'll be up to the government now to...
Yeah. Hey, so Trump had 44 cabinet members during his 2020, his 2017 through 2020 presidency. How many of those cabinet members do you think left his side and have spoken out about how they do not endorse him today?
First of all, I definitely agree that no, person or especially president, no person, but especially people with power deserve to be above the Constitution. So I definitely, I don't support that. There's a lot of things about Trump that I don't support, and I want to make that clear.
So how many cabinet members do you think out of his 44 have refused to endorse him for this 2024 election? Take a guess. 42.
I don't know how many.
42. 42 of his prior 44 cabinet members, the people closest to him throughout his presidency, the people that were there every single day of those 4 years, 42 of them refused to endorse him.
Yeah, a lot of people turned against him.
And you know why they turned against him? It's because of what Mike Pence had just spoken about. He baby raged when he lost 2020 and tried to overthrow our government by sending slates of fake electors to 7 different states to cast false votes into the Electoral College. And then Mike Pence didn't certify him, so Trump called Mike Pence a traitor. Then Trump supporters called for Mike Pence
Is that validated? Is that true? Or is this a...
No, it's true. You want to know, why it's true? How I'm so confident that this is a fact? It's because Trump admitted it to the Supreme Court, and he's seeking immunity for it. He's calling it an official act of his presidency so he could scapegoat going to jail for causing an insurrection.
Okay, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, yes, it is an absolute fact. All right.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that.
Isn't that kind of scary? Isn't that something that you wouldn't want to see in a president?
Yeah, but I feel like I see that all the time,
Whoa.
both ways.
Name one other president that has ever done this.
I just feel like I see a lot of just manipulating and tactical way. I don't know specifics, but I've just seen it both ways. It's not just...
Miss Sanchez, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Can you name another scenario where this has happened, Alyssa?
I think, in my opinion, which this isn't, I haven't seen this validated, but in my opinion, I feel like, so during like when people were voting in 2020 for Biden, like the mail-in ballots and stuff, and like mailing ballots to houses to get votes, like that was the first time we ever had done that, correct?
No.
Well, that was wasn't there like a online or something, like it was like our first time doing something different because of COVID or something?
They did nothing different.
Well, I still think it was suspicious how it went down with that. I don't remember the situation, and this will be my first time voting also. That's why I came up, because I like talking about like different perspectives, because I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm voting for Trump as of right now, but I'm like, have other morals too.
So, Alyssa, just regarding the 2020 election, there were 63 court cases that were filed by Donald Trump and Donald Trump aligned persons. 10 of the cases actually went before judges that Donald Trump himself had appointed. Another 28, so a total of 38 judges, were appointed by Republicans. Every single court found that there was no evidence of mass fraud during that election.
Okay. Is this year all of your guys have voted before an election?
I'm 19.
I have.
You're 19, you said?
I voted Biden.
I haven't voted.
Okay. Like during Trump's term, like what do you think is the main thing that like Biden has done better than Trump since being president?
Close
Like,
the gap
and
on
Kamala,
income
both
inequities,
their
cared
team.
about the low and the middle class, passed legislation that didn't just serve as a benefit to the top 1%, predominantly speaking, has fought for the rights of disenfranchised communities, such as the LGBTQ+, other BIPOC communities, has fought for the humanization of undocumented migrants, has fought for all 170 million American women and girls' rights for access to healthcare, not actively thwarting it by electing justices to overturn Roe. Has fought
Scott, think of
specifically
the
to
$5,
protect and
Jasmine,
preserve
think
our
of the dollar.
democracy, fought for infrastructure through the infrastructure bill, fought for investing money into renewable energy resources, unlike Trump literally denying human-caused climate change. Literally.
Yeah, that's like one of the main things I don't agree with him about, actually.
Are you pro-choice?
I'm not pro-choice, but I'm pro, like, if you were in a dangerous situation or if someone's at danger.
Do you think that
like,
should be protected federally? Do you think like that should be protected federally, like grape access to abortion if you're raped?
See, that issue is so complex to me that because I used to be pro-choice, but I feel like I saw and like I've seen people be like make jokes about like getting abortions and stuff, and I don't think it's like funny to make a joke about like that could be a potential life, and I just
It
don't.
could be a potential life if you're talking about two people engaging in intercourse and one person pulling out. And making a joke about pulling out, you wouldn't look at it in that context. So at what point do you see it to be
No, I'm not talking
valuable?
about that. I'm talking about when the baby is like formed.
Yeah, like when is that? Like when do you think that is?
I think probably like, I'm not sure at what point because I'm not a doctor, but you don't know that they can't feel pain at like, because I don't know the point where you can't get an abortion. Also, am I allowed to say that on live? That word? Like, is there words I'm not supposed to be saying on here?
Yeah, I would really only worry about saying like drugs names.
Oh, okay.
That's really the mostly what gets banned for sure.
And like sexual assault, say grape, like the fruit.
Yeah, I was wondering why you guys were saying it like that. But
yeah, we're used to. I even say that in person now. I got myself so used to it. It's really
same.
Dude, I was in a radio interview, and I instead of died, I said unalived.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna look so stupid on like Jubilee. Probably us both, Parker, because we'll probably both let unalive and grape slip a couple times while we're filming.
Dude, I think that will happen.
Yeah, so
Might do it just so that I don't have to cut out the audio. Jack and Piper's mom, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 3 million likes before we do get off. This is the last conversation for tonight, everyone.
So, Alyssa, real quick. So, prior to the Dobbs decision overturning Roe and Casey, Roe is a case from the 70s, which protected first trimester abortions, some second trimester abortions, and banned third trimester. And then the Casey decision in the 90s set the point of viability. So that's when, at the point at which the fetus could survive outside of the womb as the limit for getting elective abortions. For medically necessary reasons, there was an exception beyond that. Is that something that you agree with, or would you be more strict than that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? I was reading the comments, I'm really sorry.
No, it's okay. Before 2022, the law of the land was that abortion was protected up to the point of viability. Mm-hmm. And so up to the point where the baby could, once you reach the point where the baby could survive outside of the womb, so you're talking somewhere between like 22 and 26 weeks, depending on the pregnancy, the woman could, with the consultation of her doctor, make that decision over her own body herself, because the fetus was still dependent on her resources. Is that a position that you agree with?
See, that's so tricky, because when it comes to like, when it gets down to that wire to where it's like the specific weeks, like I feel like we don't know enough about it. And I just personally believe like.
Are you Christian?
I am, yeah.
Does God stop people from sinning?
No.
So why should we?
I don't think we should stop people from sinning, but I just think
I think getting an abortion is a sin. Like pro-life legislation stops people from getting abortions, stops people from sinning. So if God doesn't stop people from sinning, why should you?
That's like such a broad, because if you're trying to defend the point of not stopping sin, like murder is a sin. So that's like seeing someone get murdered and being like, well, why should I stop it? It's just how it, like, I just feel like I'm not trying to control. I'm not trying to control people.
If God saw a P3 raping a child, could stop it, but didn't.
What'd you say?
If God saw a P3 raping a child, could stop it, but didn't, did God do anything wrong?
God doesn't, like, we have free will. So it's not about God.
Yeah, see how like the Christian worldview kind of falls apart here?
It doesn't fall apart. We have free will. That's the point of it.
Well,
and for me as a Christian, I'm supposed to protect babies to the most that I can. So like it's hard for me to vote on like those specific things. Like I would rather not be a part of that conversation because I don't agree with killing babies personally.
It's just an interesting like question. I mean,
but I just read a comment that says free will is pro-choice, and that's interesting to me. But like, I hate to put a restriction on someone else, like you can't do this. But I think killing someone, that's not you. Like that's not your body. Like you're killing someone else's body now.
So, Alyssa, I think you've established your lines pretty clearly here about what you believe. The question here is, though, to what extent should the government force be used on this decision?
Yeah, I think too much government like play into our lives because they're there to protect us. Like that's what it's supposed to be. They're not supposed to be controlling us. So that's why I struggle with this, because I feel like it gets to a point where there's a control factor. And like personally, I would never get an abortion, but like I don't feel comfortable telling someone who was who knows, they went to a bar one night and they were drugged and now they're pregnant and they don't even remember the person. They don't remember, you know what I mean? Like that situation, It's hard for me to put a restriction on a woman who like had no idea because it was her choice to go to the bar, but she literally, I believe it is not her fault at all for getting killed.
I think I have another question because this all stems from religion. Would you admit that you don't really have any evidence for the Christian God? It's just kind of like a faith thing?
No, I do have evidence. Because I just, recently got into this, it's not just a faith thing. Faith is important, but there is proof if you really open your eyes to it. Like truly doing research on the geological and just the people that have seen and performed miracles, it leads to a creator. The fact that we're here leads to a creator. The fact that, like, I just don't believe
it doesn't. Like, miracles, all religions of all time say that shit. And you say it leads to a creator. I mean, well, that's what every religion says.
not
too. Everybody
miracles
knows
of all
Christian creator.
time.
Yeah, like here. My point is, there isn't. There
I would
isn't
just
evidence.
recommend. Here's the thing, because I was curious
Can I
about
just
religion.
say something real quick? So there's not any evidence to suggest that a God exists. Maybe if you think that,
In your
creation
opinion.
and leads
In
to
your
a creator.
opinion.
Well, just allow me to finish, Alyssa. So there exists no evidence to suggest that a God exists. But even if you do think that like the intricate design of the human body does, well, then there's no evidence that would exist to suggest which God exists. So now that we kind of have that out of the way, and we could recognize that this is truly a faith-based belief. Here's where we kind of move on to the second step of recognizing that we shouldn't be legislating.
Faith. It's not just faith. But here's the thing. Can I just
what's
say this real
the
quick?
evidence to prove the existence of the Christian God?
So let me explain this to you. I was no denomination. Like, I was not religious. And I was just curious because I have many friends of different religions. And so I did my research, and from what I found...
Can you just sum up the evidence for the existence of the Christian God in a couple of sentences?
No, you can't sum it up in a couple sentences because it's so broad and it's so much deeper than that. You have to really do research to look at it. And
I feel like, if you see what I mean, there's no evidence.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, so how can a perfect God desire to create an imperfect world?
because we're not robots and he can't create us to be robots. Why would he create us just to be perfect people? That's not... There's no love in that.
How is it possible for a perfect being to have imperfect desires?
It's not imperfect desires.
Wait, okay, so they're perfect desires?
I think it is a perfect desire. I think it is a perfect desire not to force people to be robots.
So
and
it's
be
a perfect
good
desire
and
to
perfect all
desire
the time.
something imperfect?
Because it's giving us free will, yes.
It's a perfect desire to desire something imperfect. Let's just think about that for a second, everyone.
Yeah, it is.
Can God
because
do bad
that's where true goodness comes into play. If you had no bad parts of your life, there would be no joy.
Can God do bad things?
No, it all leads to good.
So does that mean that God's a robot?
It all leads to good.
So God's a robot, right?
No, that's not what that means.
So you could. So
And
you could
also,
both, like, not
specifically
have, you could,
in this
you
religion,
could do no
it
bad
talks-
while not being a robot. So
It talks so much about there's so much you're not going to understand because it's too complex. It's so complex. Like that's where the faith leap comes into play. But
Like, I don't know. I think it's pretty easy to say that a perfect being cannot have imperfect desires.
Yeah. Or like
that would be a
imperfect traits.
quality that is not perfect.
Yeah,
or
a perfect
that is
being-
a flawed desire. Therefore, it couldn't be a flawless being if they have a flawed desire. That's just incoherent.
Yeah,
I
the
just think
original
you're
point
looking
was
at it on a completely different.
the
we're just
original
looking at it
point.
Thank you for the dollar.
The original point that I was trying to make is no, there is no evidence that it would exist to suggest that yes, you are justified in assuming, rationally speaking, that the Christian God exists. It is faith-based. I'm not like dissing on you for having this faith-based belief, believe it or not. All I'm saying is you shouldn't legislate on the basis of faith-based beliefs.
And I never
The
said
Christian
that.
Bible. Okay, Alyssa. So when you say that you think that because of your religion, it is wrong to unalive a fetus within a mother's womb, and that's why that should be illegal. That is legislation on the basis of a faith-based belief. If you didn't think that legislation on your faith-based belief was good, you would be pro-choice.
I don't agree with murder, but I think this is such a complex issue because I don't think it's right to force morals on the rest of the world. I think you have to do what you can on an individual level.
So
And
you support pro-choice legislation?
I'm like no comment about it really.
Okay, so should a woman have a right to choose or not?
In certain circumstances.
So not elective
But I
ones,
think
so
that-
for not for the 99. So thank you for being super long-winded there and allowing me to just once again write back around to the fact that yes, you do support making elective abortions 99% illegal. So now that we've got that out of the way,
I don't think that. I agree with what Trump is trying to do, where it's on the state level. You vote based on the state.
yeah, so that just ends up making it illegal for individuals to have access to it.
Yeah, in certain states,
Yeah, but-
unfortunately.
yeah, so that's unfortunate. So why wouldn't you advocate for federal protections?
Unfortunate for the people that don't agree with that and want to have abortions in all circumstances.
So why would you not advocate for federal protections?
I just said I'm not saying it's unfortunate. I'm saying it's unfortunate for the people who want it. I would never get an abortion personally.
Why would you not advocate for federal protections?
Because the legislation right now is not, you can't get it no matter what.
Okay, so you are okay with it being on the
Is
state
your point
level
it's
because
leading
it
there?
only impacts like 1 out of every 3 women from accessing health care sometimes, but in 12 states it even bans it for victims of rape. Like what? So you're saying it's not that bad, it could be worse, so that's why you don't support federal protections?
I'm not saying it could be worse. I'm just saying there's so many different opposing views on this that like one side, it's always going to be a fight. Like this is always going to be a fight.
So
for
you
everybody.
don't support federal protections for women to have the choice because it's always going to be a fight?
No.
So then why don't you
Are
support
you
federal
saying
protections?
like you need to specify like to have the choice when? Like it's all about
woman's right-
circumstance.
A woman's right to choose to get an elective lethal abortion within the first 20 weeks.
I feel like the first 20 weeks is so long.
Bro, dude, honestly, I'm bored. I was gonna like Alyssa.
But I mean, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Alyssa.
It's so complex.
is
I can't just say an answer personally. But go ahead. Sorry.
you're saying there are a lot of wide views on this, and that's what the problem is that you have got mostly white men in state legislatures like Texas who are establishing rules that after 6 weeks you can't get any abortion unless the life of the mother is in emergency situation. And how messed up is that to say that you look at the case of Katie Cox, who her doctor said that if you carry this baby to term, there is a substantial chance that you're going to unalive. So she went through the route that Texas has in order to allow her to have that abortion. And then the state of Texas, the Attorney General Ken Paxton objected to it, and she had to leave the state in order to get that reproductive health care. The reason why Ken Paxton objected to it is because her life was not in danger yet, meaning that she has to be in the hospital in a life or death situation before they will even allow her to consider terminating that pregnancy that the doctors have already identified would be potentially fatal to her. And now she can't even go back to her home state because there is a bounty on her, and she will go to jail and fined if she returns. That's the problem with just leaving it up to the states and leaving it up to the whims of people in power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. That's a really bad situation. Yes, that is very unfortunate but I just feel like if there is a way that everybody can agree, then that's one thing, but it's never going to be at that point. With all of there's multiple religions that feel this way too. Like it's not just, there's multiple people that feel that way, not even on a religious basis. Mine's just a religious basis.
The Bible, people use the Bible to justify the legalization of slavery. Like, you know that,
people
right?
use the Bible to justify beating and owning slaves. People just use the Bible to
Well, that's not
justify
what the
women
Bible
not having
actually-
access to
that's not
vote.
true.
People use the Bible to justify genocide, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know the really easy way to delineate between what we should and shouldn't use this very trivial book written by men that you suppose God inspired them to write. You know how we could just really easily determine when we should and shouldn't use it to like justify like infringing upon the rights of others? We just don't use it at all. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just recognize that your belief is faith-based. Recognize that people have used your Bible to justify enslaving others. Recognize that there's no logical distinction between how they formulated their beliefs and how you are currently formulating yours. And recognize as a precautionary stance that, therefore, this is not a reliable basis to determine what rights others have and don't have, legally speaking.
Yeah, but it's not just about religion. Other people think
And
that
wait,
way.
I do
even
want
about
to
religion.
clarify, right? That there are people people on your side that agree with us in terms of politics. Like there are
Yeah.
Christians that agree with you. Or, I mean, I
I'm
agree with
sure they
us,
do. No
right?
Christians are
I'm pretty
perfect.
sure. I'm pretty sure Walls is Christian. I'm pretty sure Kamala Harris is Christian.
Just because you say you're Christian doesn't mean you are. No, I don't
Okay, so
agree.
then
She's
why?
not Christian.
How do you know you're Christian?
Donald Trump.
It's based on where your heart is and where you put your actions. And then, so for me, just saying that you can allow abortions up to whatever it was, 25 weeks, like that's not a, like that's a baby at 25 weeks. Like there is a baby in there. And just because it can't sustain life, they can't sustain life at any point. Even when they're 2 years old, they can't sustain life. If the mother or a parent or whatever wasn't there, they would just die. Like that's just that argument doesn't even make sense to me because if you're around a baby, they could never live. Like that's, unless you're just talking about their heart, like work. Like I don't understand that argument at all.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to go over?
It's not just about religion. Multiple people feel that way, even on a basis of being agnostic or not having any.
Faye, thank you so much. I have a question. Is it Christian to restrict people's access to like affordable healthcare?
Restrict in what way are you talking about? Like
repeal the ACA.
I think that, for example, like, are you talking about Obamacare type of thing? Like where it's
The
like,
Affordable Care Act.
yeah, I don't think that's actually beneficial for the country personally. I feel like that's just causing more debt and it's making it harder.
It's causing more debt. Actually that Trump spent more in terms of debt related spending than under the Biden-Harris administration. 8.4 trillion for Trump, 4.3 trillion for Biden. If you take out COVID, 4.8 trillion for Trump, 2.2 trillion for Biden-Harris. Appreciate the hand art.
I feel like the Obamacare and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't actually work because if someone were to pay more for another healthcare, they would be put in first because Obamacare is it's free. So it's like not
I
even.
do think that people pay for Obamacare. It just depends on on the individual.
They most certainly do.
Yeah, it depends on them, but it's not like valuable. So they put other healthcares above it. And I've seen it happen firsthand in hospitals.
I advocate for universal health care that's free at the point of service, but the Affordable Care Act makes it more affordable for people to get access to health care, which extends how many people can get access to care through the context of insurance. But like Republicans are trying to repeal that, and they've given no plan to actually replace it with.
Also, I'm not saying it's not a good thing to give help. Like if that worked, that would be very good, but it hasn't worked in my opinion.
Countries around the world have universal healthcare systems where they
I
have better
do know
health outcomes and they
and
actually spend half as
Canada
much per
is in a horrible
individual.
situation.
Leave the hand art. What's bad about Canada's system?
Canada's healthcare, they're literally collapsing. Everything is so expensive there and it is a wreck. It's way worse than it is here.
That's complete lies. Straight lies. You said it's more expensive. Give me any source that indicates it's more expensive than US healthcare.
I'm not
I can
talking
show
about
you
this
a
healthcare,
source
I'm
right
talking
now
about
that
the
shows
country
that
itself.
look up Canada healthcare expenditure per capita. You want me to show you?
I'm not able to do that.
It's healthcare expenditure per capita in 2022 was about 8,563 Canadian dollars per person per year. Look up US. US, and we'll also do a transition of currency. Daniel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Daniel. US healthcare expenditure per capita.
Real quick, while Parker's doing that, for the Indigent Defense Fund, thank you guys very much. Razia, $5. Mac, $25. Jamina, $100. Thank you so much. That's really awesome. Neeks, $10. Mari, $5. Mrs. Sanders, $25. And then Parker, I got your $25 as well.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So if you look in 2022, the healthcare expenditure per resident in the United States is about $10,805. So let me do the transition of the money. Canadian to U.S. currency. and the Canadian to U.S. currency has this at what 8,563. So yeah, about 6,000. So U.S. $6,200 per year in Canada for healthcare expenditure. In the United States, it's 10,800. So literally almost double the costs in the U.S. comparative to Canada. 6,200 a year per person versus almost
Yeah.
11,000 per person.
Yeah.
I have a great question. Proverbs 19:17, Christian Bible. Whoever is generous to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will repay him for his deed. Proverbs 22:16, whoever oppresses the poor to increase their own wealth or gives to the rich will only come to poverty. So that last verse talks about giving to the rich. The TCGA was a policy that Trump influenced to get passed that gave 83% of these tax cuts to the top 1%, footed a bill of $2 trillion in debt-related spending on our country, and in the long term could possibly serve as a detriment to the low and middle class. So can you give me one example of Trump influencing policy that, benefited the poor more than the rich?
I think prices were much lower than the past
I
4
asked
years.
you for the name of a policy.
That's not a policy.
I don't know the name of a I don't know. So
Can you name
that's
one
my
thing
point.
a Republican has ever done in Congress that has given to the poor more than the rich?
Did you think of the $3?
No,
One
I
thing
can't.
ever.
But
Wow, really? So then why do you concern yourself with the Republican Party? As a true Christian, you should read Proverbs 19 and 22, where they're like, yeah, if you give to the rich, you're going to hell. You should give to the poor to make God happy. Why the hell would you support the Republican Party?
because I feel like you're coming at me like I'm like the head of the Republican Party. I've said multiple times that I have many left-leaning values as well, and I'm choosing the lesser of the two evils.
Yeah, but
I've
you're
said
like
that.
lesser of the two evils, literally. But this is an evil. You support the Republican Party. You can't name one time that they've benefited the poor while not benefited the top 1%.
Yeah, I can't name one time that.
But yeah, God's like, if you give to the rich, you're like fucked. That's what he says in Proverbs 22. Then it's like Proverbs 19, give to the poor. You can't like name one.
Yeah,
Like,
hoarding wealth is not right. Yeah, that's true.
and how much is Donald Trump worth?
He's lost money by trying to be president.
It's still $7 billion?
Biden and Kamala Harris have been, or whatever, have gained money since getting into politics. Trump has literally lost money for this.
So how much money does Trump have?
I don't know the exact dollar amount.
$4 to $7 billion? Like, how's this not clear, bro? Like, dude, that's all I had to say. You couldn't name one policy ever influenced to get passed through our Congress by Republicans that benefited poor people more than rich people. I was able to name the TCGA that benefited rich people more than poor people, influenced to get passed by Trump while he was president. Meanwhile, the only people that really care about our low and middle class are seemingly the Democrats. Does this give you reason to support the Democrats?
No.
This
Because-
doesn't? Okay,
no,
so you
it's
just
on a
disregard your
completely.
Bible.
It's on a what?
So you just don't care about what God wants?
No, I do, but I don't agree that. I just don't
If you
agree with
cared
that.
what God wanted, then this would give you reason to support the Democrat Party.
Yeah, I've obviously already said that I agree with some of their morals. Yes, I've already said that. I don't think, also, I think you have to, like, I believe that both parties are evil, personally. That is what I believe. And I think that you have to base it on
Somehow
the
Trump is the
candidate
better.
and the situations that have happened. And I just think that it's so suspicious, the things that have gone down the past 4 years. And that's why I feel this way.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I get off for tonight?
Yeah, if it was another Democratic candidate, I would definitely consider.
What other Democratic candidate? Danielle, think of the hand hearts. If it was Biden, would you vote for Biden?
No, but my point is I want to get away from Biden and Kamala Harris.
The hand heart, thank you.
So another
What about Tim
candidate
Walz?
that's not them.
What about Tim Walz? Appreciate the hand heart. Danielle, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Is that her VP nominee?
Yep, my governor, Tim Walz.
Yeah, oh, is that where you're from? Minnesota or whatever he's from?
I am.
I think, I don't think he's a good person, but I don't know. I haven't done
What did
enough
he do
research.
that was bad?
I haven't done enough research on that because it just came out, today, right?
Is Trump a good person?
Thank you.
I don't think any of them are good people.
Who's worse, Tim Walz or Trump?
Hey, Dean, she literally started out saying that morals mattered to her. That's why she was supporting Trump.
Dear God.
Yeah, and she's voting for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with the corn star when he
Yeah,
quit,
I never
literally, when his
stood
wife was
by
pregnant.
that. I never
What?
stood by that.
Jesus would be a socialist.
True.
That's facts.
He literally told people to give up their wealth, bro. Read up about Matthew.
Yeah, it's not about whatever. It's not about left and right or whatever. It's much deeper than that. I don't believe that either of the sides are good. I used to. What did you say?
Nothing. Was that just quoting like Matthew from the Bible, the whole like tax collector guy that Jesus was like, give up all of your earthly possessions and follow me.
Right. Yeah.
Anyways, that's all I got.
Yeah, just a little thing.
It's Matthew. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Matthew. Yeah, so maybe you should do what
It's
Jesus
on an
says,
individual
right?
level for me. I
You
feel
know,
like
Jesus said something. Maybe you should do it.
What are the first 4 books from the New Testament?
Matthew. I don't know in the exact order.
Mark, Luke, John.
That's so rough.
That's
dude.
not the exact order. I don't think.
That is Matthew, Mark,
No, it
Luke, and
literally
John is
is.
the exact order.
What's your favorite Bible verse?
I never said I was a perfect Christian. I don't know, like, I don't have an exact Bible verse that I don't sit there with the Bible verse in my bio and stuff. Like, I don't have that. I just believe from what I've read that I agree with the morals and I believe what that says.
Really big Christian, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I am.
Not even John 3:16.
Yeah.
Not even, yeah, that's
For
like...
God
that's
so
like
loved the world that he gave his only son.
Superpower, thank you. You know,
Yes,
Tim
only by
Tebow, he
begotten
said
Son,
John
so that all who
3:16.
believe in him shall not perish but have everlasting
Yeah,
life. That's
but
a
have
pretty good one to
everlasting
keep on
life.
hand.
What?
Did you hear him?
I said that I literally knew that verse. What do you mean?
Really? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Can you recite us one verse for us?
Where God so
right now?
loved the world that he gave his one and only son. For those that believe in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. I literally know that verse. I just don't have a specific verse that I love. That's like one of the most popular verses.
You understand if like you don't read and follow this book, you're gonna like burn for eternity.
It's not
Like-
true.
Like fuck, like dude.
Wait, what type of hell do you believe in?
It never said that in the Bible. Like that's not written in my religion. That you not reading the like.
Can I tell you my favorite
It's
Bible
about
verse?
what's in your heart.
Can I tell you my favorite Bible verse?
Sure, but I don't want to sit here if I'm just going to be disrespected and told that I'm not a good enough Christian. Would you ever say that to someone of another religion? Like, that's freaking
Yeah.
crazy to do.
Yeah, we would. So yeah, if they're
Okay,
not
well,
upholding- like
I'm
if
going to
someone
tell you
was
right now, I'm
cheating on
going
their
to leave
spouse,
if I'm
if
disrespected.
someone was Muslim and they're cheating on their spouse, that sounds hypocritical to me. I would call that out. Like for example, Sneeko. Now for example, here's my favorite Bible verse. It's 1 Samuel 15:3. It says, "Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men
That's in
and
the
women,
Old
children
Testament.
and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. It's still your God."
It's still
no,
God.
that's in
Was
the
he
Old
just having a
Testament.
bad day? Was he just saying having a
God
bad
just
day?
had a bad day.
Yeah,
No,
and then
that's
he's
not
like,
what it is.
oh,
You
I'm
don't
new.
know the
I'm
religion,
new
so
now.
you don't
I'm
get
new.
it. You don't get it.
We probably
That's
we
the
know.
I
Old
don't get it. I
Testament.
grew up Christian.
We know the religion
Yeah,
more
you
than
don't
you,
get it
Alyssa.
then, because if
we
you're
know the
obviously
religion
talking like
more
that,
than you.
that's the Old
Obviously,
Testament.
if you're
That is
disagreeing
before
with it, you
Jesus.
just don't get it. If you just disagree with it, you don't get it. If you disagree with
not if I
the
dis- it's not
slaughtering
if you
of
disagree.
infants, then it's something wrong with you.
So I just want to clarify. So
That
God,
is the Old Testament.
Hey, Alyssa,
I believe in the New
That's still your
Testament.
God. God is
Yeah.
perfect and doesn't change.
Yeah,
No.
I just want to clarify
I
something
believe
real
in the New
quick. I just
Testament.
want to clarify something real quick. So your God made the
Being
earth.
Christian is
Oh,
after Christ.
Alyssa,
Is after Christ.
Alyssa.
Christian.
Oh my gosh, Alyssa, 1 second.
After the
Alyssa, 1
Go
second.
ahead.
So God like created humans, then was like, I am in a bad mood, so I'm gonna let these humans like own other humans as property for life and beat them. Exodus and Leviticus. I'm in a bad mood, so I'm gonna go tell Saul and his boys to kill men, women, and children. Saul. But then he's like, I'm in a bit better of a mood, so I'm gonna go down to earth, commit suicide, and then forgive these people's sins, and then tell them to follow this book I inspired
It wasn't
people to write.
suicide. I don't agree with this.
And
I
like now
can't
you're like
listen
you
to this
don't like
and
the
I
Old
have to go.
Testament.
I'm not going to listen to this because I'm literally talking to people who have no idea what they're talking about, because that is not how it's rounded in my religion. I understand from a worldly perspective, yes, but I'm not talking about a worldly perspective. So no.
I don't know what you mean by worldly perspective. We're coming from people who tried to believe in this. We can't make sense of it. If we disagree with you, it's totally fine. We can show you views as it relates to this that like you can take that are progressive and still be Christian if you really want to be Christian that bad. What I'm saying though is if you look at your Bible,
It's like no matter what,
it really
the world
does not
has
look
something about
good. I'm telling you,
Christianity.
I tried to
That's
believe
so
in this shit.
odd.
It really does not look good. It does not at all.
I love Christian like liberals, like for the most part, right?
Like
I don't know.
progressives, yes.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like my grandparents.
Alexis, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Keen, I appreciate the $1. Like I agree with them, but I
Yeah,
disagree
but
with
the
them
fact
on their
that the
religious
Republican
beliefs.
changes it, like you are just stuck in the weirdest
Absolutely.
worldly
Like if you
perspective.
have a progressive view of Christianity, I'm definitely going to be more likely to be able to like your
Exactly.
ideology
Why are we
comparative
talking
to
about
another
religion? Let me
person.
know.
Cyber, thank you for the $50 from the actual DNC. Cyber, thank you so much for the $50 from the actual DNC. Let's get some W's for Cyber in the comments section right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, obviously like Parwa was just saying, yeah, like we love progressive Christians. They use this book, it brings them fulfillment and joy in their life, it gives them purpose, and they use it to be better people.
And they don't take a lot of the terrible, bad interpretations that you can if you take it literally, or if you just like literally look at a lot of the book. Like you have to basically not take a lot of the book for you to have a pretty good interpretation.
Yeah,
That's
but then
not true.
what do
You're talking about
what
the
do
Old
like Christian
Testament.
nationalists do? They use it to be homophobic. They use it to be racist. They use it to justify. They historically have used it to justify like stoning GAY people and owning humans as property for life. Like currently speaking, they want to use it to justify taking rights away from all 170 million American women and girls. They want to use it to brainwash our children into thinking that they have one good reason to be good, that being because God exists. Like I don't know, man. Like, be free. Give yourself purpose, but don't let your purpose infringe upon other people's livelihoods. And I feel like that's what you're doing when you advocate for abortion bans. That's what you're doing when you socially discriminate and further marginalize against the LGBTQ plus community. And these are all things that the Republican Party has done with the Bible.
Yeah, I never stood by a lot of the things that you're a lot of the things you're talking about, but I don't agree, and I practice my faith, and I hope that you guys do what you need to go do. I'm trying to keep my mind open, and I don't agree at the end of the day, but I appreciate hearing the opposing views, for sure. It's good to hear, it really is, because I feel like I don't come in contact with people as far from my
views, yeah.
Yeah, and I can assume you guys are here to do the same thing, but I hope that we can all go into it with respect, because I respect you guys. It feels quite daunting coming into this, and I didn't expect this, and all of you guys were all against my views. So
I've been there before.
it's
all about
it's a
becoming better
lot.
person.
Yeah, it does help you
my
become more
perspective,
well-rounded.
I just want to be clear. I'm not opposed to your views. I just think that your views are antithetical to the positions that you're espousing that you want our leaders to show.
I don't think I've said this too, and I respect you saying that. Thank you. That is very kind. But I don't think that leaders should be pushing anything. I feel like
What?
I don't think that they should be pushing what I believe completely, like the Bible completely. I feel like that's also messed up, because we're supposed to have free will. So that's my point with saying I don't have an opinion on abortion, because I don't want to be a part of that conversation, because the world is going to do what the world wants, and I, on an individual level, believe what I believe. I can't force anybody else to believe what I believe, and I don't agree with doing that. That's
but
just
you were
wrong.
advocating for good government restrictions on abortions, and you were rooting that based off of your faith beliefs. So
I'm not advocating
think
for
that-
anything. I said I don't agree with it on a personal level. I
Sassy,
didn't
thank you for
say-
the $25. Thank you so much, Sassy. And Logan, thank you so much. Appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Y'all have been incredibly kind today.
on a personal level, I
So
don't
listen,
agree with
and
it,
for the
but-
future, don't be agnostic on human rights. That's all.
Yeah, 100%. But I feel like it's turned into the media controls a lot of what we're believing. And so I'm just trying to keep my eyes open to with what I believe without being skewed to what it's turned into.
Sure. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to add or talk about before I get off for tonight?
Not unless you guys have any questions.
All right, for sure. All right. Well, I got nothing. You guys got anything?
Nope.
All right.
Good.
You guys have a good night.
You as
Thank
well,
you
you as
for
well.
having me. And
By the way, this is the same girl that said that Kamala Harris isn't black. Just for everybody, on a quick recap. I just wanted to give that, like, I don't know, Alyssa. I really don't like your virtue signaling right now about how you aspire to be a better person, how you don't want leaders to push these beliefs, how you want to be a good person, and dude, you know what I mean? I just had to say that as you were leaving here.
when did I ever say anything about being a good person? I'm not a good person. Nobody in here is a good person. Like, we're all
Bye.
trying to be the best people we can be. I never said I'm a better like, I don't believe that.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Yeah, you have a good night too. I don't know how to leave, so I tried to leave.
All right, y'all. Let's get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. It was good seeing both of y'all. Thank you, everyone, for 100K on this account.
Dude,
It's
did you
kinda
hit
crazy.
100K?
Yes, I finally hit 100K.
Oh man, and this is your third account as well.
Yeah, that's my fourth account to 100K that I've gotten.
Dude, that's awesome.
Don't have one of them, but yeah, no, I appreciate everyone, y'all. It really means a lot. It's actually insane. So I really appreciate all the support. I'll be going to hang out with Dean probably on my second account, just doing like Q&A, maybe battles and stuff. But yeah, if you want to come hang out, go to Parker Needs a Job, and we'll be chilling over there.
Honestly,
just hanging
I'm
out.
down to just do a Q&A.
Yeah, I'm down to do Q&A too.
Yeah, everybody head over there. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna like be showing y'all more of an inside look about what we're kind of like off of the debates. I feel like we don't get to share a whole lot of, or what we like, our interests, our hobbies, our personality, apart from just talking to people that we disagree with, which definitely does share a bit. But if you want to see a more in-depth view of me and Parker, feel free to head over. What was
We'll be
that
there
ad
in a
again?
second, everyone. Look up Parker Needs a Job. I'll be there in a second.
At
But yeah,
Parker
it was
Needs a
good
Job.
seeing you, everyone. Good seeing you, Law. Have a good night,
Thank you,
man.
everybody. Boys, have a good night.
Have a good night. Once again, at Parker Needs a Job. All right, bye, Parker.
All right, I'll see you.
That's what he said. 3, 2, 1, go! one,